Dr. Newsom, Dr. Mitchell's going to be, she won't be able to be on until about 9:30. So she wanted to be sure that everybody knew that, but she got a meeting this morning.
Yes, I got her message. Thank you.
And I did email everybody this morning a new schedule. The one that's in the shared file is we've had a couple of additions and traction. So I sent out a new one. I emailed a new one to everybody this morning that should be updated.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning, Lenora.
How are you doing? Doing great.
Good.
Good morning.
Good morning. Like we have a full day today.
We do have, actually, we only have half a day tomorrow though. We had one scheduled for tomorrow at 1 that was going to last all afternoon. And the attorney on that had a conflict come up. So we're actually just have a morning hearings tomorrow. So we'll be through whenever we get through with the morning. And Thursday, we do have a full morning and we have 2 that afternoon. So hopefully it shouldn't be an all afternoon Thursday either. But so we should be through by noon tomorrow and maybe, you know, knock on wood, mid-afternoon on Thursday.
Okay, sounds good. Hi, John.
We're all running around up here.
The same here. I think everybody just had their little avatar on and running around doing stuff like crazy. So there's Dave moving around right there. Hi, Amy.
Make sure mine works.
Good morning.
How you doing? It's a morning.
Yes.
Like I tell people all the time, I was like, well, usually at least by 5 o'clock in the afternoon, it's pretty much over.
Mhm.
Not always, but most of the time. Then it's all the phone calls.
Oh, yes.
Well, if we would have come to Little Rock, it would be freezing as always, but we would have had decent weather, huh?
I know, we've been watching the weather, I mean, as of last week, there was a chance of snow today and tomorrow.
Yeah.
Well, I said, I guess it's a good thing we're all virtual. We can all sit at our houses and do this if we have to, but
Yeah.
Mhm.
it worked out.
It's kind of misty, just like light drizzle here, but if it was cold, it'd have been a mess this morning.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, we still got a small chance for some freezing rain Thursday morning, but I don't know. It keeps going down and down, but it looks like a pretty good chance of snow next week.
Mhm.
We'll see, it changes, it'll be, it may end up being 70.
That could happen. I remember one year we had a warm Tuesday, Wednesday afternoon, it started snowing and like it was ice.
That's right.
It was time to get.
Mhm.
And Lenore and I had to drive home.
Yes. Those were the crazy days, but thank God for stuff like Zoom now.
Mhm. Yeah. See, back then when Dr. Bryant was on the board, y'all could have just got him to fly you home.
Yeah. So who's
I think that meeting, he couldn't fly home. I think he ended up leaving his
Having
plane.
to stay because of
Yeah.
the weather.
he had to drive home. Come back
Okay,
and get it.
it's 8:32. Is Miss Carol gonna make it?
I haven't heard from her, so I assumed she would be home. Usually if
Okay.
she has something come up, she always lets us know, so.
Mhm.
When,
Hi, Dr.
when,
Richmond. How are you? Hi, Lena.
Lynn's trying to jump on right now.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he texted me this morning for the Zoom link and I sent it to him. So he says he's trying to get on right now.
Okay.
We know that the news moved slow down Lake Village, so we told him the meeting was yesterday, so he's making it on now.
There he
Okay.
is. There he is.
Hi, Dr. Kraus, how are you? Oh. He's muted. I don't know if he hears me.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
Morning.
Hi,
I'm
Dr.
having,
McCready.
I'm having a sneezing fit this morning. Excuse
Oh,
me.
yeah.
Lord,
Apparently, somebody was having one out in the hallway. I got out of the elevator and the girls were like, "Was that you making all that noise?" I'm like, "I have no idea what you're talking about."
Yeah.
Lena's laughing. She knows what. Like, I didn't even hear it.
Okay.
I sent Carol a text and asked if she was getting on and she said no. Oh, now she's asking what's going on.
Oh,
She may have missed her email. Lena, do you want to shoot her the Zoom info? Thank you.
Yeah, I just emailed it out earlier, but she might have not checked her email this morning.
There she is.
hi. Okay, we have enough people to go ahead and get started.
Yep.
Okay, let's call this meeting to order. And the time is 8:34. And Lena, are you ready for the minutes and the financials? You're muted. There you
Okay.
are.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes. Did y'all have any questions about the minutes?
I didn't. Did anyone else?
No.
Okay. I'd like to ask for a motion to approve the minutes.
motion to approve.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? All right, thank you.
And
And
I'm sorry to interrupt, Dr. Newsom, but can we do
No,
a
no
roll
problem.
call? Just so we're on the record of all the board members and that we do have a quorum.
yes, we have Dr. Debbie Mack, Miss Amy Ford, Dr. Rodney Richmond, Dr. Lynn Krause, Dr. Brian Jolly, Miss Carol Rader.
Thank
And
you.
I'm Lenore Newsom, and we have Dr. Kirtley, Dr. McCready, and Mr. Daniel present also. And the date is February the 9th, Tuesday, 2021.
Thank you.
Okay, our next item, Lana, are you ready for the financials?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
So as of January 31st, our total fund balance is $3,608,000. $3,608,917. I write this down, makes me confused. But so generally we're about 35,000 less in our total fund balance than we were last year. But this renewal cycle with technicians is generally brings in a little less revenue than the one that with pharmacists. And then also that's about the amount of money that we waived as part of our COVID relief effort for the new pharmacists fees.
Okay.
We are in our first part of our penalty phase for renewals, you know, and as of February 1st, there's like a $20 late fee appended. Right now, we're sitting at 67% of our technicians have renewed, and that's about normal, and 94% of facilities. So we're wrapping it up, but they have until April. So that's financials. Also, as part of the financials, if you'll look, the official FY19 audit report that was presented to the Legislative Audit Committee in November is part of the packet that has to be in the minutes that you guys reviewed that. And there were 0 findings on that audit.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
May I have, anyone else? May I have a motion to approve our financials, please?
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Motion passes.
And then I have one more thing, Lenora.
Okay,
So every year, as according to state law, at the first regular meeting of the board, you guys have to authorize your $110 stipend payment, as well as the possibility of reimbursement for the meetings. And that's in your board book, and it has all the meetings listed there. So we'd need a motion for that as well.
okay. May I entertain a motion to approve?
I'll move.
Second.
And a motion and a second. If there's not any further discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lena. Okay.
We've
Dr.
got, if reciprocity is not scheduled to start till 9, so Dr. McCready, we've got some consent agreements and surrenders and all that. If y'all want to go ahead and take care of that while we have a few minutes, I believe Dr. McCready's ready to go on that.
Okay,
And they are, if you'll look in your packet under the February the 9th, there's a Excel spreadsheet that says orders for consideration. And this is what she'll be discussing.
go ahead, Dr. McCready.
Good morning. We have some voluntary surrenders. If you look at the document in the packet, it gives you the license number and what the issue was. We have Teresa Ann Hicks, PT 85967, theft of property. Tanisha Chanel Simpson, PT 04630, diversion. Jessica Renee Penland, PT 91902, refusal of a random drug test. She did not appear for it. Haley Ashton Duty, PT 03609, suspected diversion. And that was based on her ID used to access the system when the drugs were diverted. Erin Thompson, PT 10437, she was arrested for possession. Megan Marie Thies, PT 11395, for forging prescriptions. And Mattia McCraney, PT 09741, for felony possession arrest. And those surrenders were signed during the last 90 days. We don't have any, Luke may know if we have any hearings for those or not. I don't know if there's been any appeals.
As far, there have not been any, let me double check. No, these are all people that just voluntarily agreed to surrender and just move on.
And then we
Okay.
have, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Okay. Then we had no probation consent orders this time. We had some consent agreements. As you go through the list, they were primarily for change of ownership violations, which is a $2,500 non-disciplinary penalty. Crown Laboratories, WD 04403, Soul Therapeutics Incorporated, WD 04758, Teleflex LLC, MG 01634, Assertio Therapeutics Incorporated, WD 05227, Florida Pharmaceuticals, WD 04604, Sobi Incorporated, WD 04503, Excellence Bioscience, WD 04355, Amatheon Animal Health LLC, WD 05178, High Tech Pharmaceutical Corporation, WD 03956, and Diplomat Specialty Pharmacy, which is an out-of-state pharmacy, 0S02903. Those were all change of ownership violations. We had 2 PIC violations, one from Delta Memorial Hospital, HP 00113, Brookshire Pharmacy number 62, AR 20291, Those were both PIC non-disciplinary consent agreements with a penalty of $2,500 of investigative costs. And then we had some additional investigative costs of $8,100. And those were costs that were due to some informal hearings and things that did not result in consent agreements, but in a disciplinary, investigative cost for a total of $38,100.
Thank you. I'd like to entertain a motion to approve these documents that Dr. McCready just introduced to us.
So moved.
Make the motion that we approve each of those documents that Dr. McCready suggested.
Alrighty, and who made the motion and who made the second?
I'll
I
make
make
the
the
second.
motion, it's Debbie.
I'll
Okay,
make the second.
okay, thanks to both of y'all. Do we have any further discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The motion passes. Okay, do we have anything else pending?
We have, there's a few things on the bottom. And I didn't know if y'all wanted to, at some point, we need to talk about, here, let me pull up my account. About the October meeting date. So if y'all want to take time at some point and just kind of look through your calendars and kind of see where we are. We've already got the date set for June, and the board meeting backs up to the association meeting. So they're right there, 2 days and then 2 days of that. Also, we've got, there's a deal on there about an April hearing date. You know, we have right now about 2.5 days of informal set in April. Staff was going to ask for a 1-day full board hearing. We have that case that got moved from this afternoon, which will take pretty much all morning or all afternoon. I mean, 3 or 4 or 5 hours. We also have another case that is going, that is coming up that we're getting orders out on that will also take 3 or 4 to 5 hours. It is a pharmacy with anyway, it's just got a lot of issues. So we've got those 2 different cases. And the thing is, we're not able to do a 3rd day in June. Because like I said, it backs up to the association meeting. So we're going to ask possibly a 1-day full board hearing date and maybe end of April to get to resolve these 2 cases. So those are something that we need to look at before the end of this meeting. So if y'all can look at your calendars and just look at John, what day is, I mean, I know October, is it set by statute? Is there a specific time when we usually have it? I mean, I know we've moved it around before and even had it in September if we have to.
A lot of times what we do is we're looking at our fall meeting schedule. We don't have either Maltagon or the district meeting, my understanding, around our early October. I need to find the district meeting again.
I've got it on my calendar. Let me pull it up.
And then they usually, like Dr. Newsome and Dr. Mack and I may be tied up with they have executive officer meeting for NAVP right around usually the very 1st of October, like September 30th to about October 5th, somewhere in that time frame.
Yeah. And I'm looking at District 6, 7, and 8. It is August 29th through September the 2nd in one of the outside of Phoenix. And Maltagon I'm showing is October 18th to the 21st.
Yeah.
And then ASPL is November the 3rd through, or I guess it would be, November the 3rd through the 7th. So yeah, I mean, October is actually, usually October is pretty booked up, but first weeks are actually open this time.
So the second Tuesday of October may actually be a pretty good time point.
I didn't know who it was.
It was all of us.
Huh?
It was all of us.
Oh, no, I just had, I'm at the office today and I had my door open and someone come through talking. She didn't know I was back here. Okay. So I just did some quick hand signals.
Yeah.
Okay. Do y'all want to take a break or do you want to get the dates now and think about them?
We can look at those dates. Luke, we could probably knock out a discussion topic real quick.
Yeah. What did you say? What were you looking at, John? Like the 12th?
Yeah, the second Tuesday of October.
Okay, yeah, and that would be, that's the week before Maltagon.
Yeah, so it'd be 11th, 12th, 13th.
Yeah.
We
11th, The 11th would be testing, and then 12
Yeah.
and 13 for meetings, yeah. And then possibly looking at, let me go back up. We've got, we've got informal set on the 6th and 7th and a part of the day on the 8th. So maybe looking around the week of the 20th or the week of the 27th for just a one day. And I don't know that it matters what day of the week, just whatever's best for everybody. But if y'all look at your schedules and just see, like I said, it'll take one day. We just got 2 cases that we really don't want to move. You really don't want to have to wait all the way till June to get these resolved. And like I said, they're pretty much going to take up a whole day. So we would use our whole hearing day in June for 2 cases. So yeah, if y'all look at the dates and then, like I said, Dr. Kirtley, you said you had something else.
I want to give the board members just an update that our bill for getting rid of the endorsements for disease state management, as well as to be a nursing home consultant with those requirements, was signed by the governor last Thursday. It was actually read into the record yesterday afternoon. So it's Act, I believe, 63 or 64 of 2021, which means we'll be able to proceed, or we surely should be able to proceed with our rule changes to also match that statute update. And previously, the board had also asked us to change the rule as it outlines the endorsement need for authority to administer or medications or vaccinations. And so we will, from the office side, start paperwork as we can for all of that. Generally, we would wait until after legislative session before we'd start filing anything, but we'll start getting paperwork ready to file with the Department of Health for approval to start those processes. And that'll get rid of, all of the endorsement processes except for the one where you have to be a preceptor for the first 500 hours for a foreign pharmacy graduate. So that's good news.
Okay, Dr. Kraus?
Yeah, I'm sorry, John, would you repeat that last little part there about the immunizations?
So the endorsement that is needed for the authority to administer immunizations or vaccinations or other medications, that is by rule, not by statute. So the board had previously indicated the desire to also do away with that endorsement process. So we will start the paperwork for that one by rule, as well as for the other 2 to update the rules to reflect the statutory change that'll be in effect this summer.
All right, thank you for that update.
There's only a few states that make you go through the board to get your immunization authorization.
Yeah.
Most of them just say, pharmacist, take your CE, get your CPR, and have your license. You don't have to actually send it in the board and wait.
And Dr. Mack, that's exactly how this would kind of be. It's, we would still have that you have to have the appropriate training, but you're not going to have to chase the endorsement every biennium necessarily for that. And it's the same deal. It doesn't change the responsibilities of a nursing home consultant pharmacist. You just don't have to have that additional permit, pay $70 for it, get the extra CE for it, or all that. So it's a lot of this is exactly what we've suspended during COVID as far as our rules and procedures. It's just making it official by state law and then by rule.
Okay. Anything else? Can we take like a 5-minute comfort break before we start with reciprocity? And we'll
Absolutely.
be back, say, I guess 5 till?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Good deed goes unpunished.
Yeah, I like it that way.
The board members, you can't see this, but we've got Jennifer Bergen in her office, like constantly letting people in and managing our waiting room so that I can, I guess, juggle like 4 screens and something else.
We are happy y'all have figured out how to make this work for us.
The mess.
Good morning, everyone. There's still a lot of faces here.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
So we've got, it's a little over 60 reciprocity this morning.
All right, sir.
We do have them split up, so we should only have about a third of them in here. So
Mm-hmm.
we've got them split up into 30-minute intervals. And everybody here that's reciprocity, would you please keep your mics off until you're called on? We're getting a lot of, sometimes it's hard to hear when we get some background noise. Thank you. John, we got one that's having some issues getting in, but when we get to her, I've got her name written down, but hopefully she'll be on in a little while. She just has some connectivity issues.
Dr. Newsom, I think we are ready whenever you are.
Hey, it's just set 9 o'clock, so go right ahead.
All right. So welcome everyone to the Board of Pharmacy meeting. What we will do for reciprocity is we will call you up one at a time in alphabetical order. So that should flow pretty neatly. We've got basically a spreadsheet of everybody's names for board members in your files under reciprocity. Each person has their own individual file that you can pull up one at a time. If you need to pause for a second to look at any of them, just let us know and we will take that time so you can pull up their reciprocity sheets. I know it'll take a minute just to go back and forth in them. Once we call you up, the board members are going to want to know a few things. Some of you have already been through this with me before. They're going to want to know who you are, where you're from, or like where you are living, where you went to school, and why you are getting a license in Arkansas. So whether that's your employer, you're moving, or whatever that reason is. If we have some additional questions about your employer or what their operations might be in Arkansas, we'll take a pause and get through that before we move on to the next person. And I just clicked something and there we go. So first of all, we've got April Adams.
Speaking, here I am.
All right.
I'm April Adams. I live in DeSoto, Texas. I went to school at Xavier University of Louisiana, and I'm getting my license in Arkansas for my company TruePill, which does mail order throughout the United States. So I'm going to be the backup PIC.
Okay. And what type of mail order is TruePill doing? Is it just across the board, different commercial products, specialty?
Just basic, we mostly do birth control and ED, but they're expanding into just basic, no specialty drugs, just regular prescription, legend, and newly controls. Mental health, we have apps for insomnia, apps for drug dependence also.
Any board member questions?
No, I don't have any questions at all.
No, I was asking if any of the board members have questions for you. You don't get to decide that part. So, and by all means, everyone stick around until we get through the end of your group in case any other questions come up before the board members release you also.
Okay.
All right. Amina Alam.
She was the one that was having problems. So I know just let in, I believe it said Amina's iPhone. So I'm not sure if she's on here. Are you here? But she was the one that was having problems. So maybe we can come back to her.
Yeah, I'll be happy to come back. Motassem Amr.
I'm here. I'm present. How you doing today?
And did I butcher your name?
Yeah, you said it right. Motassem Amir.
Good deal.
All right. I live in Jonesboro, Arkansas, and I work in St. Bernard's Medical Center here in Jonesboro. I graduated from Egypt, Alexandria University. Did I
And so
miss anything?
where'd you do your training in the US?
I did my training in Kroger Pharmacy Retail in Louisville, Kentucky.
Okay. So you did all your FPGEC and your internship in Kentucky?
That's right. Yes.
Any board member questions? All right, welcome to Arkansas.
Thank you.
All right, Miss Andrews,
Good morning.
how are you doing?
Well, how are you?
Is it Tavika?
It is Tavika. You got it right.
Good deal.
So I currently live in Jacksonville, Florida, and I graduated from Florida A&M University, and I work for Pipeline RX.
Do you know what facilities you're going to be covering?
Not off the top of my head. I don't remember.
And work from home?
Yes, sir.
Good deal. Any board member questions for Miss Andrews? Thankfully for you, we've seen Pipeline several times. Otherwise, there'd be like 15 questions. All right, how about Miss Asamoah?
Hi, I'm right here. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm Emily. I live here in Ohio, Dayton, Ohio. I work with CareSource, a managed care organization, and we're looking into entering Arkansas in the future. And once we do that, we are an MTM company that's basically just calling residents of Arkansas and just doing their medication therapy management over the phone with them. And that is mainly what we'll be doing. We are a non-dispensing pharmacy. Thank you.
Any board questions? All right. Is it Miss Sarah Zabeg?
Yep, I'm here. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Well, my name is Sarah. I live in Chicago. I went to school at University of Illinois at Chicago. And I currently work for Comprehensive Pharmacy Services, which is a telepharmacy. So we have a couple of hospitals down in Arkansas. So that's what I'm getting licensed in Arkansas.
Do you work from home or from an office location?
We have an office location out in Naperville. Yeah.
Any board questions? Did you guys warm up from the -20?
Actually, yeah, it's about 10 degrees right now. So that's pretty much summer here.
Yeah. For February, it is summer.
Yeah, right?
All right, anybody else? All right, see Miss Maya Baker.
Hi, good morning. My name is Maya Baker. I went to Xavier University of Louisiana, and I'm currently living in Shreveport, Louisiana, which is where I'm from, and I'm seeking my Arkansas license for my employer, Albertsons. There's a store in Texarkana that they would like me to work at sometimes.
The one Albertsons in the entire state of Arkansas.
But it's close to Shreveport. It's not that far from Shreveport.
Yeah, no. It's a long ways from Little Rock, I can tell you that.
It wasn't a bad drive.
Nah. Any board questions? All right. Let's see. How about Miss Amanda? Is it Barishaw?
Close, Barishai.
Barishaw.
Hi, board. My name is Amanda Barishai. I am from Troy, Michigan. I went to pharmacy school at Massachusetts College of Pharmacy, Worcester campus. I am seeking licensure in Arkansas for Direct RX specialty pharmacy. We're located here in Michigan. We're independently owned, family owned, and we are seeking licensure to be able to ship medication into the state of Arkansas.
And do you have a specific area in specialty?
Yes. So we predominantly do respiratory medications, mostly inhaled nebulized medications. We also have a few products that we have manufacturer contracts with. For example, one medication is Samsca or Tolvaptan. So that is dispensed as the patient is leaving the hospital. So there's a few select pharmacies that have that contract to dispense that medication. And so we would cover that medication as well if a patient in Arkansas so needed it.
Any board questions? How about Mr. Micah Cheek?
Hi, board. I'm Mike Cheek. I live in Richmond, Kentucky, and I work in Lexington, Kentucky. I am seeking Arkansas licensure because I am newly the PIC of the pharmacy I work at in Lexington. We're a veterinary compounding pharmacy.
Okay. And where'd you go to school?
University of Kentucky.
Okay. So on your compounding pharmacy, is there any prescriber ownership in the pharmacy? You may have frozen for a second.
You were cutting in and out.
Is there any prescriber ownership in the pharmacy?
No.
Okay.
No, there's not.
Any profit sharing to the prescribers?
No.
Are you compounding any controlled substances for shipment?
No. No, sir.
Okay. On the veterinary side, is it all specific animal specific prescriptions? Are you doing herds?
Yes. No, they're all patient or horse specific.
Okay. And so you have an order for everything, nothing shipped to veterinarian, all shipped to like farm or owner?
We do ship some to veterinarians when they are going to be administering.
Okay. So we may want to have a conversation about that later, or you might want to discuss with our staff. We have some very narrow rules about shipment for, we have a specific rule about veterinary products and how it has to be animal specific. And then if it's going to prescribers, there are also some rules about that, but we can catch up about that later.
Okay.
Any other questions for Mr. Cheek? All right. How about Ryan Collins?
Good morning. So I'm Ryan Collins. I'm originally from Fort Worth, Texas, now living in Weatherford, Texas. I went to Texas Tech for pharmacy school up in Amarillo, Texas, taking licensure for some compound pharmacy, and we also do veterinarian compound drugs.
Okay. So no longer at the hospital.
They're just PRN now.
Okay. So
work this weekend, actually.
Okay. Sterile and non-sterile for veterinary. Any prescriber ownership?
There is prescriber ownership. There's a group of veterinarians that came together to purchase the pharmacy before I came on.
Are they also prescribers that are doing business with the pharmacy as veterinarians?
Yes.
Okay. Is this companion animal, horses, cattle? Who you compounding?
Almost all are horses.
Okay.
Every now and then we'll get a stray bull or something, a show bull, but only rodeo animals.
Are you doing controlled substances?
No controlled substances. We have applied for licensing, but we have not done any.
Okay. And so all prescriptions are animal specific?
Correct.
Okay. Any board questions? All right. How about Ronald Curtis?
He was having some issues too, so I'm not sure if he's made it on yet. He was having some
I'll
issues
mark
getting
him
on.
and-
Mr. Curtis, are you here? I believe that may be him on the bottom. Mr. Curtis, I believe you're still muted if you're trying to speak.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
There you go.
Perfect.
Thank you. I'm sorry I missed the start of the meeting. If I don't follow the process correctly, it's my computer wouldn't allow me on, so I'm on my phone.
So if you could tell us who you are, where you're from, where you went to school, and why you're getting licensed in Arkansas.
Okay. Well, my name is Ronald Mark Curtis. I go by Mark, so it's one of those confusing things. I'm originally from the state of Kentucky. I'm licensed through that state as well as three other states at this point. I worked for the Walgreen Company for about 30 years, and then I took a year off. And then I came back and worked the last year and a half. And so I've been out in Idaho for 16 years. I was in a upper management position, ran a district manager, regional type setting and area. So I've been doing that, but I have been working back as a pharmacist in the pharmacy as a staff, as I said, for the last year and a half. My kids went to school in Arkansas, both of them. They got jobs here. One of them got married, had grandkids, and that was the impetus for me moving here. So I talked to Walgreens. They made it possible for me to transfer. And then, so depending on the license that I get, then I will be starting to work here very shortly. And we just moved here to be closer to family, basically. Had no family left in Idaho, and this is closer to my home. So,
any board questions?
No, I am a little. I did the law review.
Questions from the board to you.
Oh, my apologies.
Sure.
Welcome to Arkansas.
All right. So next up, we've got Miss Amanda Davis.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
My name is Amanda Davis. I went to the University of Arizona in Tucson for my pharmacy degree. I'm currently in Meridian, Idaho, and I'm obtaining licensure for my employer, Amazon Pharmacy.
Any questions from the board? All right. Next up, we have Samantha Delgado.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Samantha Delgado. I am currently the specialty clinical pharmacist at Public Specialty Pharmacy, based here in Orlando, Florida. And I attended Florida A&M University. And the reason why I'm getting licensed in Arkansas is I'm basically serving as the backup PIC.
Okay. Any questions from Ms. Delgado? All right. Rafael Diaz.
Good morning. My name is Rafael Diaz. I am originally from Puerto Rico. I went to the University of Puerto Rico for pharmacy school. I joined the Air Force right after that, did 22 years, 4 of which were in Little Rock, Arkansas. That's my first assignment. So that's my connection to Arkansas and Little Rock. I currently work as a senior director consultant for comprehensive pharmacy services. I normally cover California, which I am working today. And I live in Tucson, Arizona, work in California. Arkansas is now part of my territory. And my company has asked for me to get licensure there in the event that I have to go there in a consultant role, interim director if I'm needed, etc. So that's my reason for seeking licensure in the state of Arkansas.
I bet you have fun keeping up with what time it is everywhere else.
It is interesting, yes. I thought this meeting was at 8 a.m. and then last night I was like, oh no, it's 7. So
yeah, 2 hours off half the year and 1 hour off the other half the year.
Yes, sir.
Well, then Arizona has its own 2 or 3 different time zones going on at the same time.
Yes, we don't change.
Yeah.
So sometimes we are on mountain time, sometimes we are on West Coast.
Yeah.
Half the year.
Yep. Any other board questions? All right, looks like next we've got Miss Deborah Ebbinghaus. I saw her pop up for a second. Miss Ebbinghaus, I can see that you are somewhere and that you are not muted, but I don't hear you. Anybody else see her on screen? I'm having to scroll through different screens, see if I can find her.
Yeah, she's on screen and she don't appear to be muted. So I don't know why we're not hearing her.
Okay.
Okay, but computer audio is not working.
Okay. So we will come back to Miss Ebbinghaus.
She's going to call in.
Yeah. All right. So how about, let's see, Laura Edmondson.
Hi. Okay. So my name is Laura Edmondson. I went to school in Connecticut at St. Joe's. I currently live and work in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex in Texas. I'm seeking Arkansas licensure for my work. I work for a small independent that focuses mainly on dermatology products. And we actually did have an Arkansas license a few years ago, but our Arkansas pharmacist left the company to go open up his own. And so we'd like to be able to serve the patients in Arkansas again.
So what type of dermatological products are you specializing in? Is it all topical?
A lot of topical, but we also do a lot of isotretinoin. We have specialists, that'll keep on top of patients, and help doctors out with the process and all that insurance good stuff. So, but we don't compound or anything. It's just a lot of mostly acne and eczema.
All right. Any other board members have questions? All right. How about Kaylee Emerson?
Good morning. I'm Kaylee Emerson. I currently live in Conroe, Texas. I graduated from University of Texas at Austin and seeking Arkansas licensure to relocate in the next probably 2 to 3 years.
Okay. That's not where Alex Barkey is it?
He is at Houston Methodist in Houston. Yep.
Okay. Any other questions for Ms. Emerson? All right. Next up, we've got Oscar. Is it Ariso? Oh, you're on mute. There you go.
There you go. Yep, that's it. My name's Oscar Ariso. I'm a pharmacist supervisor here in Carlsbad, California, for Optum RX Fulfillment Center. I went to school at University of California, San Francisco, and I'm obtaining licensure to be the backup pick.
Okay. Any questions for Oscar? All right. We have Megan Fertig.
Hi, good morning. I'm Megan Fertig. I live in Bentonville, Arkansas, and went to University of Iowa. And I'm seeking licensure now that I live here, plan on staying in Arkansas for a while. So I work for Walmart for the corporate office.
And it looks like, so the last time you actually worked in a permitted pharmacy was July of 17?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll have to sign you up for practice after inactivity before you'd be able to work independently, which basically means you would have to log a certain number of hours of work with another pharmacist. You just wouldn't be able to be alone until you complete that in a pharmacy.
Okay.
So if we can get staff to make a note of that, we can send you that information. Any other questions from Ms. Fertig? All right, we have Chelsea Gladback.
Good morning. I'm Chelsea Gladback. I am from Kansas City, Missouri, and that's where I live now. That's also where I went to pharmacy school at University of Missouri, Kansas City. And I'm obtaining my Arkansas license for my company, my employer, Landmark Health. We are a home-based risk management company, and so I'm a clinical consultant pharmacist for the company.
Any board members have questions? All right, I'm going to go back up and see if we got Miss Ebbinghaus. I think she had called in. We have a couple of phone numbers that have popped up. Okay, she just texted us. I just admitted another phone number.
And John, I know Miss Alam from earlier, she is on here. I've seen her.
All right, so while Miss Ebbinghaus is trying to unmute her phone.
Good morning.
We'll be with you in just a minute.
All right.
Those of you that are just coming on for the next group, would you please mute your microphones until you're called on, please?
Okay, Ms. Ebbinghaus, we cannot hear you. Somebody tell her what buttons to push on a phone to unmute. Is it *6? Ms. Ebbinghaus, what is the prefix you're calling from?
Okay, can you hear me now?
There we go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Apparently the *6 is what I needed.
You're gonna have to mute your computer though, or we'll get feedback.
Okay, are we good now?
Yes.
Sorry, everyone. Hi. As you probably all know, I am Deborah Ebbinghaus. I am calling in from one of the Chicago suburbs. Like Sarah and Raphael, I work for Comprehensive Pharmacy Solution, but I work in that office complex in Naperville, so in person, and I do overnight hospital verification. To my best knowledge, we have 2 facilities in Arkansas. I think I know their names, but I don't actually know if those are the correct names, so I'm not going to say them. And I went to Butler University in Indianapolis, Indiana.
Any board members have questions? All right, and then we have Ms. Amina Alam. I think Luke said he had seen her on earlier.
She is here. I just saw her on her cell phone. Let me find her.
Oh, I'm here, guys.
Okay.
There you go.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, so my name is Amina. I went to school in Touro College of Pharmacy in New York City. That's where I worked for a few years. Then I moved to Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and now I'm here in Arkansas with my husband.
Okay.
And I'm going to be working for Walgreens.
All right. Any board member questions? All right. Madam President, I'll turn it back over to you for consideration of the first group.
Forgot to unmute myself. Did any of you all have any questions that we didn't get a chance to answer? Okay, I'd like to entertain a motion for these candidates for reciprocity.
I'd like to make a motion.
All right, Dr. Kraus.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept these candidates for reciprocity for the state of Arkansas.
Second, this is Debbie.
And you second? Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The motion passes. All right, thank you all. Are we going to talk to them all at the very end, Dr. Kirtley?
Why don't we go ahead and get this first group, because I think it'll help our bandwidth just a little bit.
Okay.
Dr. Kraus, you want to tell them about APA?
Sure, we have a active association in the state of Arkansas, as you may have heard, and we welcome any of you to participate in our efforts to forward and protect the profession of pharmacy. And the Arkansas Pharmacists Association is in Little Rock and would welcome your participation.
And I believe Ms. Sweet is going to, when you get your licenses in the mail, there will be some information in that packet about the Pharmacists Association. I believe she's going to include some of that in the mail out, so they will have some information with contact and all that. So those of you that are interested.
Will it also include all the CE information?
It will, yes.
Yes. Okay, welcome to the state of Arkansas. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So those A through G, you are free to leave the Zoom, and we'll get started with the next group.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, guys. We'll give it just a second for the screen to go crazy on us. And we've got some more people in the waiting room. I'll go ahead and admit all of them.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We'll do the wave. I think it's a little bit
Morning.
simpler. Morning.
Morning.
All right, I don't see anybody else in our waiting room, so I will go ahead and kick off. For those of you that are here for our 9:30 appointment, oh, and then one more person. If you could all go ahead and mute your microphones until you're called up, that would be much appreciated. I've already had a chance to meet most of you. I'm John Kirtley. I'm the director of the Board of Pharmacy, and what we'll do is we'll call you up in alphabetical order. The board's going to want to know who you are, where you're from, where you went to school, and why you're getting licensed in Arkansas. Once we get through all of you in this group, there's about 20, 22 of you, I think, in this group. At the end of that, the board will make a motion to accept your reciprocity application. So please stick with us until we are done with your group. With that, we'll start off with Wesley Harbison. I thought I saw Wesley on earlier. I see Wes. Is that you, Wes?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. I will come back and check for Mr. Harbison later. How about James Harnoy?
Yep, my name is James Harnois. I am from a suburb of Chicago. I work for Comprehensive Pharmacy Services. I caught the end of the last meeting. Deborah was my colleague. We do remote order verification for different hospitals around the country, and we do have a couple facilities that we service in Arkansas.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Harnois? All right. Have Samantha Higley.
Hi, that's me. Hi, I'm Samantha Higley, and I am from Lenexa, Kansas. I went to school in Lawrence, Kansas, which at University of Kansas, and also went to Ohio State for my residency. And I'm getting licensed because I currently work for Optum Infusion Services, which is a home infusion pharmacy that services most of the states in the United States, including Arkansas. And so I'm going to be we currently have a pick, and once I'm licensed, I'll take over as the pick for Arkansas for our branch.
Any board member questions for Ms. Higley? All right, how about Mr. Peter Ho?
Hello, my name is Peter Ho. I was born in Peoria, Illinois, and I went to school in St. Louis College of Pharmacy. I graduated in 2016. I currently work for Comprehensive Pharmacy Services. I'm similar to James. We do remote verifications for hospitals across the country, and we have some facilities in Arkansas.
And what's the new name for your College of Pharmacy?
I don't even know, to be honest. I can't remember it.
I joke with people about it all the time. 15 words now. Any questions for Dr. Ho? All right. Let's see. Is it Michael Affetti?
Yes, sir. My name is Michael Affetti. I'm from Louisville, Texas. Went to school in University of Louisiana at Monroe, formerly known as Northeast University. And I currently working for CVS, but about to take up a job with the Mississippi County Hospital in Blytheville, Arkansas.
Okay.
And that's it.
Any questions from the board members? Welcome to Arkansas.
Thank you, sir.
All right, how about Mr. Jang?
Hi, my name is
Ms.
Soyeon Jang, known as Katie. I went to school in Harding University in Searcy, Arkansas, and I'm working in Richardson, Texas for a compounding pharmacy. We ship it almost every state in the United States, and then we are kind of expanded to our practice. So that's why I'm like getting a license in Arkansas.
Okay. So we are familiar with Pharmaceo. So why didn't you just get a license here when you graduated?
At the time I was poor and I couldn't afford it. Yes.
I can understand that all too well. Any board member questions? All right, how about for John, last name? I know I can pronounce that one.
Hi, you can hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Shibu John. I work for, I live in Texas. I work for US Bioservices Specialty Pharmacy. We ship medication to Arkansas. I went to school in India called SCS College of Pharmacy, South India. Got license in New York. Got some other states too.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. John? All right. How about Alyssa Johnson? Oh, Alyssa, you're still on mute.
Sorry, it was double muted. Anyway, good morning. My name is Alyssa Johnson. I am from Connecticut. I went to school in Western New England University in Massachusetts. I currently work for a 503B outsourcing facility, which I'm sure you guys are familiar with. It's FDA, which is obviously headquartered in Little Rock, but I'm at the Connecticut site and I'm getting my license to be a backup to it.
And you've gotten to visit the Little Rock.
I have. I spent most of the summer of 2017 there.
Any questions for Dr. Johnson? All right. How about Florence Johnson?
Good morning. I am Florence Johnson. I'm originally from Kenya in East Africa. And I went to school, pharmacy school at University of Maryland. And the reason why I'm getting the license is I work for a company that contracts with several hospitals across the country. And we have 3 facilities in Arkansas that we service. And so that's why I'm getting the Arkansas license.
Any questions for Dr. Johnson? All right, seeing none, we've got another Stephen Johnson now. We have Dr. Stephen Johnson on.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Stephen Johnson. I'm going to be doing some mail order pharmacy. I need a license in Arkansas. I do have some family that live in Arkansas now over in the Bentonville area. So may end up moving there at some point in my life. From Alaska for the last 13 years, and then went to school in Albuquerque, New Mexico, University of New Mexico. I graduated back in 97.
So what's different about ePharma Direct?
What's different about it?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a new company, so I don't know that much about it.
Okay. So is it like patient assistance programs, specialty drugs?
It's just mail order. I'm not sure beyond that what more involved.
Okay. Any board member questions for Dr. Johnson? All right, we have Sunny Kennedy.
Hello, I'm Sonny. I'm currently in Bend, Oregon. I'm getting ready to move to Arkansas and become employed with Walmart. And I went to school at the University of Colorado at Denver.
Okay. And where are you planning to move in Arkansas?
Up to Bentonville.
There you go. Any other questions from the board? All right. Jonathan, is it Kusniers? Do we have Jonathan on? Does anybody else see him? Okay, I don't see anybody under that name in the Zoom, so I will mark it and check it again in a little bit. Samuel Lee.
Yep, my name is Samuel Lee. I live here in Louisville, Kentucky, and we recently opened a Costco mail order pharmacy here in Jeffersonville, Indiana. I'm the pick for the site, and we will be shipping in Arkansas along with all the other states. Graduated from Butler University.
I think I was telling Dr. Lee that ground has broken on the first Costco in Arkansas over here in West Little Rock. So all the Arkansas people are getting excited.
Yeah, I remember that conversation.
Yeah. Anybody else? For the board members, I told him it used to be the case that every time someone from Costco came, one of the board members would say, "When are we getting a Costco in Arkansas?" And it was almost comical because some people were like, "Well, we think it's coming." And so that kind of started that fire about a decade ago. All right, I don't see anybody else. So how about Scott Lindsay?
Good morning. I'm Scott Lindsay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
This is my first Zoom call, so bear with me.
There you go.
I'm originally from Dallas, Texas. I went to school at University of Houston. We now live in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and I'm working for Emerita Home Infusion. There is a branch in Bentonville, Arkansas, and we do help some of their large volume parenterals that we ship, and some of us take calls. So that's why I'm getting my Arkansas license.
Okay. Any questions for Dr. Lindsay? All right, next up, we've got Mark Lingerfelt.
Good morning. My name is Mitchell Lingerfelt. I am from Memphis, Tennessee. I went to the University of Tennessee Health Science Center in Memphis. I work for Kroger. I'm a pharmacy coordinator, and I now have 3 stores in the Northeast Arkansas area that are mine. So that's why I'm getting an Arkansas license.
So I'm guessing Blytheville, West Memphis, and who else?
Jonesboro.
Jonesboro. Okay. Any questions for Dr. Lingerfelt? All right. We have Leah Lowry.
Hi, I'm Leah Lowry. I graduated from the University of Louisiana in Monroe, originally from Louisiana, and live in Texas, north of Houston. And I work for an oncology specialty pharmacy that services cancer patients in the state of Arkansas.
Okay. All commercial products, or is it also compounded?
Commercial.
All right. Any questions for Dr. Lowry? All right, seeing none. Ciara, is it Macinas?
Hi, it's Shara Macenas.
I messed both of them up.
Hi, I'm Shara Macenas, and I'm from Glendale Heights, Illinois. I graduated from the University of Illinois Chicago, and I work for Comprehensive Pharmacy Services, where we do remote order entry and verification for facilities across the country, including a few in Arkansas. That's why I'm getting my Arkansas license.
Any questions for her? All right, next up we have Peter McCarr.
Hi, everyone. My name is Peter McCarr. I'm from Miami, Florida. I graduated from Nova Southeastern University College of Pharmacy. I'm currently in mail order pharmacy. It's the prepackaged, kind of like PillPack, but it's not PillPack. And I got assigned to Arkansas, and that's why I got my Arkansas license. Can you hear me?
Yes. Any
Okay.
questions?
Okay. I'm glad.
I was having to mute someone else. We've got someone calling in from a 337 area code that when they unmute their phone, it gives us feedback.
Okay. Good to know. Thank you, Dr. Kirkley.
Anybody have any questions for him? All right. Next up, Kevin Marshall. Anybody see Dr. Marshall? Hey, I see that Dr. Marshall is here, and apparently it says a video's on. It's not on my screen.
Can you hear me now?
There we go.
Okay, let me mute myself here. All right. Hey, my name is Kevin Marshall. I'm from Louisville, Kentucky, and I went to Sullivan University in Louisville. And I work for a oncology specialty mail order. It's called Onco 360, also here in Louisville. My reason to be licensed is I'm the backup pick here in Louisville.
So how many locations does Onco 360 have? Because we just met 2 of you guys from different states.
Right. I missed the question. I'm sorry.
How many locations does Onco 360 have?
Right now we have 6. Okay. I'm located at our headquarters in Louisville, Kentucky.
Okay. Any questions for Dr. Marshall? All right. Next up, I have Katie Martin.
Hello.
There we go.
Hi, I'm Katie Martin. I went to pharmacy school at Ferris State University in Big Rapids, Michigan. I currently reside in the Flint, Michigan area, and I work for Optum Frontier Therapies. We're a specialty pharmacy. We focus on rare disease and cell and gene therapies, and I am interested in obtaining licensure in Arkansas to serve as backup to the PIC.
Okay. Any questions for Dr. Martin? And I think we're going to see you again in a little bit, aren't we? Or somebody from Encore. Wait a minute, Encore, no, never mind. Different company,
Oh.
Encore. Boy, I just got confused. All right. Next up, let's see, Wesley Mayfield.
Hi, I'm Wes Mayfield. I went to Auburn University. I live in Northwest Alabama, and we are working with a couple of PBMs to try to grow a national footprint to be one of their pharmacy suppliers doing mail order.
Any questions for Dr. Mayfield? Were you sure to take enough rendezvous home to make everybody happy?
No, I got to mail order some.
There you go.
But I absolutely hit it the second time.
He was having to go back through Memphis, so I asked him where he was eating barbecue on his way home. All right, don't see anybody. How about Hector Medrano?
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, I'm Hector Medrano. I'm from Zephyr Hills, Florida. I went to Mercer University. I own South Lake Compounding Pharmacy. We're getting licensed in your state. We've had some interest in some of your patients to do anti-aging, wellness, weight loss, dermatology.
Okay. And so there's no prescriber ownership in your compounding pharmacy, correct?
That's correct. That is correct.
And when you're talking about weight loss, what type of weight loss are you doing?
We do some mix shots, some vitamins, amino acids, for weight loss to kind of help lose weight. So vitamin shots.
Any controlled substances in that?
No. It's all amino acids, weight loss.
Okay.
Yeah.
And all direct to patients?
All direct to patients, yes. Yeah.
Any board member questions for Dr. Medrano? All right. Lauren Motto.
Hi, my name is Lauren Motto, and I'm from Boston, and I went to pharmacy school at Northeastern University in Boston. I am a medical science liaison for Eisai Pharma.
You believe that?
And as of right now, since my job typically involves a lot of travel and I am very home-based, I want to become licensed in Arkansas so that way I can use my spare time to provide the COVID vaccine.
So you are also working in a permitted pharmacy?
So I work in the medical affairs department of a pharmaceutical company. So I never have any access to any drugs or anything. I just work in education.
So I asked that, when was the last time you actually worked in a permitted pharmacy?
2017.
Okay. So the issue of practice after inactivity would apply to you. And all that means is you would have, it's a, not necessarily a restriction, but you would not be able to work without another pharmacist until you logged a certain number of hours from 2017.
Okay.
It's 40 hours per year that you haven't worked in pharmacy, but we can work with our staff to get that for you. So it's not like it's on probation or anything. It just helps prevent you from being, abandoned in a pharmacy by yourself since you haven't been in that type of facility for some time. If you're helping with COVID shots or anything like that, then you are generally going to be around other pharmacists. So if you're planning to come into Arkansas and work, then we would put that on your permit to let you log those hours.
Okay. I will follow up if I have any additional questions on that.
Okay. Any other questions for Dr. Motto? All right. Jessica Murphy.
Hi, good morning. My name is Jessica Murphy, and I am from O'Fallon, Missouri, which is a suburb outside of St. Louis, Missouri. I went to school at the St. Louis College of Pharmacy, which we did change our name. I think we're now the University of Health Sciences and Pharmacy. Not sure why they did that, but it's changed. And I am looking to get licensed in Arkansas because we're opening a new mail order pharmacy in Chesterfield, Missouri, called Script Partner. And it's going to be straight mail order.
Okay. Any questions for Dr. Murphy? All right, I'm gonna go back up my list. See, Jonathan Kusneres. Or Kusneres. All right, mark that Jonathan.
Hi, I'm here. Sorry, I have to use Pete's phone.
Okay.
So I'm Jonathan Kusneres. Good morning. I'm a pharmacist with CPS Telepharmacy, along with Pete, James, Deborah so far. I went to school at Drake University out in Iowa, and I'm from Chicago, Illinois.
Okay. Any questions for Jonathan? All right. Last one I have is Wesley Harbison. See if Mr. Harbison is on.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, hi. I'm sorry we're having a bunch of technical difficulties this morning. My name is Wes Harbison. I went to Northeast Louisiana University School of Pharmacy, graduated back in May of 1990, and I'm basically getting my license in Arkansas to back up my PIC.
Okay, and where do you work?
I work for Professional Arts Pharmacy. We're a compounding specialty pharmacy here in Lafayette, Louisiana.
All right, and I think we're familiar with it. Any questions for Dr. Harbison? All right, see none. Madam President, I'll turn it back over to you. If you want a motion to approve pending any outstanding completion of applications.
Okay. Do any of you all have any questions before we conclude all of this? Okay, I need to entertain a motion, please.
Dr. Newsom, I'll entertain. I'll give you a motion for all of these individuals to get their permit based on board feedback that needs to happen.
Yeah, thank you. A second?
Second.
Okay, have a motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion?
Yes, ma'am. Madam President.
Yes,
just
go ahead.
a point of clarification, because I made a motion earlier. And the intent on mine was all those present. Does it matter? I mean, I guess, John, do you know? I mean, I'm making this motion. It's for all these that are present, right?
For all in this group, and on this one, we have a couple that are pending something on their application, which was just the qualifier I put. But so the first one approved the first group of about 22 or so that we had, and then this is a motion for this second group that's appeared, and then we have a third group.
But did we have anybody in the first group that never got on the Zoom call?
No.
Everybody was accounted for in the first group and also in the second group.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Does anybody else have any discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Any nays? The motion passes.
Do you want
Thank
to
you all.
let Dr. Krause talk about APA with this group?
Right. And welcome to the state of Arkansas.
So yes, welcome to the state of Arkansas. As you have probably heard, we have a very active pharmacist association, and our commitment to protecting and furthering the practice of pharmacy in this state and beyond would welcome your participation. And we wish you all well and hope that you'll work with us to further our profession. Thank you.
And when you get your licenses will be mailed to you. When you get those, there will be information in there about the Pharmacists Association, with contact information, all that, if that's something that you want to do. There will also be some information in there about continuing education hours. Be sure and look at that so you know when your hours are due and how many are due. I know every state's different. Ours are due every 2 years, but we do audits. So be sure and read that information so you're up to date and know when your hours are due and how many. And unless Dr. Kirtley has anything else, anybody H through M, you are free to leave the meeting. And congratulations on your licenses.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
so much.
Thank you.
Thank
Have
you.
a good day.
Y'all too.
We are just a couple of minutes early, so I think we can give a couple minutes to let other people they're joining in now.
John, do we need to let the record show I was here for the second group? And I did vote on the second group. I did not vote on the first because was not here for that.
Yeah, we can do that. Ms. Whitmore can take care of that.
And we will show the
Good morning, by the way.
With all 8 members.
Good morning. Okay. Good morning. How are you all doing today?
Good. How are you?
Doing good.
Doing well.
Great.
See, that should be pretty close to everybody. We've got just one or two more that are popping in now. Give just another minute here. Need one more coming in. I think, Mr. Daniel, did I scan the law test results to you? Because I don't see it in the shared file.
I'll look.
We don't need those right this minute, but we will in a little bit. And you know what? I bet they're on a different day.
I think I saved them. I just don't think I put them in the shared file, but I'll put them in there right now.
Yeah, because we've got people tomorrow or Thursday for that as well. All right, so I don't see anybody else coming in, so I will kick off. This is our third group for reciprocity for Tuesday morning. What we'll ask you guys to do, if you'll please keep your microphones muted until you're called up. We'll call you up in alphabetical order, and the board's going to want to know who you are, where you're from, where you went to school, and why you're getting a license in Arkansas. And then we'll see if we have any questions about your practice or anything else. First of all, we've got, is it Miss Vicki Wynn? We have Miss Wynn on. See if I see her here. I do not see her on screen, so we will come back and check for her in a little bit. All right, how about Anoki Patel?
Hi, yes, good morning, everybody. My name is Anoki. I'm here in Florida, nice and sunny here. And I went to school at Notre Dame of Maryland University up in Baltimore. And right now I'm working for CVS Specialty Pharmacy. We do specialty medications, but specifically I work for the breast cancer oncology team. A little bit about what I do is I'm a front-end pharmacist, so we take clarifications, new verbal orders, we counsel patients, and then our orders get sent to our fulfillment center for delivery to the patient. I think I covered the four things. So yeah.
All right. Any questions for Dr. Patel? right, seeing none. Natalie Patton.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Good. My name is Natalie Patton. I am from Oklahoma. I went to the University of Oklahoma. I currently live in Dallas, and I work for a small independent pharmacy. We do compounding. We do non-sterile mostly, and a little bit of sterile, regular retail pharmacy, hormone replacement. And we want to be licensed in Arkansas because we have some connections with some doctor offices in Arkansas, and they are requesting us to be their pharmacy.
Okay. Is there any prescriber ownership in that pharmacy?
No, sir.
Okay. So no profit going back to prescribers for sending scripts?
No, sir.
And are you doing controlled substances?
Yes.
Yes, and therefore reporting to PDMP?
Yes, we are.
So are all of your prescriptions direct to the patient, or any of those sent to the prescriber's office?
It's going to be direct to patient home.
Right. And so you mentioned that the prescribers want you to be their pharmacy. You are aware of the patient freedom of choice laws in Arkansas, that it's the
Absolutely.
patient's choice.
Yes.
Good. Any other questions for Dr. Patton? All right. Sun Pham. There you go.
Yes, hello. My name is Sun Pham. I live in California. I went to pharmacy school for the University of Pacific. I'm currently working for CVS Simple Dose, and we break down patients' medications into multi-dose packages. Anything else do I need to include?
Any questions for Dr. Pham? I'm not seeing any. How about Ms. Margaret Reed?
Hi, my name is Maggie, or Margaret Reed. I am trying to get a license for Arkansas. I work at a small independent pet compounding pharmacy, and we want to be able to ship into your state. We do non-sterile only.
Okay. And any prescriber ownership?
No.
And all directly to the pet or home, or any of it
No.
goes to veterinary offices?
Some of both. We do some to vets offices. I know in your state it's for short supply only. So probably, supply small amounts to the vets offices, and then the rest will be, shipped directly to patient.
So what are you supplying to vet offices?
Well, it depends on what they order. If they need an antibiotic or apomorphine to induce vomiting in a dog.
So it'd be stock medications, not patient specific?
Right.
Okay. So you probably need to review, we do have a section of our rules that any veterinary compoundings are patient specific. So it gets convoluted going through our rules, but you may want to have a follow-up call with some of our staff that it's problematic if it's not patient specific on the veterinary side.
Okay.
Any other questions for Dr. Reed? All right. Alan Reese.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Alan Reese. I am a pharmacist in Salt Lake City, Utah. Originally from Oklahoma and Texas. I went to school when I attended, it was the University of Southern Nevada. Currently, excuse me just a moment.
There we go.
Yeah, good morning. I attended University of Southern Nevada College of Pharmacy. It is now Roseman University Health Sciences. I am the incoming pharmacist in charge for Byram Healthcare Centers Incorporated. We are a large mail order pharmacy, and we mostly handle CGM, diabetic supplies, constant glucose monitors, and I'm needing to get licensed in your state because as I said, I'm the incoming pharmacist in charge. The current pharmacist in charge is stepping down from that role, and I'm phasing into her position.
Any questions for Dr. Reese? I do not see any. Next, Danielle Richardson.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Danielle Richardson. I am from South Carolina. I went to pharmacy school at Presbyterian College School of Pharmacy in Clinton, South Carolina. I currently work for Omnicare CVS company. I work in long-term care, and I mostly deal more so with the order entry side. I'm order entry pharmacist.
Any questions for Dr. Richardson? If not, next up, we've got Donald Roberts.
Hi, I'm Donald Roberts. I'm from Tennessee. Went to the University of Tennessee, Memphis for pharmacy school. I currently work for Guardian Pharmacy here in the Memphis area. So, we're on the border of Tennessee, Mississippi, and Arkansas. Our current pick is our company president, and so he's not working in the pharmacies much anymore. And since I'm the pick for Tennessee and Mississippi, I'm going to hope to get my license in Arkansas just for that purpose.
Okay. Any other questions? Anybody? Don't see any. Next up.
I have a quick question.
Okay.
We had a consultant pharmacist in Arkansas that recommended putting a red C on prescription labels for controlled substances. Is that I didn't see anything in the Arkansas law. Is that their personal preference, do you think, or
that's
against that, or
that's an ancient rule that
okay, gotcha.
if you're
I figured it was something
if you're
like
doing
that.
stuff in electronic systems, you don't have to do that.
Great, thank you. I appreciate it.
There are probably some homes that still prefer for it to have a red C just so it helps identify cards.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Next up, Dr. Is it Sadeghi?
Hello, this is Nasir Sadeghi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I'm graduated from a University of Illinois at Chicago. I'm working at Care Partner Pharmacy, which is a specialty pharmacy working on a hemophilia patient. And we are trying to, and also we do some mail order pharmacy. We have a contract with some payers to give the low cost generic medication to the employees and their enrollees. So we try to separate the business between the specialty pharmacy and mail order pharmacy. So we are opening another pharmacy, which I'm gonna be a PIC for that. So I need the Arkansas license.
Okay. Any other questions for Dr. Sadeghi? All right, seeing none. Next, we've got Greta Shoemaker.
Hello, everyone. Greta Shoemaker. I am in St. Louis, Missouri. I went to St. Louis College of Pharmacy. I currently work at a non-sterile compounding mail order pharmacy, and I am getting licensed in order to be a backup pick.
And all products going direct to patient?
Correct.
Any other questions for Dr. Shoemaker? All right, next up we've got Jake Shoup.
Hey, how's it going? My name is Jake Shoup. I'm from Tallahassee, Florida. Went to undergrad at Florida State and pharmacy school at Florida A&M University. Currently work for a non-sterile compounding pharmacy called Smart Pharmacy in Jacksonville. We are not, there is no provider ownership available for the compounding. We just want to be able to ship to the state of Arkansas.
And everything shipped direct to patient or any to clinics or prescribers?
Yes, sir. Direct to patient.
Okay. And are you billing insurance on any of the topical pain creams, or is it all cash?
We do bill insurance. It's mostly cash though. And if it is cash, it's very low cost, unless it's a bulk area on like a large area like the back or the legs or anything like that. That's what drives the cost up for cash. But otherwise, it's fairly cheap.
All right. Any other questions for Dr. Shoup? All right. Then we've got Shannon Samaro.
Okay, sorry for the weird angle. I'm on like multiple screens here, but Shannon Samaro, I'm working for Adhere RX. We're a mail order. We offer 30-day mail order because in our name Adhere, we're just trying to touch base with that patient every 30 days. And then we also offer compliance packaging. So we want to get the license in Arkansas so we can be able to serve the patients there, direct to patients before you ask, and not prescriber owned.
Okay. And so is there compliance packaging, or is it just individual packaging?
Dispel, so the blister packs.
Okay. Are you doing multiple doses in each blister, or is it a blister pack for Med A and a separate blister pack for medication B?
Currently, well, I only have 2 Dispel patients right now, but currently they're in one.
Okay.
It's like morning goes in one and then evening is another.
So if you want to do the multi-dose packaging for Arkansas, we do have a memorandum of understanding you'll need to enter into, which is just a procedural. It's agreeing to the board rules surrounding that before you do it for Arkansas.
Okay, thank you.
And this is Luke Daniel. I'm the general counsel. My email is on the board website. You can just email me, and I would be glad to get you one of those, and so you can get it signed.
Okay, okay, Luke Daniel. Okay, great,
Yeah,
thank you.
Luke.daniel@arkansas.gov.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and then Trevor Strinchak.
Hello, everyone. Yes, my name is Trevor Strenchak. I'm originally from Pennsylvania, graduated from Wilkes University in 2013, moved down to Orlando, currently working for Alliance RX Walgreens Prime. It's a nationwide specialty pharmacy, and my reasoning for getting licensed is to as a backup to the current pick.
Okay. Any questions for Dr. Strinchak? All right, then we have Jeffrey Talent.
Good morning. Yes, my name is Jeff Talent, and I live in Northeast Texas. I went to school at Incarnate Word in San Antonio, and I am now a pharmacy supervisor for Brookshire Grocery Company. I'm supervising 6 pharmacies in Arkansas currently.
Any other questions for him? All right. Next up is Caleb Tang.
Hi, my name is Caleb Tang, and I am in Washington, and I work for Costco Mail Order Pharmacy. I graduated from University of Washington. We process prescriptions for both cash and insurance patients, and we ship directly to patients.
Any other questions for Dr. Tang? All right, then we have Kim Tran.
Hi, good morning. My name is Kim Tran. I'm from Houston, Texas. I went to school at Midwestern University, and I'm the incoming pick for Gulf States Pharmacy. We service the hemophilia and thrombophilia patients here. I'm getting a license in Arkansas so that we can continue servicing patients in Arkansas.
Okay. And which Midwestern?
The one in Glendale, Arizona.
Any other questions for Dr. Tran? All right, seeing none. Brett Whalen.
Hello, Brett Whalen. I live in Durant, Oklahoma. I graduated pharmacy school from Southwestern Oklahoma State University. I'm seeking licensure on behalf of my employer. Farm Care Pharmacy is a long-term care pharmacy here in Durant, Oklahoma.
Any questions for him? All right. Emily Yoho.
Hi, I'm Emily Yoho. I live in Charleston, South Carolina. Went to pharmacy school at Presbyterian College School of Pharmacy in Clinton, South Carolina. And I am seeking licensure because I work for Pipeline RX, and our Southeast region is just combining from 2 teams to 1. And my boss said, get licensed across the rest of the Southeast. So Arkansas was on my list. You probably already know. We do remote data entry, hospital pharmacy, after hours.
We are familiar with Pipeline.
Yeah, I figured you were. You've had a whole slew of us coming to you for licensure the last few months, I think.
Any other questions for her? All right, I'm going to go back to the top for Vicki Nguyen. See if
I have my first name as Fong.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm sorry for joining late, but I graduated from University of Colorado in 2019. And I went to work in California for a year, and I'm coming back to Denver. I'll be working for Alto Pharmacy. It is a pharmacy that used to specialize just in fertility medications, but we're expanding to all types of medications. And we want to expand shipping to Arkansas.
Okay. Any questions, Dr. Nguyen? That is all I have for this group. Dr. Newsome, I'll turn it back to you.
Okay. Did any of the candidates have any questions? Okay, if not, may I entertain a motion, please?
Second, I'll make a motion that we accept the applications and grant pharmacy permits for the candidates that appeared in this group.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays? Motion passes. We have a great pharmacy association in the state of Arkansas. I'm going to ask Dr. Krause to tell you about it.
Thanks, Dr. Newsome. As you probably have heard, maybe not, but Arkansas is a great pharmacist association, very active and forward-thinking, and our goals to protect and further the practice of pharmacy would welcome your participation. And if you have any questions, we'll be glad to answer it after this call, but we appreciate your participation.
Okay.
And
Thank you, Dr.
you will
Krause.
receive, I'm sorry, go ahead, Dr. Newsome.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to tell them, you will receive some information when you get your licenses mailed to you. There will be some information in there about the Pharmacists Association, contact numbers, et cetera, if y'all would like to reach out or be involved in just whatever way. Also, you'll get some information in there about continuing education. I know every state's different, so be sure and look over that. It'll tell you when your hours are due, how many are due, how many have to be live, et cetera, et cetera. So, we do audits on CE, so be sure that that's taken care of. So like I said, it's, ours is calendar year and it's due every 2 years. So just be sure and look over that so there's no confusion later. And that's Dr. Kirtley, got anything else on this group?
No, sir.
Everybody on this group that has, except for I believe 1 or 2 that know they need to stick around, but everybody else is free to go. And thank you and congratulations on your license.
And welcome to the state of Arkansas.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Y'all want to take a break until 10:29?
We've got one that we need to discuss real
Candy?
quick. If we could do that for a
Oh, I'm
break, one
sorry.
that was left over from reciprocity. No, it's fine. We've got Dr. Tyson I see you. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Mm.
Go ahead, John. I'll turn it over to you.
So Dr. Tyson has come in and taken our law test a couple times. He had significant improvement from round 1 to round 2. I think just being able to see the type of tests we have and the questions we ask. So in our Dropbox now, there's actually a link, if you refresh that is, just lost it, Law Test Round 2. It's a PDF. I will not be sharing this on screen or talking about specific questions due to the fact that we even have legal protection over FOIA or anything, because this is an exam of the board. If you look at that document, if you pull it up, page 1 is the actual question and answer sheet for the back half of the actual short answer or essay. So it would tell you what the question is. Like you'll see number 33 on there, what the question is. Right below that, you'll see the number of points that are possible, and then you will see the answers that we are generally looking for, which are pretty specific. Some of them are directly to our laws and rules, such as should versus shall or may versus must. We do take keywords such as those, meaning you could do something or you must do something. Dr. Tyson's answer sheet is page 3, which is just the multiple choice section, and then page 4 is the short answer. Anytime we have someone that doesn't get through it twice, I was not here when he took or finished his round 2. I was there for his orientation beforehand, but those were his answers on those questions and the way that we scored those from the office. If you have any questions about that, you are welcome to ask our staff. I believe Dr. McCready actually graded that one. So it is up to the board to have a discussion with Mr. Tyson and Dr. Tyson and decide what you want to do. And his score was pretty close. If you guys had different points you would offer on that back page, that would be your decision as well.
And just for the record, let's not say exactly what his score was.
Yeah.
That is protected information. So let's, and just a reminder that this meeting is being broadcast on YouTube and is public information. So let's not discuss exact answers, specific questions, or his actual score. But he is also a reciprocity candidate, like I said, so that's why he was taking the exam.
And Dr. Tyson, you've come in twice, I believe, from South Carolina. If you want to tell them who you are, where you're from, where you went to school, and why you're getting licensed, that'll also help.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. I am originally from North Carolina. I went to school at Campbell University, a graduate of 1993. Currently, I'm working for a mail order pharmacy in Greer, South Carolina, and I'm the incoming pick, which was or has been a very successful company up until they lost some pretty big contracts, and so it's down to a one-man, one-tech show, so to speak. But attempting Arkansas licensure in Arkansas to continue the business. However, I believe business is mid-process of being sold, and it's going to be an internet pharmacy rather than just a mail order, according to what I'm hearing. Our shipments have gone from 200 packages a day down to yesterday I shipped out 2. So it's pretty rough, on the company. So the current owner is looking to sell the business because obviously it's not profitable, and I was just midway. I've taken 9 pharmacy tests in the past 7 months. I'm currently licensed in 18 states and I've taken Michigan tests, but I'm waiting on their background clearance from Michigan, and was attempting to appeal to the board to go ahead and let this licensure get wrapped up. I understand from the young lady grading test that she didn't feel like, my answers were specific enough, but I mean, I think the answers are real. I mean, I totally understand the specific part of it. It's not that I didn't know it, I just didn't write it, and that's my story. We are currently licensed in 49 of the 50 states, California being the exception. And no one wants to take a California exam, after being out of school this long, so that's it in a nutshell.
Okay, Dr. McCready.
And I will say, as Dr. Curley mentioned, I am the person that graded the exam. My grading of his exam was based on how we grade everybody's exam. His was not singled out or any different than anybody else's. I base my grading based on this answer sheet that I'm given. And that's so we're consistent with what we do. And that is why I graded it the way I did.
Yeah. And you guys can see, we do have 4 other people that have to appear tomorrow that were students. And you can see the back pages of their second round exam as well. We had 5 more students that also passed second round. If you guys wanted to see that, we would be happy to scan those back pages in so you can see. I think Dr. McCready and I had discussed this. I think the largest issue that we had was the brevity of his questions versus most of the time people will fill up that entire page or even ask for more space. And so I think the brevity of his answers hurt him in that.
Mm-hmm. Did any board members have any comments?
We made an exception before.
No.
Okay.
What was the comment?
Whether or not the board had made exceptions before, I wasn't aware of any.
Okay. And Dr. Kraus, you had your hand up.
Madam President, I was just wondering as far as, precedent in the past. So I think that's been answered.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the only thing I can think of is there was one case where I believe they let somebody take it again because there was some other extenuating circumstances. But that's the only one that comes to mind to me. And I mean, without waiting a certain amount of time.
So is the request that we give some alternate consideration? Is that what we're being asked to do?
It is completely up to the board at this point how to proceed. A couple of years ago, after we had issues, I was actually with students at one of the colleges, the board had a lengthy discussion, and anytime someone does not successfully pass round 2, it is up to the board to decide what to do next. We don't have any ability to make any other decision.
Yeah, the board told us then that if they didn't pass it twice, they wanted to see them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What about a oral exam?
Hadn't done that yet.
Okay, you haven't. Okay, Dr. Kraus.
What's the time period before he's allowed to take it again, or is he?
That's up to you.
I mean, there's really, in the past, the board's kind of always looked kind of like on a case by case. I mean, there's been times that they've made people wait a certain amount of time to retake it, or, whatever the case may be, but it's kind of been looked at as a case by case. There's not like a standard, like the board hasn't said like, this is going to happen when this happens.
Mm-hmm.
Has he seen your law review video link, Dr. Curley?
I believe so, but Dr. Tyson could answer that.
Yes, I saw the video and used the I actually used computer-based Quizlet quizzes from, I don't know if well, mostly everyone knows it's people that have taken the exam, and putting question modules out there to practice on and learn, and the specifics of the boards and the laws and what is allowed and what is not allowed and so forth and so on, as opposed to all the other states that I've taken have been MPJE based. And so the studying, the studying method was somewhat different. I guess that's why I waited for to take Arkansas last, because everyone else was using the MPJE type models or whatever, and that's what I'm going for from the database. I was using past students or candidates that had taken tests, for computer-based models along with the video.
Just a recommendation, and it sounds like that you had some issue with the studying style. I think there are a couple of ways that are available to you. If you like the lecture style, Dr. Kirtley does the law review each year. He tells you pretty much exactly what the issues are that need to be addressed. So that's a lecture form. If you wanted to focus in on the regulations versus statutes, pretty much the regulations will cover what you need. And it's fairly easy to read through the legalese and know that, what you don't really need to pay attention to. And then alternatively, if you're looking for interpersonal interaction, there's a former pharmacy law professor who's a practicing attorney in the state that he might be willing to serve just as a sounding board if you learn better by doing interpersonal communication and asking questions and answers. That he might be willing to serve as a resource in that regard too.
Okay, any other comments from board members?
When is the law test offered again?
Right now, we give it on Mondays and Wednesdays. Every other week is generally what Ms. Sweet has scheduled. When we were getting ready to get the group before this meeting, we were doing it every Monday and Wednesday for about the last month, I want to say. So if the board chose to, let him take another exam, or as Dr. Richmond brought up, if he wanted us to try to do an oral exam or something with him, via distance, whatever you want us to do, or if we want to break out, our old round 3 test and make sure that we've updated it for any changes. And we've had changes to APN authority and a couple other things, you just let us know. If it's a date thing, we can work with Dr. Tyson on a date.
Okay, well, how many board members are willing to let him take this test a third time? Just show of hands.
I wouldn't mind it with some extra stipulation.
Okay. So I got what? So I got more saying, who's saying no to that?
Oh, I wasn't saying no. I had a quick question. Is this is this the first round of these that we've dealt with since COVID?
Yes.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And I would say, Dr. Tyson's position is not necessarily unique. When we see, especially people that have gone through a lot of MPJE tests, it's just a different type of test. Mm-hmm. And it's, we bring you in with a pencil and paper and it throws people off. And then we hear a lot of people comment that our test is much more about specificity of practice consideration versus sometimes we hear people tell us there are literal just, I don't mean this to be disparaging, but regurgitation questions of how many board members are there, how many are pharmacists type questions. Dr. Tyson probably tell you he's seen that on several tests. And we don't ask how many board members there are. I don't know that has any applicability to the practice of pharmacy, really.
Yeah, I guess I was kind of curious, are there any changes we've had to make around the way we have to do law exams right now with COVID? I guess I was trying to get, do we have any different circumstances than previous years due to the pandemic? And the answer may be no. I was just curious.
Okay, so Mr.
Right.
Tyson, okay. Dr. Kraus.
Yes, ma'am. John, we have, what, 2 tests, 3 tests?
We have 2 that we normally use. We have a 3rd test that we have used periodically.
In situations like this, or?
Yep. Yes. Which we would just need to go back. It's been probably 18 months or so since we refreshed it. And we would just want to go over it and make sure that we haven't missed anything. Like because APN practice has changed and they've had more authority, we'd have to make sure that didn't cause a conflict.
So if we were to grant him to take it again, would he have to come back at a different time, or would he be taking it tomorrow? Probably.
Well, he's not here.
Oh, I thought they came in to take the test. Okay.
But they come in, but like he wouldn't be here tomorrow. He's in South Carolina right now. So if he'd been here in office today, y'all could make the choice and say, are you ready to take round 3 today or something? But that wasn't in charge for a meeting at distance.
Yeah, we're just gonna, open up the opportunity for him to take the test, and it's up to him if he wants to come back to take the test. Because it sounds like his company is making a lot of changes right now. So I don't know if retaking the test is something that he wants to do it at this time or sometime in the future.
Well, I can
So we just,
I can say that I wouldn't. I mean, I would like to take the test again. I mean, no one likes defeat, twice anyway.
Yeah, I'm
Or whatever. And but the company that's coming in, that's one of the, I think is one of the selling points of the current owner, is that they already have someone in place who is licensed, and everything. My only thing about coming back in is I originally, the first time I took the test, it was January 25th, and then I flew back in a week later to take it again, and it's a little overwhelming, as far as trying to work and the driving back and forth and flying. Last time I flew in that day, took it and flew back home, and it was a little overwhelming, as far as being able to get focused. So although I mean I do want to take it again, but I would like I'd like a little time, to refresh and take a different approach at studying.
I mean, his application will be valid for a year from when he started it. So the board could very well say, you could basically accept his reciprocity application pending successful completion of the test, and that could give him, if he started his application process in September, that would give him until September to come back. So he doesn't have to rush or buy high dollar plane ticket or a long trip, in the next week or month. It would give him time to pick a date, and we'd be happy to work with him on that.
Madam President.
Okay. Yes, sir.
How many questions are on that test, John? Do you know?
Yes, it's right there. On round 3 or on round 2?
Either or.
Round 2 has 40 in the first section, and then another 39. So the round 2 has 79 questions. Round 1 has 76 questions, or round 1 does not have any short answer. And round 3 I'd have to pull up, but it's very similar to round 2. And there is it's a finite amount of information. So a lot of it is very similar round 1 to round 2. And as I said, Dr. Tyson, improved his score a good bit between round 1 and 2. I think that's probably just, he saw a different type of test. He adapted to it.
I have no problem with the gentleman taking the test over again. My only question would be, in my own mind, is whether or not he should, instead of the minimum score of, isn't it 70?
Yeah.
That it maybe be 74, 75, depending on, the number of questions on the test and how that affects things. But I mean, even if the board's pleasure is to just allow him to take it over again, I have no problems with that.
Okay.
I think because he got so close, we probably should.
In the interest of travel, expense, would an oral exam be practical? If we're only talking about 30 or 40 questions, not all of them are short answers. I'm not trying to impose something on you. I know you said it hadn't been done, but could it be done?
I think that's a slippery slope, personally, because there's a lot of people that don't want to take the time to come to Arkansas. So I'm just a little nervous about precedent on that.
I think we're already opening up the ability to take it again. So we just keep with our standard score, our standard travel policy, our standard.
Yeah, like I said, I think there might be some precedent too if we change the scoring. I think that probably needs to be stay the same.
Dr. Newsom, we also have the issue of this was a change of PIC application. So the facility that he is working with currently does not have an Arkansas licensed PIC and has not had one since December 17th of 2020. So we have the other issue of a facility that does not have a PIC, regardless of how long we let him wait to take the exam. His license, his application won't expire till December 21st of 2021, but we don't allow the facility to go that long without a PIC.
It'll expire in August.
August, yeah.
6 months.
Yeah, but it's always kind of been, when they do a change of PIC, we've always kind of allowed that pharmacy to remain in an active status as long as they had somebody that was actively going through the process in good faith and was licensed by the next board meeting. So of course he's not licensed now, but I can understand. Yeah, we would have. If he waited till August or September to get licensed, that would be a long, long time before they had an active PIC. I know he said there was somebody there that I believe he said, and he can correct me if I misunderstood him, but I thought Dr. Tyson said there was somebody there with an Arkansas license. Yeah. Is that correct?
There is someone here with an Arkansas license, yes. But the time frame that I would be looking towards would, I would say, month, 6 weeks out, something like that. Not August or September. Not that long or whatever, because it's been a struggle enough, trying to capture all these licenses in such a short period of time or whatever, but just time to unwind a little bit before hit the grid again, so again, I would think, somewhere around in between 4 and 8 weeks away, that would
there is somebody there with an Arkansas license. If push came to shove, then they have somebody that could step in, it sounds like.
Okay. And I would suggest coming in maybe the night before so that you can get some rest and just have that
absolutely.
Time alone in the hotel to study.
I would not, I wouldn't, I told my wife, I was like, I would never do that again, ever. Because I didn't, I got in at 4:30 in the morning and had to be back at work and drive 2 hours in that morning to get to work. And so it was horrendous. So I would never do myself like that again.
Yeah. You tried to do too much.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So I'd like to entertain a motion for approval for this gentleman to take the test a third time, please?
Motion to approve.
Okay.
Second.
Have a motion, a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays? The motion passes.
And Dr. Tyson, I will send you a letter just so you'll have something in writing that that was there. That they agreed to let you take it a third time, and you just need to reach out to Miss Sweet. I believe you probably got her email.
Yeah.
Just reach out to her and just schedule the time when you can get that done. But like I said, I'll send you something in the mail or I'll send you something in the email just so you'll have something in writing. Do you have any questions?
No, I don't have any questions.
Okay. And just for the board members, was that also, I know y'all agreed to let him take it a third time, but there's no other issues with his application. So when he passes that, can his application be granted?
Yes.
Okay.
When does the facility exceed the waiver period for the PIC?
They already have another pharmacist there currently. Dr. Tyson was switching it to him, which we can't do till he's licensed, but they still have another Arkansas licensed pharmacist.
Okay. That's serving as the PIC?
No, they have the gentleman that was the PIC left. It says his last day to work was 12/18 of 2020, but they do have a young lady, I think, that is also licensed with Arkansas. She's not listed as the PIC.
You guys will have to remind me, what's the maximum amount of waiver period that you can get?
So they have to let us know within 30 days. And if they put another person in process for an out of state, we allow them to continue shipping while that person is in process. We usually expect it to be completed by the next board meeting. But I mean, there are odd circumstances that happen. Like if it had happened 2 weeks ago, we wouldn't have even been able to get that person in for this board meeting. It would have bumped it to June already.
Okay, anything else?
Dr. Tyson, like I said, just reach out to Miss Sweet and get that scheduled when it fits your schedule, okay?
I will. And then thank you guys for giving me another chance. I appreciate
Okay,
it.
thank you. We need to have a comfort break, please.
All
So we have someone scheduled for 10:30. Are they here waiting?
They are. If we could just take maybe 5 minutes.
Can we, 5-10 minutes? Say, let's start back at 11.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
And Clayton, they've got a copy, the board members have a copy of everything that you've sent in or that you sent to me. I've provided to them, but if there's something you won't put up on the screen, just let me know and I can put it up for you.
Okay, so is it just that policy that I sent you?
Let me look what I've got here. I have the policy, remote order entry for AAH Pharmacy, remote order entry for Encore, and then I've got that employee workload Excel spreadsheet that you sent. So
Yes,
like I
sir.
said, if you need anything put up, I mean, they've got copies of it already. So when you talk about it, they can click on it. But if you want anything put up, I'd be glad to do it for you. Just let me know. When we get started.
I think that's all I'm gonna need. I hope so.
We've done a bunch of these. This should be painless.
Good. Sorry for clogging up y'all's screen all day. I've got joint commission in the building. And
I
so,
see Kyle Wheelis and somebody on from UAMS. We're running a few minutes behind, guys. So we've got one thing before you, Mr. Wheelis, and then we'll get you called up.
Okay, that's no problem. Would you like me to leave the room or?
No, you're fine. You can stay in, but I just want to let you know we've got one thing first, and then we'll get you called up.
Okay, that's no worries. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Luke.
See, we're just waiting on, there's Dr. Newsome. We get Dr. Mack and Dr. Richmond back and Dr. Let's see, Dr. McCrady's walking towards her office. Ms. Four, I think we are ready to go. So, Dr. Newsome, you're on mute, but if you want me to, I'll kick this off.
Go right ahead.
So with us now, we've got Clayton Butler with Arkansas Heart Hospital. They are requesting to do offsite order review and after hours entry from their main location to their new location that's down on I-30 right south of Little Rock. I don't recall, is it Bryant or Benton?
It's Bryant.
Bryant. We've gotten their policy and procedures, and did y'all just start seeing patients, was it last week?
It was January 21st.
Okay, so it's been about 2 weeks ago, 2.5 weeks ago.
Yes, sir.
I've got Dr. Robertson online also. I don't believe that we had any staff issues, but Dr. Butler can explain to you exactly what they're doing.
All right.
Go ahead, Dr. Butler. Go ahead.
Thank y'all for having me on. I was just going to run through a few things that I noted here that I think would help in this decision-making process. Encore is a sister hospital to Arkansas Heart Hospital, Little Rock. We share common ownership. So we have the same ownership. We are opening right now. We have 13 acute care beds. We are only opening those beds for now. It's a phased opening process. The majority of our patients for now are very low acuity. We're doing bariatric surgeries. Those patients stay a night or two. If allowed, I've noted here, if allowed, orders will be entered from our main campus, which is in Little Rock. Our pharmacists there, they're HIPAA certified, and they will use the same order entry system that we use here at Little Rock. We have that clinical IT infrastructure in place. We've not used it, but we have checked it to make sure that it works on test patients, and it does. I'm the pharmacist in charge for Encore Medical Center. And I will be on call 24/7 if a pharmacist is needed on site. That we have on our listed policy. If you'll see number 1, I think it's letter C. That is to meet the requirement for that the pharmacist in charge will be called in to serve as an on-site pharmacist in the event of connection or communication failure. I sent the workload for everyone to review. But basically all that says, and I summed this up in an email that I sent, but I'll tell everybody that's on the call, our day shift pharmacist right now at Little Rock would not be entering the orders for Encore. We have staffing full time during the day. It would be the night shift pharmacist. And just to show you that the pharmacists overnight are not going to be overwhelmed, the pharmacists at night at Little Rock do 55% less orders than the night shift pharmacists the night shift pharmacists do 55% less orders than the day shift pharmacists. So they have capacity. We use profiled cabinets on all non-procedural areas. And so all of our cabinets are profiled with the exclusion of our OR and our cath lab. And I or the current PIC will be responsible for making sure all pharmacists are licensed with the State Board of Pharmacy and that they maintain HIPAA certification.
Sounds good. Does anyone have any questions of this gentleman? So Dr. Kirtley, everything's been done that he needs to do?
As far as I know, Dr. Robertson, any concerns?
No, no concerns at all.
So they're already doing this at another location. This is just a new location. Is that what I'm understanding?
No, ma'am. We are not doing remote site order entry.
Okay.
We have our main campus that's staffed 24/7.
Okay.
It's our sister hospital, and we're seeking approval for our overnight pharmacists that work at our Little Rock campus to be able to enter orders overnight for the Bryant patients.
Okay. Okay.
Dr. Butler, how many night shift pharmacists do you have at the main campus? I'm just curious.
We have two, and we do 7 on, or we have one at a time. They do 7 on, 7 off.
Okay. So when you said 55% less orders, is that total number of orders or is that orders per pharmacist?
So what I did was I took our day shift people, I averaged out their number of orders per hour worked, and I compared it to the night shift pharmacists.
Okay. Great.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Okay. I'd like you to entertain a motion, please.
This is Becca. I make a motion we approve this request for remote order entry.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Are there any further questions or discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays? The motion passes. Thank you.
Dr. Newsom, I do have one question for the board.
Go right ahead.
Now that this has passed, how long should we wait until we can start putting this process in place?
Okay, Dr. Kirtley?
I'd say you should get off the Zoom call first.
You can put it in immediately. This is Luke Daniel. You can put it on. I mean, you can start today. I'll get you something in the mail that just says, I mean, it's been approved as presented. It'll have today's date on it. So you're good to go as of right now.
Yeah, I think this will improve our patient care. So we want to get this going.
Okay, good. And good luck with your program.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you all.
Thank you.
We've got Kyle Wheelis next. And Kyle, do you have anybody here with you? I know at one time I thought you said maybe some people were going to get on with you.
Yes, I have my attorney, just for general counsel. And also I have Dr. Stewart, my medical doctor who I've been checking out for the past year every month.
Okay. Are they there with you, like in that same room? Or?
Yeah, yes, they're in the same room.
And I apologize, I forgot your attorney's name. What was his name?
Michael Muscali.
Muscali, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So it sounds like multiple people may have their microphones on there with you, Kyle.
Yeah, yeah.
Giving feedback.
Yeah, sorry, I'll tell them to turn it down.
Or maybe it's their speakers are on and it's feeding back through your microphone.
So we have, and just so the board members and just for the board members' record, this was a hearing in front of the board. This was a full hearing in front of the board on February of last year. And I know we've got at least one member that wasn't on the board then, but just to give Mr. Muscali and Mr. Willis, I'm going to give just a short summary to the board. Just this is going back in 2019. Mr. Willis came in, spoke to the board about some alcohol issues and drug issues that he had. He withdrew from this was all in the spring of 2019. He was an intern, was getting ready to go into his last year to do his rotations. He withdrew from school that year, or that semester, I'm sorry. The board recommended that he go to one of the 4 approved treatment centers, get evaluation. He did do that. They diagnosed him with a substance use disorder. Well, I believe it was alcohol use disorder. He came back to the board. He came back after that, had a hearing. He saw Dr. Stewart, who's there with him today, who is his family physician. He also saw a psychiatrist at that time. He did appear before the board in February with a counsel who is here today. There were some issues that he was being treated and was diagnosed with also mental disease at that time. I believe it was schizoid affective disorder. He was having hallucinations and was having some psychotic episodes. And at the hearing, they presented their case with testimony from the doctor that he was actually under psychosis during most of this time and actually did not have a drug addiction issue or a substance use disorders, but all of this was brought on by a psychotic episode. There was also, if you remember, there was where he got into a head-on collision, a traffic accident where he was veering in front of cars. And I mean, there was video from the state police trooper that testified. There was also video from just a random person who happened to have a video in their vehicle where you could see him swerving in and out of, in front of cars. There was testimony from Dr. Stewart, like I said, who's here today, that all of this was based on psychotic and mental disease issues rather than on drug and alcohol use, and that there was testimony from his parents and also from Dr. Stewart that due to those mental disease and those psychotic episodes he was going through at the time, that he embellished or even made up the drug and alcohol issues. There was, like I said, when he went to, and I believe it was Cornerstone, but I can go back and look. But when he went to the treatment center for the board, like I said, he was diagnosed with the alcohol use disorder and some substance issues. And that was based on his responses to the treatment facility. So like I said, we got into all this, and you have your packet there that I've given you. I gave you, Dr. Stewart has sent in updates on August of 2020 and August of 2021, where he is seeing him on a monthly basis, and he is being treated with, last I have, Seroquel. There's also the finding of facts and conclusions from that February meeting last year. The board voted not to reinstate his intern license at that time, but stated that he could reappear in a year. And the board would look back at this and, want to see updates and would consider whether or not to reinstatement at this time. I have spoken to the College of Pharmacy, specifically Dr. Lanita White, kind of what the process would be if the board gave him back his intern license. So if the board decides that that they would reinstate his intern license, she stated that he would have to come, or that the committee, the admissions committee at the College of Pharmacy would meet and kind of decide if they would let him back in, where he would have to start. There would be a lot of stuff. Like I said, he was going into his 4th year, and this is, he's been out for, this would be 2 years. So it would not be just him immediately going back into his rotations. They would have to decide like where in the training. He might have to, go back in and repeat some stuff that he'd had. So that's just, like I said, they're kind of waiting. If we decide today, then they'll meet and decide just kind of the best way to go today. So, and also in your packet of stuff, there's also the hearing book from February 2020. So all the exhibits that were entered are in there. And this transcript is quite long. I had a transcript made of that hearing, but it's included in there also. Like I said, he's here today to ask to have his license be reinstated based on not having, and they can get into a little more of what's been going on in this last year. But like I said, there are updates from Dr. Stewart and Mr. Wheelis. Before I turn it back over to the board members, I know they're going to want to hear what you've been doing this last year, what you've done counseling wise, medication wise, doctor wise, and I know Dr. Stewart is there. We would like to hear an update from him of kind of what's been going on since then, and then any questions that your attorney has, be glad to get into that. But Dr. Newsom, if it's okay with you, I'll turn it over to Mr. Wheelis and his people and kind of let them talk about kind of what's been going on this last year. Okay, Kyle.
Okay, great. That sounds really good. I appreciate you. I'm gonna let Dr. Stewart talk first. I think that would be the most beneficial. And I'll just go sit in the background. So I'll be right back.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes,
I
sir.
had it on mute. I apologize. I'm not that technical savvy, but appreciate the opportunity to speak with you a little bit today. I've been monitoring Kyle monthly over the course of the last year, doing random drug tests on him. All have been negative. Drug and alcohol tests have been negative. I'm not sure where that is coming from. Okay, from other technical apparatus. Kyle's been doing well, boringly well. He's been employed, actively employed. There's been no issues from a medical, psychological point that I've seen. And I've kept a pretty close eye on him. I know the family very well. We've had good communications over the course of the last year. I've seen nothing to make me think that that period of time where Kyle was having trouble a year or so ago, year and a half ago, however long that was anything other than transient. I have kept him on medication, low dose antipsychotic. I don't know that's really even necessary, but I think under the circumstances, it's an appropriate thing to do. We started a little bit higher doses and brought him down to, he's on 12.5 milligrams of Seroquel, which is not very much. He's not on any kind of any other medicines at all. He's been very much age appropriate, has had a couple different employments or several different employments, I think 3 maybe, over the last year. He worked as a laborer at Lowe's or Home Depot. He also had a job in a lab, and now he's tutoring fairly high academic levels of math and sciences to high school kids trying to get their GPAs and whatever their entry exams are anymore. I forget what they are, but he's been tutoring here recently through a tutoring organization. So academically, I think he's pretty sharp right now. Mentally, I think he's pretty stable. I haven't seen any evidence of any kind of instabilities there. I see absolutely no evidence of substance or drug abuse. We all have our own personalities. His personality is a very open and warm personality. I think he's a good candidate to be admitted back into school. I'd appreciate that you give him due consideration in that regard. I can't foresee any problems in the future. I can't see the future, but everything looks stable right now. Generally and usually, if you have a person that has true Axis 1 mental health issues over the course of a year's period of time, they'll have a break in there someplace. If they're bipolar, they'll cycle. If they're schizophrenic, you know it. I haven't seen that in Kyle at all. And so everything that I see from my standpoint is very favorable, very appropriate. I'll take any questions if anybody has any.
I have one. How often do you see Kyle?
Every month. And he was responsible for making his own appointments, and he did on a monthly basis. And I intentionally made it that way to see what his follow through would be. I didn't give him a follow-up appointment when he left the office. I intentionally had him make his appointment 30 days from that particular time. And he did. He kept on track. He kept on schedule. He might be 28 days one month or 31 days the next month, depending upon how, the days and the months fell on the weekends or otherwise. But he was rock solid in his follow-up.
Okay. And what type of doctor are you again?
I'm family physician, board certified family physician.
You're his family doctor? So
That's correct.
How long have you known him?
Oh, I would say 10 years, maybe.
Okay. Okay.
Family very well. And
I've got a few questions, Dr. Newsom, if I may.
Go right ahead.
Dr. Stewart, is it still your opinion that back, I guess, 2 years ago, when he talked to the board and talked to the treatment center about those drug and alcohol issues, is it still your opinion that was that him saying all that was due to psychosis at the time?
I do think so, sir. I do think so. I think there's surely strong evidence that he was drinking at that period of time. And so I think you can't discount that. But all of the crazy things that he said and did were not alcohol related type activities. And so, yeah, my answer to that is that I think that he, most of his issues were psychiatric related, and this is what stemmed this whole episode.
To your knowledge, is he drinking any at all now?
Not to my knowledge.
And has he told you that he's not drinking?
He has told me that he's not drinking.
Okay.
And I've done drug and alcohol tests on him every month, and it's all been negative.
Okay. And there were some issues, I guess, where he was using marijuana during that time, but to your knowledge, he hasn't used any since these episodes?
No, he has not. Those would show up on the drug test.
Okay. And so there's been no episodes, no issues that you're knowledgeable about since prior to his last board meeting a year ago?
No, it's been boringly normal over the course of the last year.
Okay. I don't have anything further, Dr. Newsome. Thank you. I would like to hear from Kyle at some point after Dr. Stewart's through.
Okay, hold up, don't leave yet. Does any other board members have any questions of Dr. Stewart? Dr. Kirtley?
You're muted, John.
Yeah. Okay.
We're all going to do that sooner or later.
Yeah.
So real quick, Dr. Stewart, what types of drug tests are you actually performing on Kyle?
It's a panel that I have from LabCorp. That's a substance abuse panel that has opioids. It has benzodiazepines in it. It has marijuana and the breakdown products in that. I could pull one of those out, but it's a fairly large panel. It covers all the common substance abuse, drugs of substance abuse.
Are you adding on specific drugs not caught in those panels? Sleeping medications, anorexiants, stimulants that would not be covered?
Sympathomimetics would be covered in there. Benzodiazepines would be covered in there. Those are the general major molecular structures that are covered. I don't have the records. I can get them real quick, but it's a thorough drug panel.
And are they observed urine collections, or are they drop off a cup in a bathroom?
No, they're observed. They're observed in my office. They're chain of custody.
Okay. Well, and I ask that because there's a difference in chain of custody versus actual observation and drug collecting.
Yes, they're observed and temperatured and all the whole 9 yards.
And is Kyle also seeing a psychiatrist with specialization in this area?
I don't think so, sir.
Okay. That's all I've got.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Mack?
I just have one question. You had mentioned evidently he had this psychotic thing that happened a couple of years ago, and he has been on this medicine, and you're saying, maybe he doesn't even need it, but a small dose is able to keep him from having these types of episodes. I'm just more worried about, now he sounds to be in great shape, but I'm concerned or want to ask about the future. I mean, as long as he takes this medicine, he should be able to.
Yeah, I don't think he's dependent upon the medicine to behave the way he's behaving at this point. My point really was that at 12.5 milligrams of Seroquel, someone with a true axis 1 disorder, severe mental illness, even moderate mental illness, that's not enough to prevent them from having psychotic thoughts or episodes. Not a grown man as big as he is, almost 200 pounds. And so I don't think it's necessary. I only kept him on that. It was a flip of the coin. Do we take him off of, or do we leave it on him? What's the board going to think if he's off? What's the board going to think if he's on? My decision was just to keep him on it. I have no problems about taking him off of that. That's not an issue at all for me. He gained a lot of weight on it. And so there's some side effects that you have, but he was being, very compliant with what I'd asked him to do and did what he was supposed to do. And so the weight gain was an unfortunate circumstance that he's just going to have to bear down and work that off now. I don't know if I answered the question.
Psychotic episode?
Dr. Richard, I didn't understand you.
I said, do we know what triggered the psychotic episode?
I don't think we'll ever know things like that, but I think it's a great deal of the stressors that he was under going to school. There was some focal points in his academic career that were pretty impressive to him. I think there was an episode in ICU one time that he misread as something more than exercise, and that was bearing on him. So no, I don't know what caused him to have this break.
Luke, I have a question. Do you remember, was there any alcohol involved in the head-on collision he was in that's kind of precipitated all this? Do you remember
was
that?
originally charged with a DWI, but that charge was dismissed. I don't believe the officer had any evidence. He did have, he appeared to be in some type of impairment, and the officer thought it was due to alcohol or narcotics, but there was no proof. Like there was no, he had no BAC, and I don't believe any blood any blood work was done. But there was video, and you could interact with, of that, and so the officer believed it was due to impairment. But like I said, that DWI charge ended up being dropped later because there wasn't any proof of that. So there was nothing. There is no proof that he was on alcohol at that time, and I believe it was due to. He was saying that it was due to that psychotic episode. Which, if you saw those videos, it was quite frightening. With him swerving over in front of vehicles. And to what Dr. Stewart mentioned, there was an issue, I believe, when he was doing a rotation at either children's or I believe it was children's, but they can correct me if I'm wrong, about a child and some trauma that he was involved in, and I believe they mentioned was a stressor at that point in his life also.
Okay, did anyone else have any questions or statements to make?
I guess really just follow up on the implication of my last question. So we know that it's been addressed with medication, but it's plus minus as to whether he needs to be on it or not. If we're not certain what precipitated it, but the medical record would suggest that it was in association with stress at school and life. Is there some form of ongoing counseling that would address that? How do we know if we don't know what precipitated it? Do we know, what the possibility of relapse would be, and how is that being addressed outside of medication?
Well, I guess that's the form of a question to me, I'm assuming. He's staying pretty close with me. I'm seeing him pretty regular. We have long discussions. I just don't bring him in and drug test him and send him back on his way. I have been counseling about this. I don't see that there's really any external need for referral. I think that we probably could all use a little bit of some counseling from time to time. And I don't think he'd have any objection to doing that. My impression is that that's water under the bridge from my visiting with him. And my visits are usually pretty long. I usually have him come in towards the end of the afternoon so I can spend, enough time with him. If he's got issues, if he has concerns, if there are problems, that we can talk long enough to get those things out. And I just haven't seen anything other than a pretty age appropriate young man at this point. We've all had problems in our lives. We've all had issues in our lives. I don't think any of us are exempt from that. I don't think anybody's exempt from the future. having problems in the future. My impression at this point, and from a medical standpoint, is that he's age appropriate. He had an acute psychotic event that occurred as a result of the stressors that he was going under at that period of his life. I think there was some other things too that were going on. I can't remember. I didn't get a chance to look at his record before we came in here today to visit. I know the one off the top of my head was the CCU visit that Arkansas Children's Hospital that was very pivotal for him. But I think there was a couple other things that had built on him at that point. Is there other things that we can do for the future to try to prevent that? I don't think there's anybody can answer that. I haven't seen anything in a year. If generally and usually if somebody goes a year, they don't really have, and then there's not really been any evidence of psychotic activity, and the dosage of the medicine that he's on is really not appropriate to control psychosis. And I say that because I deal with that on a day-to-day basis. I take care of the inmates in jail. And any one particular time, I've got 300 inmates that I'm taking care of. And 60% of them have very severe psychotic problems. So I see it all the time. It's not an issue that I'm not familiar with. But Kyle doesn't fall into those categories from a real perspective. Perspective he falls into it was he had a young man that had a nervous breakdown, essentially is what it was. And he's worked his way through that. And I can't guarantee that anything's going to not happen in the future. I just don't foresee that it's going to happen. I think right now he's pretty solid, and he's managed his way through this pretty well and has done everything that everybody's asked him, has been actively employed, went to work, dealt with some fairly high stress situations at work, didn't bother him in the environment that he was in.
Well, I would take a slight exception with one thing, and that is I don't know that he's done everything that everyone has asked him. Unless I recall differently, he did have a diagnosis from one of our recovery centers that have psychiatric specialists and counselors. And I understand that has changed due to the fact that he may have been in a psychotic episode at the time. But I hope you understand the difficulty of a board like this, that, we had paperwork from psychiatrists telling us that this was not a safe situation. And now we have a, family medicine general practitioner that is telling us that you are confident that you manage psychosis all the time and that this is not going to be an issue for them. It puts a licensure board, just like for you are licensed by the medical board. The medical board looks towards people with specific expertise and, credentials in those areas to make those calls, especially to override others that have those credentials that have made a different call.
Sure, and I understand that too. And I had at the time had looked at the work that was done down at the recovery center that he went to. And I'm not going to go into any of the details because I don't remember the details. I had them written down in his chart, but I really wasn't very impressed about the work that they did down there. They just kind of rubber stamped him on through. And so I don't want to be disrespectful for them, but I think there was questions, the assessment that he had down there was questionable.
Yeah, but he went down there and told them he was an alcoholic and was abusing drugs and alcohol too.
Yes, he did.
So if someone comes in your office and tells you that, it's fairly hard to disprove if someone is telling you that.
Yeah, and I don't remember the details about it, but I'm being told now that his drug test and things were negative down there. Again, I'm a little bit naive at this point, or a little bit ignorant at this point, because I don't remember all the details of what transpired down there. But I do recall that I was not very convinced that the assessment that they did down there on him was really spot on.
And then, as I recall, you referred him to other psychiatric help here, but you also disagreed with their evaluation.
That's true. That's true.
do you agree with any of the other psychiatric work that he's had done other than your own?
I don't recall somebody saying Bridgeway. He was seen by Bridgeway, and
Yeah, that's the one you told us before that you took over his care because you disagreed with their assessments, as I recall. It would be in the transcript.
no, I don't recall. I think it was Joe Bradley is I believe.
Okay. Who's the psychiatrist?
Yeah, who I had referred him to Joe, and he get a second opinion.
If I could just follow up with the implication of my question is, Dr. Stewart, I didn't mean to imply or some way second guess your opinion. My only concern was it appeared to me that this was in association with something related to school. During this last period of time that we're talking about, he has been out of school, so that stressor has not been present. But if he goes back into school, he's going to go back into his fourth year rotations, and more likely than not, he's going to be exposed to CCU or some other critical care setting. And so that's really the question is, since the stressors that seem to have precipitated, if there can be identified one, have been taken away, how do we approach this going forward, given that we're going to reintroduce those stressors back through school? Recognizing he's been doing tutoring, but tutoring is helping somebody else get through their stressors and not him get through his.
Sure, I understand that, and I don't think there's any way that any of us can know what the future holds. I'm just giving you my gestalt. That my gestalt is that he's capable, he's competent, he's stable emotionally and psychologically at this point, from my opinion, to enter back into that arena. I went to professional school. I know, the stressors of that. I went twice, as a matter of fact. I went to veterinary school and I went to medical school. So I've been through those stressors a lot, and I've been through it with a lot of different people, a lot of different types of people. And I just, and everything that I've seen makes me think that Kyle is capable of managing that and handling that at this point. And I don't foresee any any problems in the future. He's not drinking. He's not doing drugs. I think that's huge. That's huge. And moving forward to being healthy and being able to manage your life and manage your stressors appropriately. So that's, I think, the main thing is he does not have that. He doesn't have any of that in his background. And if he had substance abuse problems, I think that he wouldn't have walked away from that as easily as he did. There was never any question in my mind that he wasn't straightforward and clean at all times.
So, and this is J.O. from UAMS. So I just wanted to, excuse me, reiterate and note that Luke was correct that if he's able to get his license, we would direct him back to the Scholastic Standing Committee, who would figure out the best way to move him back into the clinical space. And I would imagine that Scholastic Standing would follow his progress, possibly monthly, and we would make sure that he availed himself of any of the professional or mental health support mechanisms that we have on campus.
I think that would be very appropriate. I would think it'd be inappropriate not to do that at this point. So I agree with that.
Yeah, but Dr. Stewart, you don't think he needs to go by a psychiatrist at all? Or should have been under the care of a psychiatrist?
I don't think he needs to, but I think it would be fine for him to go. We could surely arrange that, and he could have an assessment, another opinion at this point, if that's what the board would like. I don't think there's any objection to that from anybody on this side.
We could arrange to have him cleared to come back to the program and provide the board with a copy of whatever letter is generated from that visit.
J.O., who would that be with?
Probably Dr. Thapa or somebody in his group.
Okay.
And that would be with our student wellness program. And we have many students at any given time who are being monitored by student wellness. And if it's of comfort to the board, at times we enter into agreements with students that require that they waive their privilege with those providers to the extent that we can check in on them and that the providing team can make their own report to us if all of a sudden they have concerns or somebody's not being compliant with whatever plan or regimen they have in place.
Okay.
And Jo, just for the board's record, for the board members who don't know you, will you just tell them who you are and what you do?
Yes, I apologize. My name's J.O. Howe, H-O-W-E, and I'm in the General Counsel's office at UAMS. And I'm one of our lawyers that's tasked with academic issues. So I'm pretty familiar with this area. This was a fairly extreme and dangerous example. We do have other students in other programs that go through the same difficulties and ultimately can be successful.
Because, that's my thoughts. I want the best outcome for Cal. And unless we really get to the root of this, we really don't know what will happen when they get back in school, because that's where the pressure is. It came out of school or somewhere else, but I'm thinking it came out of school.
And Dr. Newsome, that was part of the staff fear. I think before Dr. Stewart was even involved with some of this with Kyle. I mean, we met with him, individuals at the college met with him, and I don't know that Dr. Stewart has seen Kyle when he was abusing drugs or alcohol, but unless now we're saying it never happened, which was not my understanding, he had stopped, cold turkey at one point before he even went for an initial psychiatric evaluation for drug and alcohol use. But my understanding was he was not abusing or using any drugs and alcohol with his latest psychotic break, where he was running people off the road repeatedly and had the head-on collision. It's the difficult part for you guys. Thankfully, I don't have to make that decision, but you have to decide, do you think that not only is Kyle safe for Kyle, but is Kyle safe to take care of other people, which is what we're going to ask him to do as a pharmacist, when we only have we have the verbal testimony of his primary care physician, but we have other extraneous information from other medical professionals that hasn't been cleared up.
Sure. Does any of the other board members have any comments or suggestions? Dr. Mack?
John, do you remember, I know we talked a little bit about it, but do you remember what we suggested a year ago? I know to wait a year, but do we have any particulars in that suggestion?
As I recall, Mr. Daniel may be able to clarify, the answer last year was no, but that you would be willing to visit with him again in a year. So it wasn't a case where
You had to do something.
you guys said, hey, go do this, this, and this. It was y'all wanted to see what would be different in a year.
Right. That's what I was thinking. We wanted to see a year of him actually doing better.
Yeah.
And John, that's what I recall also, and that the concern was that if this was potentially going to be a recurrent type of, or an episodic condition, that within that year, it likely would have reemerged.
Yeah, and this all was from 2019. He met with the board in April. And so it was all in late winter, early spring through, like, I guess maybe early summer. I believe he resigned from the college, or left the college. I believe it was in May of that year. So it was all over those few months right there, late winter going into spring of 2019. And he was going through and started seeing Dr. Stewart, Dr. Bradley, went down to the treatment center, all that going through the summer, and I believe maybe the first part of the fall. And so that's when he came in and met with the board in February 2020. So, but most of this happened during late winter / spring of 2019.
Yeah. So you guys have the findings of fact, conclusions of law that show all of the instances of unprofessional conduct that he was found to have previously. It is in the folder under Kyle Wheelis. And then there's also the hearing books from last February is in there as well. So you guys may want to talk to Turner, who, I mean, he is he specializes in this area as well and deals with a lot of our pharmacists.
Okay. Are you willing to say something? Turner?
I mean, yeah, I mean, what would you like any information on?
You've just been sitting by listening. Have you seen this file? Or is he with the support group any type of way?
No, he's not with the support group, and I haven't seen his file, but I've listened intently to this because I've worked with numerous cases that this reminds me of. You know, I was just wondering, I mean, you know, there's certain hallucinogenics, Robitussin DM, that don't show up on drug test. You know, I've worked with numerous patients that have used Robitussin DM. They'll drink a couple of quarts of that. They'll experience hallucinations, have a psychotic break, and then they go back to normal. You know, there's several things that could have occurred here. I mean, I agree with you fully. If he did have psychiatric problems, he'd have had a break this within a year. He would have cycled at least once or twice. Probably had to have been hospitalized, or he's underneath the doctor's care, so the doctor could have taken care of him. You know, in a case like this, I mean, you know, you could possibly think about sending him over to the support group if he did tell his evaluators down. Did he go to Palmetto? Is that where he went? He went to Palmetto. So Dr. White's down there. He's a great doctor. You know, if he did tell him that he was using alcohol and drugs and things like that, I mean, that's admitting that he's done it in the past. Why wouldn't he go to the support group for 5 years and be underneath contract or do a 2-year contract if that's what he wants? I take it that he's in his last year of school because we've got a lawyer from UAMS here and he's going through clinical rotations. But, you know, there's several things that could have happened that could have caused a psychotic break like that. And we couldn't have measured anything because it's immeasurable in these drug tests. You know, so this is a hard one, you know. You know, I think you get Kyle on here and talk to him and see what was going on. A stressor like that, pharmacy school, you know, stress does cause a lot of this. And, you know, throwing him back in the fire, is he going to have another psychotic break? You know, I mean, that's my question. I mean, and I loved what Dr. Richmond said. You know, we've relieved this stressor, and nothing's happened in this last year. Well, we've also put him underneath the doctor's care. We've taken him down and got him an evaluation. He's seen this doctor every week. He's straightened up. You know, maybe he's realized what's going on. You know, it's half dozen or another. I mean, it's a hard situation. You know, I think the board does a tremendous job of protecting the public in these instances and goes above and beyond for the protection of the public. And, you know, coming over to the support group for a couple of years or 5 years, I mean, that's not going to hurt. I mean, we're going to be providing the same service that his doctor's providing right now, plus giving him an environment that he can talk to others about stressors in pharmacy and being held accountable and going to meetings and things. So that's just my take on it.
And, you know, also this last year, we've all been forced to be still due to COVID. You know, we're all not doing what we would normally be doing. So he's been kind of in a closed environment due to that. So does any of the pharmacy board have any questions of Dr. Stewart? Okay, you ready to hear from Kyle?
Thank you very much. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Dr. Stewart. Hi, Kyle.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Doing good. Now, what do you have to tell us today?
Well, first off, I just want to say I do respect what you guys do. I know you're trying to protect the general public and stuff, and I completely respect that. So what was I going to say? I was wanting to say a few things. So yeah, like y'all keep emphasizing like this drug and alcohol abuse, and like the marijuana stuff I admitted to was at like just a few parties here and there, and it's like with other pharmacy students. So it's like, it's not like I do marijuana all the time or something. It was like 3 or 4 times. It's not like something I'm doing all the time. You know, it's just something I wanted to try. And I did, and I know it was wrong, and I admitted to it, right? The alcohol thing with Dr. Bradley, if you notice, we had this brought up at the last meeting. And in Bradley's notes, it says, Kyle thinks he is an alcoholic, but he is not, because Bradley knew I was not of lucid mind. And when you're under psychosis, the way me and you were talking, it can be completely interpreted differently. Like you could be saying one thing to me, and I'm not even understanding it properly. I'm not interpreting it properly. So it seems like the understanding of psychosis and sort of like schizophrenia kind of things and the of thought, it's very weird how you guys are talking about it. It's like y'all haven't experienced it like a lot of cases with it, but because your whole mind is different, your whole world is different. And I also want to say something else. Oh,
hey, Kyle, let me ask you a question. Are you saying that you're a schizophrenic?
No. Sorry, I'm just we call it. I haven't been like diagnosed because it's really hard to diagnose. But psychosis, the symptoms are like very similar to like schizophrenia.
Yeah, I think the board has a good understanding of all symptoms. What symptoms were you experiencing then?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to insult the board like that. I was just talking about like from like a first person view of how it is, of like understanding like that, like you could be saying like a sentence to me, and I would like interpret the sentence completely differently. Or maybe I would think that you're a different person than you actually are. And like, I could think you're talking to me on the radio and stuff, or like telling me, like guiding me to say something to somebody, those kinds of things.
So you're talking about hallucinations.
Yeah, like auditory hallucinations. Sorry, that's not what I meant. I didn't mean it in that way. I apologize. I didn't mean it like your understanding of the symptoms. Sorry. I was trying to say personal experience. So I was gonna mention something else. Oh, and like the cop that pulled me over with a DWI, he was at the hearing last time, and he expected it to be like DWI and stuff related, but once he took me to the hospital and he drug tested me, he then realized that I was out of my mind, right? So I just want to emphasize that as well. What else? Would you like to hear like what I've been doing the past year, or do you have any specific questions for me?
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
What happened that day prior to this? Was there anything specific that you could remember that caused you to trigger off?
Oh, you mean like the day of the psychosis started?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it was really weird. It was like a really slow buildup. So like, so overall, my psychosis probably lasted like 9 to 10 months total. And every day was literally a different day. Like, it's like living in a dream, sort of. Like, it's really weird experience, but I remember all of it. I remember everything, or almost everything. And so at first I had like just small suspicions, like, I remember my earliest suspicion was like, I thought like some of my close friends were like Russian spies on me, but I didn't think it 100%. I was just suspicious of it, right? And it just slowly builds up, and then I thought my girlfriend was like starting to read my mind, and then it got worse and worse and worse, and then I thought like God was talking to me like 100%, like through the radio and stuff. And I wasn't even having like real conversations with people. It was just, but what triggered it is really hard to say, because I want to emphasize, like, I'm not like a super type A person. I'm like, I usually don't get too stressed even at school. So like I did like a double science bachelor's, right? And it wasn't really that difficult for me. And pharmacy school was, I'm not gonna act like it was easy. Pharmacy school was a little bit more difficult, but I don't really get super stressed from things like that. I'm really stressed right now, right? Because of this meeting, but I really don't get like too stressed too often. And So like the hospital rotations, I actually enjoyed the hospital rotations. Those are really nice. But one thing I like to do is I like to like take in a lot of information, like not just school. Maybe I'll like read a lot of politics or like just world politics or just like history. Like I just like in taking a lot of information. I'm thinking maybe that helped cause it, like all those stresses of all that information coming in all the time. So maybe that was something like that. Did that answer your question? Or?
Yeah. But how are you doing, like say, like right now? Have you had any more episodes that you could recall?
No. I don't have any like weird thoughts like that. Like some days I'll have like a weird dream or something, and I'll wake up and I'll be thinking, I'll be like, oh my gosh, if I have a weird dream or something like that, and I wake up, I need to get medicine like ASAP. You know, like I'm very aware of like if something happens, but I don't have any symptoms like that ever when I'm awake or anything. And also my girlfriend, she's in pharmacy school. I've been with her for about 4 years, and she graduated this May. So, and I hang out with her all the time, and she's very aware of me, and we talk about pharmacy school and drugs all the time. You know, it's not like I haven't been completely out of the loop for 2 years. You know, I talk about pharmacy every day still, and I help her study with her summative exam, her NAPLEX, and things like that. I would just like to apologize to Mr. James though for like making it seem like I was saying y'all don't have an understanding of schizophrenia or something. I didn't mean it in that way.
You don't have to apologize, my man. I was just asking you a question about the things. You're fine. You're fine.
I was just talking about like the personal like experience of it, because it's like a really different train of thinking, and I just wanted to make sure I didn't say it incorrectly.
Can I ask you a question about this? Have you ever used any hallucinogenic drugs?
No, I've never done any hallucinogenic drugs at all or anything. I've only done no, never. And I've marijuana a few times, like the 4 times I mentioned, and they were like at parties and they weren't mine or anything. And I've never done any, I don't even take like Adderall for tests or anything, which I know is very popular. I never do any Adderall or anything. I just study, I just go in, I take the test, and however it hits, you know. I don't do a lot of like cheating or anything.
Yeah, I thought you had to have a prescription for Adderall.
Oh yeah, you do, but there are people who don't have prescriptions who take it in school all the time. I was just saying, like, I don't take any cheating or like any things like that. The way the board was talking, like I had a big drug abuse and alcohol abuse problem, and it was like, I didn't like how it was painting me. It was kind of weird.
Well, no, I think the board was saying that you went down to Palmetto and you told them that you had a drinking and drug problem.
Yeah. And so, like, would you like me to explain that
to me?
Yeah. So I was like, yeah, that's completely understandable. So like, I'm under completely like, I'm in complete psychosis, right? So like, I'm like talking to someone, and I'll think like, maybe I'll be thinking that I'm talking to God or something, and I'll be like confessing my sins of all the people or something. And I'll be like, yes, I have an alcohol problem. I wasn't even drinking at all for like mostly that year. I'd be like, yes, I have an alcohol problem and a drug problem and things like that. But like, just my words don't even mean what my words mean. It's like a really weird thing to explain. It's like a different language when you're under psychosis. Like, well, sometimes it's not always a different language, but yeah.
And you also came in and met with myself, Dr. Kirtley, Dr. McCready, and told us the same thing. You remember that?
Yeah. And that was like, I had heard like 5 songs in a row on the radio. And I was like, oh my gosh, is this me? Is this me? And I was like, I need to tell someone. And so I went to the board at UAMS and I said, I think I have an alcohol and a drug problem. And that was like, it's because of like these songs I was hearing on the radio and stuff. Like it's like you're on a completely different line of thinking all the time. Like you're thinking God's telling you.
I have a question. Sorry. Dr. Newsom, can we ask questions?
Yes, you can. Go ahead.
So Kyle, what is the goal? So if we vote to reinstate your intern license contingent on you being readmitted to a college of pharmacy, What do you want to do with that? Like, what's the goal? What do you want to do?
My whole goal in life is to be a pharmacist. I have worked for that for my whole life. I worked hard at Euler. I did double science degrees to make sure it looked better on my resume to get in pharmacy school. I would like to work at an independent or like a hospital pharmacy or something. That's what I would love to do. I would love to talk about pharmacy with my girlfriend all day long and about our day and talk about drugs and stuff all day. That would be perfect, great life for me. I would really like that. But this is my whole end goal here is to get in pharmacy school. But can I say one more thing? I don't mean to interrupt you.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I was also want to say, I was taking that, it was like a drug and alcohol addiction course that year while I was under psychosis. So I was sitting there in that class and I was like reading stuff, and it was like, I thought God was talking to me, telling me to do and say these things. And it had like a major impact of like my interpretation of stuff. So I would read something that says, blah, 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 drinking, then you would have this alcohol abuse problem. And I'd be like, oh my gosh, then I have an alcohol abuse problem. Because I think God's telling me that I have an alcohol abuse problem. And so I'm like, I'm trying to confess and I'm trying to do what's right. You know, I'm not trying to hide anything. I'm trying to do what's right. And I'm telling the board, I was like, I need to know what to do. I was completely out of my mind, but yeah.
So, but you said a minute ago, so this is not something that happened over a couple episodes. You said this was over like 9 or 10 months.
Oh,
absolutely. Like this?
Absolutely. So, yeah. So one of the questions Dr. Bradley asked, which I really like Dr. Bradley, he did a really good job of explaining like psychosis and hallucinations and stuff. Because there are like a lot of different forms of hallucinations. There's like partial and stuff, and it's pretty neat. But one of the things he said was, how often were you having the delusions? Were they part-time or were they full-time? And my delusions were full-time. I would wake up and I would be in a delusion. I would dream and I would be in a delusion. I would wake up and I would think that dreams were telling me something. I would go out throughout the day. I could hear something on the radio, maybe thought the government was watching me or the FBI was trying to get me or something. My delusions lasted for an entirely 8 months. And it was honestly hell. It was the worst experience I've ever experienced. And I'm usually a very secluded, quiet person. I hate having birthday parties for myself. And so all this attention on me was just, oh my gosh, I hated it so much. I really just, sorry, Dr. Daniel.
No, you're fine. I'm looking at Dr. Bradley. You know, when you saw Dr. Bradley, and in September of 2019, Dr. Bradley diagnosed you with bipolar disorder with psychosis. Have you been taking any treatments or medication for bipolar disorder?
No, I have not been taking any treatments for bipolar disorder. I was currently for a little while. I can't remember the exact medication I was taking for bipolar disorder. But I was taking it for a little while, and I think Stuart and Bradley, I don't know if they talk to each other. They talk to each other quite often, but we eventually took me off the bipolar disorder and kept me on the psychosis medication, the antipsychotic, very low dose. But yeah, the bipolar disorder really wasn't helping me. They were just trying to see, maybe that's what it was, but I don't have any like cycles through bipolar or anything. I'm pretty constant all the time.
And so you're going through this. So you came in and met with us. You went down to Cornerstone. You went down to Palmetto, and none of this came out until, I guess, after you got the evaluation back and Palmetto recommended treatment. So how come? So nobody saw any of this psychosis through these months and months of time?
Yeah, my parents knew something was wrong, and they were trying to like get help. And they even came to me with Dr. White and telling them I've had a psychotic break and I need to be pulled out. Dr. Stewart was trying to get a flufenazine shot in me the entire 4 months, right? But it's hard to give someone flufenazine against their will, right? They were trying to give me antipsychotics this whole entire time. It wasn't something that just came out of the blue. And they recommended Dr. Bradley, and Dr. Bradley was trying to give me like Risperidol and stuff. And I would take it and I would think I thought the devil was trying to poison me or something crazy. And so I would just act like I swallowed it and I would throw it away, but I would never take it. So yeah, they were trying to give me treatment throughout that. In February.
I have nothing further, Dr. Newsom. Thank you.
Dr. Mack?
So Kyle, what's been going on this last year and what do you attribute? I mean, that was a very bizarre accounting of what happened during that year or two or 8 months. What has happened since then and what is different and how are you going to protect yourself to know if something such as that is occurring again?
Okay, so thank you for the question. So first off, pharmacy is like a very serious field, and you guys have to protect not only pharmacists but the general public, and that's a very respectful thing to do, and I completely respect it. So I have a few things that like I've kind of put checks and balances. Like first off, my girlfriend's a pharmacist, and she's gonna be a pharmacist in May, and if anything weird happened, like she would immediately call the board or make sure I needed medication. And I've also signed a, what's it called? I've signed a medical release to like sign my rights away to like medically to my parents that if I'm under psychotic break and I refuse to take fluphenazine, I've given up my right to reject it. So like they can just like inject me with fluphenazine if I'm under psychosis, like without my will. So that's kind of a few checks and balances I have to make sure it happens again, which I don't think it will happen again. I honestly think it was a once bizarre event. And I really wasn't that stressed from school. I know you guys think like school is stressful, but I really don't get too stressed from situations like that. And I think it was more just the random information I was intaking, maybe the stress of all the random silly things I was intaking. And sorry, what was your other question, Dr. Mack?
That was it. I kind of want to know how this last year's been going. What have you been doing? I mean, I know you had 3 jobs, but what are you doing?
Okay, so I was working as a chemist for a few months. We would do like bomb calorimeter, acid-base treatment, some GC mass spec. Then COVID hit and quite a few people left and they started isolating us in these rooms, and we were working like 60 hours a week, 12-hour shifts. And I wasn't seeing anybody. And I was like, well, the board definitely wants me to talk to people. I can't just sit here and be isolated by myself. So I was trying to find something else. And it took me a few months to find something else. But then I started tutoring, and I tutor online and on campus for about 25 to 30 hours a week. I tutor things like calculus, some analytical chemistry, maybe some organic chemistry, some high school chemistry, then some even smaller stuff like 4th and 6th grade, maybe some simple algebra or math, and a little bit of ACT prep, SAT prep, but not very much of that. Things I do for fun is like I like to work out, I like to read, I like to hang out with my girlfriend a lot. Like she's my best friend. I really like to hang out with her. We just like to play some games maybe, but it's too slow for me. I really like being kind of busy in pharmacy school and like pharmacy, and I love reading studies, new studies that come out, so I can read papers, and that's what I truly enjoy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What was the last paper that you read?
I read the Pfizer paper for the vaccine, but it wasn't really, I didn't read it, like digest it properly. My favorite paper is probably in Dr. Granberry's class. It was like a landmark studies paper comparing like the beta blocker effects with blood pressure, and how the beta blockers don't really necessarily help with blood pressure as much as you would think they would. I can't remember the exact title of the landmark study, but.
When did you read that article?
That was probably like last year. The vaccine article was probably like a few weeks ago or something. And I read a bunch of like random inhaler papers because I don't have super great understanding of inhalers. So I like to read how they work and things like that.
Okay, any other questions of Kyle? Okay, now the board is going to go into discussion.
Okay.
Dr. Newsom, before you do that, I just want to be sure his counsel, Mr. Muscoli, doesn't have anything further to add just while we're here. I don't know if he does or not, but just want to give him the opportunity.
Okay, let's call him up then. Thank you, Kyle.
Thank you all so much. Have a nice day.
Good morning. Just wanted to give you the opportunity if you had anything else to add, or if you had any questions or anything just before the board's.
Yes, sir. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your time. I don't have any arguments to make. All I wanted to do is very briefly put one more witness on for the board. This is Camille Holt. She is the mother of Kyle, and she would like to just talk about one thing, which is a question that the board had is what if something happens in the future? What kind of system do you have in place to safeguard and to have some checks and balances? So I would like her to just very briefly tell the board what it is that we have in place to make sure that even if something happens in the future, we're able to catch it very quickly and deal with it in a timely fashion.
How are you today?
Very well. My name is Camille Holt, and I'm a school teacher. Actually, I've been teaching for 10 years high school, and I just wanted to say that as a support group for Kyle, the entire time his family, he has a very strong family support group. We have been with him, checking in on him the whole time in this whole year. And prior to that, when the first sign of anything happened, he was living in an apartment in Little Rock, and we moved him home and started taking him to the doctor to see what was going on. I have, like I said, I've taught for 15 years. I've never saw any of this in my family or in his child at school. And he, as soon as Dr. Stewart, it has never happened again this year, but we all check. And he has a very strong support group. And another thing, he mentioned that we went to the attorney and had a thing signed just in case it happened, that he wasn't thinking straight, that me or his dad could have, that losing whatever the shot was to take that back. But I really don't think it'll ever happen. He has been himself, sharp, joking, fine. And his, his girlfriend is also a Czech, and I connect with her, and, and she's been in pharmacy school with him the entire time. So any questions? I'll answer any questions y'all have for me.
Where does he live? Is he still at your home?
Kyle he was living in Little Rock with another pharmacy student. Now he lives with his girlfriend that's in pharmacy school.
So how long was he with you? I know y'all moved him into your home when all of this happened. How long has he been out of your house?
He's been out of our house since, what was it? Okay. It was, yeah, he lived with us the entire time during that. So I don't know. He moved out in August.
Okay, thank you.
I did. I said you lived with the whole time in college. He lived in Little Rock. He's never lived with us for 4 years until that happened. Then we moved him back. That's how strong of a support group he has. My husband's a professor at a college. We're like on it. We've got 4 kids.
Okay, Dr. Mack had a question.
Yeah, I just wondered, many of us are parents, and we understand that you can't make anything go away with your children. Some things just happen, but I'm kind of wondering, I know he was probably telling you some of these strange occurrences, but because he said it was building up, was it not that obvious that there was a serious bad problem? Or, I mean,
No.
I'm sure as a parent, you were struggling with what do we do tomorrow for you? But I'm just wondering how that was going.
I love this question because this tells the story. When he came home in February telling stuff that was odd, Kyle has been a perfect child, no emotional. I never had any trouble with him. He had D-Hall one time in school. I was his teacher. There were 3 different times in high school. And valedictorian, King, I mean, you could ask every teacher at school. He worked at a pharmacy for 7 years before he even went. That's why he decided to become a pharmacist for John Rowland. And he came home and he started saying stuff. And I listened because he had never lied. He's so ethical and he'd never told me anything that was untrue. So I did circle it in my mind as a mother. But my husband said, that is not true. That is nonsense. And wouldn't even listen to it. And so I started going to Dr. Stewart by myself and telling on Kyle, saying what he was saying. And Dr. Stewart started saying, let's watch him. And so I kept going I was watching him, and then I kept going to the doctor. And then we saw, I thought maybe he needed a brain scan. He had a brain tumor. I had no idea what it was because I've never seen it. And he was saying spiritual stuff, and we're a very conservative family. And so I'm thinking, maybe he's, seeing he's went a wrong way, and maybe he's finding God or something. I literally thought stuff like that. But he was taking a class during this time that was, for what was the name of the class? Drug addiction class. And so I had told Dr. Stewart, I showed him the transcript. And we started seeing then that there was something going on. And that's when we moved him home. We went and got his stuff and moved him home and started watching him. I asked him to withdraw from pharmacy school. But see, academics is Kyle's strong suit. He can take a test, that NETPLEX, he could take that and pass that right now. And that's a strong suit for him. And I tried to get him to go out. He wouldn't listen to me. But finally, by Almighty God, he got that shot in him. And I mean, within 24 hours, 48 hours, 2 months, my son was back. He was it's a miracle. And he was fine. And then he just weaned him off of it. And we have never had he is as strong as an ox now. There's nothing wrong with him. He's trying to correct me right now on some stuff. But that's what happened. And I have 100% confidence that Kyle can go through as a teacher, and I am very conservative, that he can go through and it's really on him. And no, I'm saying this humbly, to pass that test and go be observed clinically. And if he can do that, then he can be a pharmacist. I have no doubt that he could be. I even had the man that he worked for all those years through high school, that is one of the best men in the county, asked me, when he gets out, I'll give him a job. Because they know he's fine. He said, Camille, that was stress. And that's what happened.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions? Was that a question or no, Mr. Daniel?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay.
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 Y'all want to talk to anyone else, or what do y'all think?
Oh, we got to talk about that.
Okay.
Dr. Kraus, did you have a question?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, what is the will of the board?
Madam President.
Dr. Kraus, go ahead.
based on what I've heard and seen here today, I would not feel good in allowing him to go back and practice as an intern. Possibly under some strict monitoring by the consult group for a while. I might entertain that notion, but I'm also interested to hear what the other board members have to say, but that's kind of where I am right now.
Okay, thank you. Miss Carroll, go ahead.
I have the concern that I have, and I appreciate the fact that he has such a strong support group and so many people who are willing to be there. But my concern is something could happen so quickly in a clinical situation that even if there was something out or someone out there to intervene, that it could be too late and harm could happen to someone. So that's my concern.
Ms. Ford?
So I guess I'm a little torn. I can kind of see both sides. So putting him back and allowing him to continue to complete his coursework gives us a little bit of a runway with a lot of very experienced, qualified people around him through the program to be able to interact with him on a daily basis and see how things are going before he gets to full on practicing independently. So it would give us a little bit of runway depending on what UAMS, where they want to start him. It gives us a little bit longer time to continue that assessment to make sure he really is dealing with stresses appropriately and he has the both the medical support and then the social support. But I do see some concerns about putting him right. I would definitely see concerns putting him right into independent practice, but I could probably go with some sort of provisionary or some sort of oversight or conditions upon letting him go back into doing some coursework with the ultimate goal of getting his internship back and that sort of thing.
Thank you. Dr. Mitchell?
So I tend to agree with Amy. I think putting him back in a situation where he's either doing didactic classwork and then rotations or, on rotations, I think that's fair that he be given the opportunity to do that, right? We can't control his choices and how he responds to stress. And I don't think putting him in supervised practice that way is a significant risk to the public in terms of pharmacy practice. I also have a lot of respect for his physician, his general practice physician, and the work that he does, and the fact that he has seen him regularly over the last year. I also kind of think last year was not a normal year, to put it mildly, and I think it was extremely stressful for the majority of people. And so I think he's demonstrated already that under stressful conditions, he did not revert to substance misuse or have any sort of psychotic breakdowns from that. So that carries a lot of weight for me, right? It's not only that it's been a whole year, it was a really crazy year. And I think a lot of people struggled with different aspects of their mental health over the last year. So the fact that he didn't have any major struggles, that bears a lot of weight with me. And I would like to find a way to be able to give him an opportunity to prove himself in a practice setting.
Thank you. Dr. Richmond?
I agree with Dr. Mitchell and Ms. Ford. At some point, there are many situations where we can't, that just because something has happened in the past doesn't mean that you can't see a way back to practice, or in this case, back to school. I respect having heard from his physician. I respect his support group through his parents. Hearing Kyle speak on his own behalf gave me a bit of concern just in his presentation, but I don't want to let one 30-minute or an hour discussion where I'm sure that he's nervous outweigh all the other testimony that's been given regarding his past. I do think that his way back would need to be structured and observed. It sounds like UAMS is in a position to consider that. So with proper oversight and to give him a way, like Ms. Ford said, you know, a runway back to where he wants to be, then I could be in support of it.
All right, sir. Thank you. Dr. Jolly?
I agree with a lot of what's already been said from Dr. Mitchell and from Amy and Dr. Richmond. I'm still a little bit concerned about the baseline evaluation from actually a psychiatrist. You know, I appreciate all the work that Dr. Willis has done with him, but I'm a little concerned about lack of a psychiatric evaluation on what the current, I guess, state is. I do like the suggestion of continued monitoring, whether that be 2, 3, 5 years. What Mr. Howe said about some of the resources there at UAMS. In terms of when it comes time to graduate, I guess my question would be, you know, I think typically just, you know, passing your exams and getting your licensure is what we typically require, but will this require something, you know, something different in order to license him to practice? Will it be based on, you know, how things are going and, you know, what, you know, the progress has been through, whether it's the support group or some program through UAMS. So those are my thoughts.
Okay, thank you, sir. Dr. Mack? You're muted. There you go.
So I do agree with everything that's been said. I'm leaning really close to Dr. Jolly in that just being a mother, I know that you want to protect your kids and help your kids and make everything right for your kids. And I think she's going to be very involved, and that's all wonderful. And then a close friend of a doctor, I think I would feel better if there was an outside, possibly psychiatric evaluation, but maybe he doesn't have to go to that person every month, but just something that can kind of help spot check if things are coming up, you know, that's not quite as close. Not sure if a university, you know, they have so many students and so many things. I don't know for sure if that's enough. So I'm not saying anything against the university. I'm sure it's a great program, but I don't know if he needs possibly some involvement with a university to keep everything in line, but then possibly another doctor that Dr. Stewart, you know, can speak with and go back and forth about his care. He might do his monthly care. I just feel like everybody wants to do the right thing for Kyle, and all of us in the room and all of the people with him. And we certainly appreciate that. And I think they've done a lot over the years, and they have really tried to do the right thing for him. So I would like to see just a little bit of outside involvement. I don't know that it's the support group if we don't think he has a drug and alcohol problem, but maybe they can, you know, watch him for something else. Or if he could just have another doctor that works with Dr. Stewart to make us feel a little more comfortable. And I do like the thing of, we've got another year or however long it takes him to graduate, that we could revisit with him and possibly his doctors of how he's done during that year before he ever gets licensed.
Thank you. Mr. Daniel.
Yeah, and I just, this is a question for J.O. J.O., are you still on there?
I'm here.
Speaking of what Dr. Mack said, through that wellness program, are there psychiatrists that are available, like to do an evaluation or to do, treatment as needed?
Yes, and kind of in line with some of the earlier comments about this just being a very different and difficult year, we've been able to ramp up the availability both of our staff, faculty, psychiatrists that are involved with student wellness, and the licensed counseling staff.
Okay. Like I said, I just wanted, I was just curious more than anything after some of the board comments. Thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Puru Thapa is the psychiatrist physician that runs the program.
Okay, that's good information to know. Okay, Dr. Kraus, did you have anything else to say?
Not yet, thank you.
Okay, so we've kind of gathered all of our thoughts, so I would like to entertain a motion, please.
I'd like to make a motion that we do not allow this young man to go back and be an intern and finish out pharmacy school without some monitoring in place, tight monitoring. And that's not a motion, that's more of a suggestion to see what other people have to say.
Okay, so
I'm sorry.
go ahead, Dr. Jolly.
Can I ask a question for Mr. Howe?
Yes, sir. Mr. Howe, we have a question for you.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
would that UMS program provide a baseline sort of evaluation of where Kyle's at right now?
To be honest, I believe that there are often different levels of continuing engagement. We have some students that remain involved with wellness throughout their time with us. Some we basically get a letter clearing them to return, often if whatever condition they were facing was specifically, we think, tied to stress, to make sure that they can be safe in the clinical environment. But I would imagine that we could work with his family medicine physician to establish a baseline. And I know that it's difficult for patients that might have varying levels of behavioral health issues and psychiatric conditions, but sometimes the real value is in the person that really does know them best, rather than somebody who just comes in cold to do an evaluation. But we definitely have the bandwidth to do an extensive, essentially a clearance, if that would be something that y'all would be interested in, if he would be willing to waive privilege so that we could share that information with you.
Yeah, and that was my next question. If he signed a waiver, there'd be no issue with that information coming to the board.
Correct.
I think if the board wanted to see an evaluation like that, they would likely want to see the results of the evaluation before they voted to return an intern license, is the problem. Because, I mean, no evaluation is ever all positive or all negative. So I don't know what the board would want to see from an evaluation unless they wanted to decide based on it.
But in order to get the evaluation from UAMS, would we have to give him his intern license, and then the college would have to go through their steps, and then that would engage him with UAMS? Because I guess what I'm asking is, if we don't grant him his intern license today, is that even an available path for him to take?
You know, I'm not in the best position to answer that, but I can certainly get an answer to you. I know that the general position we take is that, you know, students at that level cannot remain in or proceed or progress in a program if they're not actively licensed. But for us to be able to essentially reactivate him as a student, I don't think that that necessarily requires that he have an active license. So it's not by virtue of his being a student, it's by virtue of his needing to be in a clinical space, which requires the licensure. So I'm sorry if that's circular.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you,
Because I just got a note from Dr. White that he's not currently an active student, but we could try to figure out a way to make it work.
And if that, then it wasn't possible, I mean, we could always, I mean, he could always get an evaluation outside of the college. I mean, there's, I mean, you know, psychiatrists, I mean, there, you know, I mean, plenty of clinics or whatever, and Dr. Stewart may even know one. So, I mean, if that's what the board wants, I mean, there would be issues. I mean, we could always make that work, even if it wouldn't work through UAMS at the moment.
And it's February, so he couldn't start right now. So he has some time to do
Yeah,
these.
I mean, yeah, and we've got April informal. So, I mean, if he wanted, I mean, if that's what the board decides, he gets one between now and then. The board would have time to look at it. His counsel, his doctors, everybody would have time to review it and look at it. And then, you know, like I said, we've got that meeting in April. So if that's the way you want to go, we can easily get him in well in enough time for the school to meet. You know, I mean, if we do grant him a license, I mean, the school's going to have to meet, which is going to take some time and kind of see exactly where he needs to go back. I mean, at a minimum, he's got his 4th year. I mean, but who knows? I mean, since he's been out for, right at 2 years, I mean, there may be more that they want him to repeat or, you know, remediate just to be sure.
Yeah, I think that we can pretty safely say if you do reinstate his license, that would give him the ability to be reactivated within our systems and bring us in line with whatever accreditation requirements we have or the college bylaws. But we would be mindful that the expectation was that he wouldn't be actively engaging in the clinical environment until that clearance happens. That's unfair. My basic understanding is that he needs to have the license to be able to come back into the college and access the services we might be able to provide supportively.
Yeah. Yeah. So what he's saying is you could grant his license today with the condition that he'd not work as an intern until he's granted clearance through UAMS, hence clearance through the board. So, I mean, it could kind of be like a support group, you know, they get advocacy from the support group and then come back in front of the committee. We could, you know, do something where he has to get advocacy or clearance, whatever they want to call it, from UAMS before I mean, that's just an option.
Could once he gets clearance, could there be ongoing monitoring by the college? I mean, I understand Dr. Stewart's probably going to keep monitoring him for every month, but could this college psychiatrist also do some kind of long-term, I'm saying during the year he's in college, I guess, some long-term follow-up to make sure that they also agree everything's going in the right direction? Or is it just a clearance and you're done?
That's up to you.
Yeah, I mean, if you make clear to us what your expectation is, then we will work to bring a plan in place in line with those expectations or requirements. Because I know that we do have some students who are not being actively monitored, but still have an agreement in place, while we do have others who are being actively monitored, and the college is getting regular updates that, yes, they're staying compliant with the regimen, whatever that might be, if it's bi-weekly check-ins, if it's monthly check-ins. And then sometimes we get notice that the psychiatrist feels that they're no longer required to have that engagement, that they basically say that they're healthy, they're in a good spot, they know how to access care, and we have a safety plan in place if we need to re-engage our services. So we try to leave them some leeway, but if for your position, and I appreciate the seriousness of the potential bad outcomes, it would not be difficult, I would not imagine, for us to let student wellness know and to let Kyle know that we intend for him to make monthly check-ins, and it's sort of in line with what he's doing with Dr. Stewart. So kind of a safety net under the safety net, so to speak.
Dr. Krause?
Yeah, I was wondering, why are we considering UAMS's monitoring of this instead of our own support group? Is there a benefit one way or the other?
I mean, I think
we have the framework, the network, it's in place. We regularly engage. It's like we have physician wellness, we have a resident wellness program, and we have the student wellness program. But if y'all were interested in redirecting him to somewhere else, I mean, certainly we'll try to go along and however y'all would prefer to work it.
I know that most of the time ours have like chemical dependency issues, alcoholism, drug abuse, that kind of thing. And I don't know if that's what our support group is mainly focused on. I don't know what's better for the young man here at all. And then, as far as us feeling like we've accomplished what our goals in making sure that he goes to the right group, if that's what we desire. Does anybody have a reasonable preference one way or the other, or does it matter?
Well, I would be comfortable with him being under a psychiatrist that is watching. And I feel like our support group is wonderful, but and John, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it's more for alcohol and substance abuse. And I think this could very well have been something different or in addition to. So, or both. I mean, that's just kind of how I feel like I would like a psychiatrist to at least be able to get his baseline and kind of watch progress over the year.
Yeah, I think that's good. Thank you.
Yeah, we could do that through Dr. Thapa.
Okay.
And just for what it's worth, our wellness team, they're used to dealing with many scenarios beyond consideration in just the substance abuse or alcoholism framework. You think about, the age group that we have on campus, interpersonal relationship issues, stress from these, difficult academic rigors. They're used to looking across the whole spectrum of potential stressors, triggers, conditions, and then formulating a plan specific to each student that presents.
So, but JO, when they graduate, they're done with that, right?
Correct. Unless they happen to remain on faculty.
Yeah, I don't know that I foresee this being a 1-year issue or a 2-year issue during school. So, if the board goes down this path, be prepared. You're going to have to revisit this when we are considering the pharmacist licensure side of it as well.
And I think we all would want to do that. And it may require the next level, or I don't say level, but it may require the next psychiatrist or doctor that could work with him over the next 3 to 5 years. But I think we want to really close examine how this year of school with clinical rotation goes.
So I would like to ask Turner, does the framework of the support group support this scenario post-graduation or even concurrently in school?
I mean, we could make it work. I'll say this, I know Dr. Thapa. I've worked with him intensely. Great guy, understands. One of the most understanding doctors I've been around. Very caring, compassionate, empathetic. I would love to see an evaluation from him, but yeah, we could set it up. I deal with this sort of stuff on a daily basis. So I've got a good understanding of it. It'd be relatively easy to monitor, I would think. And it might be a way to implement a plan for pharmacists who have mental health issues not associated with addiction or alcoholism, but yeah, I think it'd be easily monitored.
Sounds to me like we want to have a couple of things. The one, we'd feel better to have a baseline psychiatric evaluation, and that assuming that all that's fine, that would then permit the issuance of his intern license, and that we're also concerned about ongoing wellness, that he be monitored on an ongoing basis, at least while he's in school and perhaps beyond. It also seems to me that we issue intern licenses because individuals are in school and not the other way around. And so it would seem that if the school had made the determination, which it doesn't sound like they've had, to readmit him, but once they readmit him, and with the basis of a psych evaluation, we'd be in a place to say, okay, not only does he need an intern license, but he's appropriate to have one, and then grant the license. And then at that point, just make sure that there's an ongoing monitoring process through whatever system is best, whether it's the school, whether it's one that we choose, or simply one that is in close coordination with his primary care physician, which I think would be a necessary concomitant regardless. So it would seem to me that that would be the order of things. That one, the school readmit him. Two, is that we get a psych evaluation. If that could be done by April, we could hear it at the informal, and then grant the intern license based on the fact that he's readmitted as a student, and then require an ongoing wellness monitoring program for as long as we see necessary.
I think you did a great job summarizing that up. I think one thing we could consider if we had to, based on college requirements, is a provisional intern license, providing certain conditions were met, and then grant. And Dr. Kirtley, Luke, correct me if I'm going off track here, but do a provisional and then not issue a permanent until we get the results back of that, or have a chance to review that evaluation. I'm just trying to think in terms of what the college would need in terms of admitting him or looking at admitting him back as a student.
And I mean, we've kind of had some similar issues. I know we've had one with Harding in the recent past, but where the board has made a decision, like if the school readmits him, then yes, we will issue an intern license. I mean, it's kind of, under our, board regs and stuff, they have to be admitted to a college of pharmacy to have an intern license. So we've kind of gone previously and said, yes, we would readmit, we would give them intern license if they're readmitted. And maybe that would be if they're readmitted and once the evaluation has been, approved. So maybe that would be enough for them to get into the work wellness program. And I see Dr. White is on here now. Maybe she'll have a little more information on that, like what they would need before they would consider readmittance.
But Luke, it sounds like the board members are trying to decide whether they should give some sort of permit to allow him to get an evaluation, but they don't want to give him a permit really until they see the evaluation. So you can get an evaluation without being an intern, and the college could give, the college's decision on if they would admit him and how is separate but connected to the intern license.
Yeah, it's a cart before the horse, chicken before the egg. It's just Dr. White would, for him, or Dr. White or Mr. Howell, for him to get into that wellness and maybe get an evaluation. Could he do that prior to, admittance?
So, hello, everybody. It's good to see you all. So the evaluation can be done at UAMS. It would be out of pocket. That has nothing to do with being enrolled in our college. But for us to consider admission of a student, any student, we have to know that they are intern license eligible. And so if a student is not eligible to get an intern license, we cannot consider them for admission or readmission to the college. And so I just wanted to make that part of it clear, that is the order of things. We have to know that the student is intern license eligible to consider readmission or admission to the college.
Okay. So it sounds to me like that the board wants to see an evaluation and then make that decision.
Okay.
Yeah.
From what I've heard in all the conversation, I see a lot of head shaking, but it sounds like they want him to get an evaluation, report back in April, and then depending on that evaluation and what it says, let the college know one way or the other, like, yes, we would readmit him, under these circumstances, or we wouldn't.
I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Can we vote today to consider him eligible for an intern license that would allow the college to start that process. And that way, when we meet back, we can look at the evaluation and maybe also have an idea of what the plan is for college. And that might help us decide what monitoring we're looking at. That way we don't have to go, okay, well, sure, we'll give them a license, but the monitoring is going to be pending what the college decides. I'm trying to figure out a way to make that a little bit more efficient.
Yes, you
if
can
possible.
do that. Yes, you can do that. You can say, yes, we want to see an evaluation, but he is eligible for an intern license. And then he can, whatever he has to request to the college, forget them.
Based on what the evaluation says. Because
everything has to be pending the next step, because if you just say he's eligible for it and then later you come back and say no, you're going to be on the record saying he was eligible and then we didn't give it to him, which is
based on what it says. And then I think with Dr. Richmond, he was going down a great path. And I think when it comes to April, we would also want to add, we want to review him prior to getting his pharmacist license. So we'll be taking this first step in April to get him back into college and get him to go through that year and see how that works. And then we would need, based on what this Dr. Thapa says, he would know better than us what he needs, but he would be able to tell us what does he need for ongoing.
And I saw Dr. White. Did you have something? I saw you kind of raising your hand.
No, I was just going to say what the college will evaluate is if he is readmitted, where he would start in the program and how he moves forward with that part. If there are items that you all want and things that you would require, then we would make sure we do our part to make sure that's met on our end. But our plan would be where he is reinstated in the program and how he moves forward once we know he is eligible for an intern license and we can move forward from there. So that will trigger our review of if and when and where he's readmitted to the college.
Okay. And just in your experience, and as somebody that's been out 2 years, do you imagine there'd be some remedial work?
That would be the scholastic standings decision, that committee's decision. They would look at the curriculum, they would look at several things and figure out where we would think he would be the best served coming back into the program if the vote was to let him back into the program.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Mr. Daniel, can you wordsmith all of that?
Yeah, it sounds like, if we want to, like Dr. Mitchell said, do we want to say where he would be eligible pending the outcome? He's eligible for reinstatement pending the outcome of psychiatric evaluation, and then set him for April. And that way, maybe they could, that way he could, speak with the Board of Pharmacy, and the College of Pharmacy, and maybe they could start on their end too, but just state, yes, he would be eligible for reinstatement for an intern license pending psychiatric evaluation that will be reviewed by the board in April. And that way that'll give everybody, it'll give him time to get it, give his counsel, his doctors, I'm sure Dr. Stewart, whoever want to take a look at it, and it'll give us time to look at it too.
Okay. And Dr.
And that evaluation has to be by a psychiatrist. Is that what we're stipulating?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't necessarily know that it has to be the one at UMS. I know I've heard nothing but good things about him, but I don't know. He's going to be out of pocket for it. So I don't know that it just necessarily has to be Dr. I can't remember his name. I'm sorry.
Thapa. And I don't think it has to either, but I wonder if it would be useful if they're going to be doing the ongoing monitoring to do it.
Yeah.
I would think for continuity of care that it might be a benefit if we could get him in as an inpatient that he'd of course have to pay for, but then he'd have the continuing engagement of Dr. Thapa's care. So he would
Mr. Molesky, anybody over there have any issue with using Dr. Thapa at UMS? Any issues with that on your end? I see head shaking no. Okay. So.
All right. Well, Dr. Mitchell made a motion. Dr. Mack, did you second that?
I'll second it.
Okay. Do we have any further discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Would you repeat the motion? I'm sorry, repeat the motion for me.
Mr. Daniel.
The motion was, Dr. Mitchell made the motion to, he is eligible for, to have his intern license reinstated pending the outcome of the forensic evaluation. And that evaluation will be reviewed by the board at the April informal.
Is that okay for you, Dr. Kraus?
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The motion passes.
And just, anybody know, spell that doctor's last name so I can get maybe his contact information?
T-H-A-P-A.
T-H-A-P-A, Papa?
I believe that's right.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Molesky and Mr. Wheelis, what I will do is I will get you something in writing that says what they decided today and just when you can get that evaluation. And if you'll sign, either get a copy of it and send it to us or give them a release so they can send us a copy of the evaluation. Then we can get we can get set for that April date. Like I said, I think it's the 9th, 10th. It's right at 2 months. So that's plenty of time for you to get seen and for them to get that evaluation to everybody. And then, like I said, we'll go from there in April, and maybe you can talk to Dr. White or whoever at the College of Pharmacy, and they can get, see what they can do on their end. But I'll get that information to you. And do y'all have any questions before we get out of here today?
Absolutely. No, I don't think so. I would just like to say I've had Dr. Thapa before when I had psychosis, and I thought he was a really good doctor. He was very nice, and I
that may be even better since he's already seen you and has, you know, I mean, knows you, so it may work out better. So I'll get, like I said, I'll get that to you and to you, Mr. Molesky. But if that's it, then we appreciate y'all being here today.
All right, thank you all.
Thank you. Thank y'all so much.
Dr. Newsom, we had one more thing set before lunch, and it's Ben McMurray who's here, and that's also Mr. James is here on that. If we're possible, could we go ahead and do that real quick before we take a break?
All right, that would be fine. Is it okay with everyone else? Okay.
Ben McMurray is here. We had in his, if you'll look in your packet of information there, you have some stuff on him. There's at the very beginning of it, there is a summary sheet. This happened back in February of 2020. He entered the pharmacy where he was working while it was closed, and he's on video diverting controlled substances. He signed a preliminary consent and attended Cornerstone from March through May of 2020. He signed a support group contract on May 28th of 2020. He had a violation support group back on October 5th of 2020. They sent a letter, which is included. It's about the third page in there. He was selected for a random UA. The results indicated that he was positive for, I believe, positive for ethanol alcohol, which is alcohol consumption. He was notified of the positive test. He stated that it was from the equivalent of NyQuil. I believe, and Mr. James can correct me if I'm wrong, he was here, this happened in October. He was here, I believe it was, he was here in October too. In the his summary sheet from that meeting is attached to, the board took no action that day. They were going to set it for an informal or the first board meeting after the first of the year to kind of see what he wanted to do. And like I said, Mr. James can correct me, but I believe the support group committee's recommendation was going to be that he go back to treatment. And I know that Mr. McMurray has a pending criminal case out of this. So Mr. McMurray, just want to let you know that this is recorded and this is on YouTube. So just with you having that pending criminal case, just be careful what you say today, because anything you say on here can be used in that criminal case against you. So I just want you to let you know that. But that criminal case is based on this situation, but the board just kind of wanted a decision. Either he was going to agree with whatever the support group said, which I believe was going back, but like I said, Mr. James will get into that, or what he wanted to do. I mean, his license just can't remain with the preliminary consent forever. It's going to have to be, there's going to have to be some action taken. Either he's going to do what's recommended, or the board just needs to go through the process to suspend it and revoke it based on this. So anyway, I'll turn it back over to Dr. Newsom.
Okay. So we still have, it's a lot of unfinished business on this case. So, Mr. Bean, what do you want to do?
I'm adhering to the recommendation. I will be returning to Cornerstone later this month.
Okay, so have you signed the order yet?
I don't believe so.
He has signed a preliminary consent agreement with us. I mean, his license is suspended pending, and he was back into the support group. So, I mean, he does not have an active license. It is suspended based on that preliminary consent.
Okay. Well, look like we're where we're supposed to be until you resolve your legal stuff.
Right.
So, and when did you say you were going back?
Should be by the end of this month. I know you've been in contact with the prosecutor as well as my attorney, and they should have everything wrapped up within the next week or so.
Okay, so you think, I mean, the criminal case is going to work out?
I believe so.
To your knowledge?
They're just waiting. They have to go meet with the judge to make sure the deal that they came up with is something that he would agree to.
Okay, and how longer do you anticipate a stay back in treatment? Do you know?
Talking to Janet Hicks, she said a minimum of 30 days.
Okay, and you're looking at by the end of this month. So maybe the board members, he would probably be out by the April informal, and which we have set for virtual already. So you wouldn't have to appear in person. And so maybe his criminal case will be resolved, and he'll be out of treatment with them, and we'll have more of a. I mean, we'll know more based on the report he gets in treatment, and like I said, if that criminal case is closed. And Mr. James, you have anything to add or?
No.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, Dr. Mack.
So could you not have done that? They told you to do the treatment back in October, but you couldn't do it till all of this cleared up. Is that what I'm understanding?
Correct.
And I believe there were some family issues that he was that he wanted to deal with at the end of the year prior to being gone for a month and a half. So
okay.
And generally, if he's going to comply with what you've asked him to do, then we don't necessarily have to meet with him unless he doesn't go to treatment. If we find out he doesn't go, then you really don't have to meet with him again unless he comes back with advocacy, as long as he complies with the preliminary consent order.
Yeah, and that's fine too. I just didn't know if the board wanted to know anything about the criminal case, but he can always just provide the documents how and when. I mean, that's resolved. I mean, there'll be a judgment or an order for whatever happens. He can just provide those, and I'm just happy to review them. Instead of meeting, and then when he gets out, he can get in contact with Mr. James, and they can go from there.
It sounds like we have everything in place that we need to have in place. So do we need to act on anything today?
No, this was just kind of to see what he was going to do and whether he was going to go back to treatment, and he's going through and says he's going to go by the end of the month, so we can just wait until we hear something from the support group. And I know Mr. James will let us know if something happens and he doesn't go or whatever the case may be, and we can just deal with it at that time.
Okay, sounds like a plan. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you,
Everything works
Dr.
well.
McMurray and Mr. James. Thank you for being in on the last two.
See y'all later. Y'all have a great next couple of days.
Okay, see you then.
Thanks, Turner.
And we do have a couple of support group issues set on Thursday, so we'll see them back then. But that's all. We're scheduled to meet again at 1, and which it is 1:02 right now. But we've got one of the things at 1 is just an update, and then we've got another one is just a request. It won't take long, and our 2:30 actually got canceled today, so we should be able to however much longer I want to take for lunch, we should be able to catch up.
So what, 45 minutes?
Yeah.
Come back at 1:45.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
everybody that just got into the meeting, we ran late, so the board is taking lunch. We're going to start back at about 1:45. So I know we've got a couple things to call up, and I know I see Allison here and Assist RX, and then we've got some people from Red River. So we'll get y'all called up shortly, but just want to let y'all know that they took a late lunch. So we'll start back in about 15 minutes.
Thank you. My partner, Mark Boson, is on as well when you're ready to convene.
Everybody that's just come in, the board took a late lunch, so we should get started back in just a few minutes. And we've got, and I see David and Clay on there. We'll start Red River. Y'all are first up on, so we'll get y'all caught up in just a few minutes.
Okay, I didn't unmute. It's 1:46 and are you all ready? But we're missing 2 board members.
Well.
Oh, there,
They're
okay.
here. They're both here. They just have their camera off.
Okay, all right.
We have next on the agenda, we have Red River Pharmacy. They're here for a request, and I'll let them get into that in a minute. But I know I see Clay Morris and David Boudreau. If y'all want to introduce yourselves and anybody else you have there with you, y'all just introduce yourselves, and then we'll get started in just a few minutes.
I'm David Boudreau. I'm the owner. Started Red River Pharmacy. Clay.
Oh, sorry. I'm Clay Morris. I'm the PIC.
Okay, and like I said, all 8 board members are here. Myself, I'm Luke Daniel. I'm the general counsel. Also have Dr. John Kirtley and Dr. Brenda McCready. So if y'all would just turn it over to y'all and y'all can get into it. And board members, I have provided you with what they provided me. If you'll look in your packet there under Red River Pharmacy, you have pictures. There's 4 sets of pictures, which are the pictures they provided from the different parts of their pharmacy. And that Red River, the one that says Red River Suites, is the diagram of what they're going to be talking about with the different suites in here. And I'll put this up on the screen so they can see it too. And under the one that says pharmacy diagram, that's the email they sent. And it just kind of goes into the reasoning of what they're asking to do here. So gentlemen, I'll turn it over to y'all if y'all just want to get started and kind of walk through why you're here today.
Okay, I'll just give you a little bit of brief history. I started Red River Pharmacy in 1997 as a nuclear pharmacy, and then we've gradually grown We added on hospice compounding, we added on infusion, and then we added on long-term care. We also expanded in 2012, and we operate an infusion pharmacy in Little Rock, and we operate an infusion and nuclear pharmacy in Jonesboro. We also have in Tyler, Texas, a infusion pharmacy and a long-term care pharmacy. And what we're wanting to do is we're wanting to have one PIC per pharmacy in the building, because of all of the regulations, it has become, it's not manageable for one PIC. I'll let Clay kind of go into specifically some of the regulations and hurdles that we're trying to get over.
Well, right now, the way it's set up, when I first started here in 2007, it was basically one pharmacy with 4 different niches. And we were actually even looking at downscaling. Since then, each one of those niches has grown into a standalone pharmacy. The long-term care pharmacy was split off around 10 years ago or something like that. But we still have nuclear, infusion, and then the hospice compounding pharmacy all under the same license. And so the goal as of last year, right when COVID was starting to hit, was to start the process to get us a separate pharmacy license for nuclear, infusion, and compound. And that's what we've been trying to work with on Texas. We got with Texas on guidance on how to best to do that. And then the next hurdle was any out-of-state licenses, which we don't, the only out-of-state licenses we have is Arkansas and Oklahoma. And that's not even across the board. For nuclear, we only have an Arkansas license, not Oklahoma. For the compounding hospice and for infusion, we do have Arkansas, but the only Oklahoma is for the infusion pharmacy. So the goal was to split nuclear off first. That was going to be the cleanest, we thought. There's only one account that we service in Arkansas. And just due to the growth and due to all the USP chapters, I mean, we're in this one pharmacy right now that I'm the PIC, we've got 795, 797, 825, and 800. Now for 800, we only do non-sterile. We don't do any sterile 800, but it's still quite a lot for a pharmacy that's open in the early hours of the morning, doing nuclear until normal business hours of the pharmacy. That's a lot of oversight for one person. And that's the primary goal that we're trying to split things up.
Okay, and I just want to put up, we're talking, let me put this up. Can y'all see the diagram? Is it up or is it just the email? The diagram up?
They're both up.
Yes.
Okay. And we're talking here like y'all, like right now you have Suite A, you have 2 licenses at this location. You have Suite A licensed and then everything else is licensed under the other one, correct?
Correct.
And so right now you're wanting to license Suite C just by itself under a separate license, and that would leave B and D still licensed together, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And also attached to that diagram is also their kind of the email that they sent. And how long ago, and I believe you said I might have missed it, how long ago did Suite A, did y'all license by itself? Is it several years?
It was,
I think it was up to
2006,
okay.
I believe.
So at one time, like this is all one big building, and at one time this was all licensed all together, correct?
Not that specific building. We moved, but essentially yes. And back in 2007 when I started, or I guess maybe before that, maybe LTC was already split off, but it was essentially one pharmacy.
We moved in July of 2020. This is a 14,000 square foot building that we built, renovated, and put 2 clean rooms and a lab in. And then we moved in July of 20. And the plan was as soon as we moved, then we were going to suite everything out and every pharmacy would have its own PIC.
Staff go back and forth, or do they work in a certain suite?
They're dedicated.
Okay. And like you said, I mean, like the pick, you know, like you have a pick in Suite A and a pick for everything else. So that pick in Suite A stays in Suite A all the time, 100% of its time is in there.
Right. They know nothing about anything else.
Okay.
Yeah, and we had worked through early on. I know we were struggling trying to get an actual on-site inspection, and because Texas, I think, split it out and was trying to do a virtual inspection, but they have done an on-site now fairly recently, if I recall correctly.
They haven't done a on-site. All right, so Texas for nuclear doesn't require a pre-inspection, but they basically emailed us, said you're good to go. So the only inspection, now we have had an on-site inspection with the DOT recently. That's been in the last month. And since that kind of regulates nuke as well, we were wondering if that would.
That was Texas Department of Health.
Or the Department of Health, sorry.
Yeah, and that is included, board members, in your, under the file that says application, it has their application. And then down about 10 or 12 pages, it starts that inspection. So that inspection is included in there.
I guess
this
on
one's
our,
a little.
go ahead.
Go ahead.
I guess on our side, our biggest hurdle is how to balance it all with being the hiccup for the Arkansas out-of-state license, requiring inspection not within 6 months, but not after 14 months. The only way for us to really do that is to stop doing business in Arkansas and hope we get an inspection during that time. And that's kind of our biggest holdup.
So I'll clarify. We do have that on our applications. That was put on there at one point because we were only getting pre-operational inspections. So if you have an operational inspection, even if it's less than 6 months old, if it's operational, we will take that. But that basically helped us not to have. We had a bunch of people say, "Oh, this is our first inspection," and it literally was an inspection of an empty building where some boards would go, "Oh yeah, they've got locks on the doors, we're good." And you're going, no, that doesn't mean it's a pharmacy yet.
Right. And our last operational inspection was in, I think, September of 2019 at the College Drive location. Obviously nothing was split out yet, so that was for the whole.
So from the staff side, it's a little bit difficult for us because we don't necessarily have direct board authority to approve some of the nuances in this one specifically. We deal with a lot of times where, if people split it into two and have an inspection of both, then it's fine. This one is actually 4 in one building, but it would meet the design criteria that we have asked people for, that they are separable, that they have dedicated staff. They're going to have issues right now trying to get an inspection just because, like a lot of states, it's a struggle to get people on site for the newly split out section, even though the whole has been inspected previously.
Right, and we're also in the point of we're coming up for ACHC accreditation at any point now for the infusion pharmacy, and then also the NAVP VPP inspection is supposed to be coming up, but that's probably going to be virtual, or it's going to be pushed off until Texas allow them to come in. So we don't know when that's going to be. When we do get to the point where we're trying to split out compounding, we are to the point where we can request a pre-inspection. We've kind of talked with the board to say, like, hey, when y'all come do a pre-inspection, since you're doing a pre-inspection, but it's really a pharmacy that's been operational, could y'all go ahead and do a operational inspection of everything at that time too? I just don't know where we're going to be able to get on here.
Yeah.
Because the objective is going to be eventually as well to split out the hospice compounding pharmacy. That's where we're trying to get. But the problem is that we can't wait for an inspection but prior to y'all issuing a license, because we service a lot of hospice patients all over Southwest Arkansas.
So in short, what they're asking for that staff couldn't do is, will the board approve us to split this out? And also knowing that they're going to try to split again, just because it's an odd circumstance, the way that their permits had been previously granted versus splitting them up.
Why do we give them all one permit for all of them in the first place? Was that
that's how it used to be. They are splitting their business into different subsections and then getting new permits for the subsections so that they are separable.
So I want to make sure
they've been inspected. They just haven't been inspected as this new entity.
That's correct.
So this 14,000 square foot facility is in Texarkana on the Texas side. I'm just trying to get my geography.
Yes. Now, if I lean into a driver, I can hit a golf ball into Arkansas, but yes, it is on the Texas side.
And right now you have an Arkansas permit for Suite A and a permit for B, C, and D combined, correct?
That's correct.
The original permit was issued back in 2005. And like John said, at that time, they weren't separating out. We licensed by address and suite number now. And so this kind of falls into the way we currently license.
So our only holdup is that it's a new, quote, new permit, even though it's really not, and it can't get an inspection.
Well, and it had a Department of Health, Texas Department of State Health Services inspection on 11/30/2020. It's not their Board of Pharmacy inspection, but it was a pretty thorough inspection from what we can tell from looking through it.
So can we accept that one?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think staff, Dr. McCready, you can correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think staff had any issues with anything in that inspection.
No.
Okay, well, I think it's a great idea what they're doing, to go ahead and split their business up into 4 and have it separate with the different PICs. So, thanks for doing that.
Yeah.
There's so many people that come in here and want to do all these different
things. Do the opposite.
They should have separate permits, but they don't have separate permits. So I applaud you for that.
Thank you.
So it's basically, if the board is okay with the weird inspection issues, then we just need a motion to approve it. We'll already be geared up for if they split out number 4 in the forthcoming future. And that way it doesn't give us it gives us a direct in run around having to say, oh, well, now you got a new permit. We need a technical inspection of the new permit, even though it was previously inspected as part of another.
So I would like to entertain a motion if there's not any more questions.
I have one question, Madam President. So tell me again, John, so there's going to be the current license is going to be retained at one location.
Yes.
And then the other locations will perform license less, or?
No. They're cleaving off one section of that building at a time and getting new permits with Texas, which means they also want to get a new permit with us. So now they've split it into 3, but they have a 4th planned at some point.
All right, I got it.
It sounds really weird, but it's really much more simple looking at the
we're used
outlay
to
in the business.
Going from 4 to 1, not 1 to 4.
Yeah. Right. And right now we plan on, we're waiting on guidance and directives from y'all because currently the Texas Board of Pharmacy has an application for us splitting out the 4th piece, but we have put it on hold until we're waiting on direction and guidance from y'all.
And I do have one question on this split out. So Pamela West is the pharmacist that is applying for the Arkansas pharmacy license that we plan to be PIC. She has failed the law test twice, so I know she has to go in front of you guys. Do you know if that would be like y'all's next scheduled meeting, or how that would play out?
When was she trying to reciprocate? Because I haven't pulled the file. I don't know.
She took she applied back in, I think November or early December, something like that. Failed it, took it about a week later, failed it. Problem with her is she's only done nuclear ever. And there's no laws that deal with nuclear. And I understand on her side of it, but on the business side of it, I don't really care. I need you to pass that law test. So
I mean, you had a rotation here. You couldn't help her with that?
I gave her all the information I could. I sent her your video. So I know that could be a hiccup, which we've got another pharmacist that works there. So we've got another avenue. It's just she was a PIC at the nuclear pharmacy before she came on board with us. So she's got more knowledge that side. She's just struggling with the law test. So I don't know when she could if she can retake it, or if she can win.
I bet we
should have come in today.
Yeah, I bet we can find some time in the next couple of days that we could get her to meet with the board if the board members are amenable to that.
Okay, she has been emailing back and forth with Nancy.
Yeah.
So
We'll try to pick a time and see if we can get Nancy or somebody on our staff to reach out with her, and we may be able to get her on during this meeting.
Okay.
This week.
Yeah, but I mean, y'all will have to have, I mean, before we can issue this license, you will have to have a pick, an Arkansas license.
Right.
One more quick question. So what do you mean about when you say split out? What does that mean? You're going to take it and move it to another, you're opening up?
No, it's already physically split under one permit. And so what they're trying to do is that, like, they need a permit for nuclear to do the nuclear business. They want a permit for a closed door facility because there are advantages to closed door. They want a permit for each individual section because each individual section does have different contractual issues, rules as far as how they practice and everything else.
Yeah, no, I got that part, but we were talking about a fourth split out, and that's the part I was a little bit.
Yeah, they still have two that are together that later they're wanting to split it so that it's actually 4, as you see on that picture, instead of just 3.
Okay.
And then, John, would we, if we approve it now, would we need to put in there something about assuring that they do eventually get an inspection, or how do we do that? Is it just?
So they have a fairly current inspection. It's just for, both sections as a whole rather than an individual one. So
Yeah.
it's just different procedurally for us. If the board is okay with that, then we would just proceed and we would not make them come back for that.
But they'll keep getting inspections because they have to.
Yeah.
So.
And
Okay.
Texas inspects.
Next time it'll be separate. It just wasn't this time. Okay.
And I'm going to be on Nancy to have her email to see if Pamela can meet virtually in the morning at 9 o'clock.
Okay.
So
That's great.
we have a little time tomorrow, so I'll have Nancy email her, but just wanted to let y'all know too, in case y'all wanted to zoom in also. But I'm going to ask Nancy to email her right now and see if she's available in the morning.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so I need a motion to approve.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Thank you.
Second.
And I have a second. Do we have any more discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays? The motion passes. Good luck with your concept, but I think y'all are gonna be very happy with it.
Thank y'all very much.
You're welcome.
And we'll meet with her in the morning, and as soon as we can figure out a pick situation, we'll have your license ready.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Have a good evening.
Next,
Y'all too.
we've got Assist RX. I've got Allison Snow. I've seen her. And Mark, y'all are both here. If y'all want to introduce yourselves and anybody else you have with you, we've got all 8 board members here, plus myself, Dr. Kirtley, Dr. McCready on staff. So if y'all want to introduce yourselves, and then we'll just turn it over and y'all can go through what you've got.
Thank you, Mr. Daniel. My name is Mark Bozen. I am one of the partners at Bozen and Snow. We are external counsel for AssistRx. A little bit about me: I'm both a pharmacist and an attorney. I am a licensed pharmacist in your state and have worked in pharmacy for more than 25 years and went to law school and been an attorney almost 10 now. My partner, Allison Snow, is on the line, as are our clients, Ann Davis, the PIC of the facility that the question is about, and then I believe one other person from Assist, if you would introduce yourself as well.
Sure, thanks, Mark. My name is Mark Finke. I'm a pharmacist and the Vice President of Pharmacy and Patient Solutions for AssistRx.
And then Ann?
Hi, I'm Ann Davis. I'm the pharmacist in charge for the ARX Patient Solutions Pharmacy.
Thank you both. Allison, do you want to say a word?
Hi, Allison Snow, partner at Bozen and Snow, and I will turn the time over to Mark to introduce Luke, you received some information that I believe you might have had a chance to distribute to your board members, and I'll let Mark Boson take it from here.
Okay, and I did receive that, and board members, you have that in your packet. If you'll look under, let me back up here. If you'll look under Assist RX, you have their initial, where it says Allison Snow request. That's the additional request. And the one above that is what she sent me recently, just kind of walks through what they're requesting today. So you have that to look at. And Mr. Boson, I'll turn it back over to you if you just kind of want to walk through what y'all are here today.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Our request today is a simple request, but one that is difficult based upon your rules, and we respect those. A little bit of background about AssistRx. AssistRx is what's referred to as a non-commercial dispensing pharmacy. It is works with predominantly drug manufacturers who provide patient assistance program opportunities for patients. Patient assistance programs, as board members may know, are programs for people who have fallen through the cracks. They don't have insurance. For whatever reason, they don't qualify for a government insurance like Medicaid or Medicare or even a marketplace plan, and are too self-sufficient financially to qualify for some programs, but also may not meet the qualifications. For example, they might be a single male without children, and even though they have limited financial means or almost no financial means, there's just nothing that can help them with their insurance. And so those patients are enrolled in patient assistance programs for lots of different medications. Usually these are specialty life-saving medications. In this case, AssistRx's client is Gilead Pharmaceuticals. Gilead, as you may know, makes a number of HIV medications, antiretrovirals, and preventive therapy. And Gilead has launched a large program, part of which has a patient assistance program, to try to get PrEP medication, predominantly Descovy and Truvada, to people who wouldn't otherwise be able to get it at no cost, to help prevent them from their HIV converting as positive and hopefully prevent them from ever becoming HIV positive. Their program works quite well. Patients go into a doctor's office, the doctor evaluates them, the doctor writes a prescription. Normally, under normal circumstances, AssistRx will mail that prescription to the patient's home. Because of this program and the patient population it serves, there is a small percentage of people who do not have a home. They may be homeless, they may be living in a shelter, and their home may be so transient that from week to week, month to month, they don't have a place to give the pharmacy an address. And so in many of the states, they've asked that the medication be delivered to the healthcare provider's office where they were recently to get the prescription. And as you know, Arkansas's rules generally prohibit that. That would be considered a pickup station. And to AssistRx credit, we have lots and lots of clients who come to us with a problem. Hey, we've been doing this, and the Board of Pharmacy now wants us to respond to a complaint. Before this program ever started, AssistRx asked our firm to go through all 50 state laws to determine whether or not delivery to a healthcare provider's office was permissible under the rules. And we said Arkansas is one of those states that generally prohibits that. So we made a phone call, reached out to the board, requested this meeting, and we're requesting your assistance either with allowing the pharmacy in limited circumstances, when a person has no bona fide address, no reasonable place to get the medication to, that person has signed during their visit with the doctor permission to assign the doctor as their agent in fact, to receive the medication so that the patient could come back later to pick it up. And there were no other options available to them in the Arkansas community because these medications are provided free of charge by the manufacturer for a certain patient population, which is the patient assistance program. Would Arkansas be willing, under those limited circumstances, permit the pharmacy to do that, or frankly, talk with you about alternatives that based upon the facts and circumstances we presented, and you've heard, you might have an alternative idea that we haven't thought of that could help us take care of this very vulnerable population that exists, not just in your state, but throughout the United States.
So are you guys also requesting that the medical board grant dispensing permits to all the physicians that would be involved?
No, frankly, we have not done that. We had hoped that we could somehow, if we got through the Board of Pharmacy and you said, hey, we would consider in some circumstances the patient to allow the healthcare provider to be assigned as their agent, in fact, to receive this medication, it would make it easier to go back to the board and say this isn't really a dispensing function, but rather, frankly, a pickup station function for a small percentage of people of which there is no other option other than to send it to the general delivery address at the post office, hope that the patient knows how to get there, hope that the drug is stored correctly while it's there, and hope that the patient gets this medication, which frankly I think is it's hard enough for these patients to get to the doctor's office appointment. They've established that they can get there. That would be the most reasonable place to go. But if you said, hey, we're okay with this, we absolutely could go to the medical board and describe this exact same thing and say the pharmacy board did or did not have a problem with this, and under these circumstances understood the need for this type of service.
So that would be a no.
I'm sorry. Yes,
the other thing would be, and just to let you know, our board has expressed some very, I think, significant concerns over the years that, physician offices generally do not have oversight. And so although you're saying there would be a quality control mechanism for appropriate storage and everything else, that does not necessarily have any guarantee of existence, at least in the state of Arkansas, since there is no oversight or inspection. Have you guys looked at partnering with local pharmacies to make this available as a pickup via that? Our board has had discussions over the years and has allowed for like some specialty meds and situations to be picked up at a local pharmacy that can be contracted with, just like a central fill model.
That's a good suggestion. I interpreted using another pharmacy that's not under common ownership to also be considered a pickup station under your code. But if that is a mechanism by which we could explore, partner with a chain or a series of chains and independently owned pharmacies strategically placed throughout the communities near these prescribers' offices, I could go back to the client and that might be a viable solution if that was permissible under your rules.
So the pickup station rule, if you read it, is very specific that it is about locations where there are not pharmaceutical services for 10 miles, but there are clinical services with a physician or prescriber, at least I think it's one day a week, where patients in those locations could pick up their meds as a pickup station. In general, other locations that do not meet those criteria are not deemed eligible to become or be considered as a pickup station. And this isn't a staff decision, it's a board decision, but we have seen some other people that had difficulty in delivering medications that would, do a contractual agreement for a local entity that could handle and dispense to actually do that on their behalf. But that's a discussion really for the board members with you.
Go ahead. John, this is Ann. Can I just add one piece that I think might be a little confusing? The ask is to deliver in the patient name. So we would dispense it. It wouldn't be that we were just sending a bottle of Truvada. It would be the patient name would be on the label in care of the physician.
Okay. And I have actually seen that in practice in a clinical setting where, because of the transient nature of patients, I've seen a cabinet with a lot of those patient assistance drugs there because they remain undeliverable. If it was, some states are going to consider that different ways, but I think for Arkansas, if it went to a pharmacy and was in a permitted pharmacy, I think you still have a chain of custody between pharmacies that it could be, returned for use versus just sitting in a charity clinic or something.
Actually, we're suggesting they would follow a central fill model.
I've seen others with that approach previously, where they would have a contractual agreement to utilize the services of a permitted pharmacy to do it. So it's not necessarily central fill because they're not filling it on behalf of that local pharmacy, but it's a more like a centralized or a peripheral delivery model, where the board could say, yes, in those instances, you could deliver to a local pharmacy to pass it on. These are only commercial meds. They're not compounded. They are free patient assistance program medications. And oftentimes, if you're going to try to do a contract like that, then you would ask the local pharmacy to serve also to help ensure that counseling is provided to the patient, in person, because if they're transient, it's going to be very difficult to often get them on the phone. I can tell you in the pre-clinic I work in, while some of those patients do have a phone number, it is very spotty at best as far as trying to follow up with them, because they may have a phone number today, but then it changes next month, or it's a different phone or a different place where they can be reached. So it's direct human touch, basically.
Yeah, and that actually works pretty well where you contract with another pharmacy and let them be, they'll be responsible for that medication. And you'll have better communication with a pharmacy rather than a clinic or a doctor's office.
So it's not to open up a can of worms, but just to consider all the options. I know there was also, related to pickup stations, there was a waiver back a couple of years ago regarding behavioral health prescriptions and concern about those patients not getting them. And there was a waiver that they could deliver outpatient prescriptions to, I think, behavioral health providers.
Well,
Like
it
a
was
daycare center kind of thing.
It was to centers where it's basically adult daycare, that the individuals were there on a daily basis. And they were helping them to manage their medication therapy as well. So that was a setting that was very much like assisted living, except that the patients went and spent the night at their own home and then would come back each day.
Yeah, and I believe this is more of you just don't know how to find them. Is that pretty much what it is?
Yeah.
A lot of times, yeah.
The challenge is that these patients are going to be all over the state. We do know that they were able to get to the doctor's office to get the prescription via bus, via bicycle, via walking, what have you. Presumably, though, there's a pharmacy nearby most of those doctor's offices. There would need to be a number of different contracts that would be written, but it could logistically be done. The question would be, does this board need to review those agreements and need to be involved each time we would add a pharmacy? This would be something that would probably happen on an ad hoc basis because it would be infrequent. And we would need to add pharmacies as we went based upon patient need. Hopefully there isn't a lot of patient need, but we won't know it till the situation presents itself. So operationally, I think that's a pretty good solution, is using a nearby pharmacy if the patient can get there. But operationally, to comply with the rules of the board, would you need to review those agreements as they go? Would it be something that you want us to try to blanket the state before the program starts? Or is it something that if you set certain parameters and the contract abided by those, that you would be comfortable with our client proceeding?
I think the board could set like an MOU or something specific to patient assistance program meds to be delivered, because it's going to be a temporary basis. This isn't going to be a huge number or anything that we could basically enter into with your client if our board members were okay with it, which would be a letter showing the local pharmacy like, hey, we have the ability to do this. Can you help us out on this?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it would be like having to come back every single time. If this is something the board approves, they would say you can do this under these parameters and under these conditions, go for it. And like I said, we'd have that MOU with AssistRx itself, and then they would be responsible for being sure that whoever they're contracting with is delivering the medication the way the board says they're supposed to do it. Does that make sense?
It does. It makes a lot of sense.
I guess one of the questions I have is, you know, in this program now, we have a lot of situations where we're contacted or where the program is contacted with an immediate need to start treatment, whether it be a PrEP patient or an active treatment patient, in which timing is of the essence here. So I guess my concern would be in those situations and having to, you know, initiate a contract, have a contract signed, and coordinating that, and also coordinating with the physician and the patient at that time to figure out where that particular location will be. That the timing here is of concern a little bit.
If you have an immediate or emergency need, it's a difficult argument to say that you're going to meet an immediate or emergency need for someone who is hard to track down by sending it through a common carrier with potential delays. And I think that's why, you know, historically, some of these manufacturers have even had coupon card programs that go directly through a third-party biller or like a PBM. And if you, I mean, like I'm looking at PrEP Act, and I'm just going to tell you, it makes me itch a little bit, because if you're doing PrEP Act, that's a right now issue. That's not a, you know, let's figure out how long it's going to take us to get this back to the doc and see how they're going to get in touch with the patient to see when they can be seen. You know, if there was a specific card, it would be what pharmacy can deliver this today, has this available, and can bill it and hand it to the patient, because you can't wait on PrEP Act stuff. I mean, this board has even done some PrEP Act stuff where, you know, a prescriber can write a prescription for a patient and partner and do expedited partner therapy or EPT on that stuff.
Well, and kind of one of the reasons why we were engaged to implement this program was based on some of the fraud that was going on that I think Mark has some background on, that was occurring with those coupon programs and the diversion of these drugs that were being sold back into the black market. And that's kind of why we were initiated to start this particular program for Gilead.
Yeah. So, and my answer to that would be, is if you have fraud in the state of Arkansas and you turn it over to us, we will do our best to prosecute it. But I've been here 16 years, and I cannot remember a time that I was ever alerted as to prescription fraud by a pharmacy on a prescription assistance program or a coupon like that. Dr. Newsom has been here much longer than I have. I don't know if she might have seen it as well.
I have a question.
Think, and I'm sorry, go ahead. I was going to offer that to address the immediacy of or the urgency of getting preventive HIV therapy after high-risk activity, perhaps one of the criteria that we could work out with board counsel, if board approves, is a contract with a local pharmacy to take care of this person must be executed within 5 days, 7 days, some period of time to accommodate let's get this person the medication they need as quickly as possible. Let's also make sure we've got a compliance system and a process in place and the documentation, and that might be a good balance.
And I think that's what a lot of people do that are doing long-term care. You know, most of our long-term care pharmacies that are out of state, or even many of them in state, have other contractual agreements, especially for things like infused medications that must be compounded in a sterile environment. Not all of them are going to have their own sterile room to do that, but they all have a contract for fulfillment. So, I mean, you could already have a contract for fulfillment with local pharmacies or companies to ensure that they can take care of those immediate needs. And that actually escapes, I believe, need for approval to even ship to another pharmacy to have them pass it along.
Dr. Newsom, I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
you've talked about Gilead. How many pharmaceutical clients do you actually contract with that you do this type thing for? Is Gilead the only one, or do you have a large number, and is there a large area of drugs that you cover with this type program?
Brenda, I can probably answer that. So Gilead will be our first client that we have for this type of medication. So we have a very small number of drugs right now and small number of clients, and no HIV drugs at this time. So this will be a new program for us, and because Gilead chose to this year sometime, we hope, remove the mail order option and move it into an exclusive, move the retail option and move it into a mail order only option because of the fraud they had seen. So this will be our first client with the HIV meds.
How many clients do you have with other medications?
I would say
About five.
five.
About five right now,
five
yeah.
manufacturers.
So when I go to your website, it says that you deliver programs for more than 40 pharmaceutical clients that represent more than 100 brands across 20 indications. What does that mean?
So AssistRx is multifaceted. So we have a platform, a medication prescribing platform called iAssist, and that's what that refers to. It's a prescribing platform for physicians to write the prescriptions to decrease time to therapy. This is just another facet of our business of the non-commercial pharmacy. So what you're reading there doesn't pertain to the pharmacy portion. It pertains to other parts of our business.
It pertains to physician dispensing and that type of thing?
Not physicians dispensing, no. It's the writing of the prescription through which it's then sent through SureScripts, and it's a platform. iAssist is a platform in which we basically assist with the PA process. It has PA approval forms for the physicians and so on.
So is it a directed program, or does the patient have I guess because of the type of medication, the patient really doesn't have a choice where they get it?
Well, they certainly do. We're contracted with all sorts of pharmacies, so it's not agnostic. That software is not agnostic to ship it to any particular pharmacy. They can still have the option to send it to any pharmacy in the country.
And just out of curiosity, are you licensed contractor with any Arkansas pharmacies?
Well, within iAssist, we are, yes.
But not ARX.
But not ARX Patient Solutions Pharmacy.
Thank you.
Yep.
Does anyone else have any questions? Okay, I was in a different view. Did anyone raise their hand or anything? Okay. So do y'all want to revisit this? Let them see what other options there are out there? Go ahead, Dr. Krause.
I would move that we deny their application for dispensing in a physician. I would be open to them contracting with local pharmacies now or in the future to get their products out. But as it stands currently, I'm in denial of that.
Okay. As a second.
I have one question. Does it matter if we deny it or they just withdraw it? Does that have any bearing whatsoever?
It's not an adverse action. It would be denying their request to allow them to just use any physicians as a pickup station waiver. I would take what Dr. Krause said is if they want to contract with a pharmacy to act as a fulfillment center for them, just like the company would have done previously, the manufacturer would have done previously through a coupon program, then they could do that directly without any issues with the board. If they want to further explore using a pharmacy to be an intermediary to deliver, it sounds like he's willing to let them explore that, but it would be, a specific approach, later on of how exactly is that going to work.
That's right.
And I mean, if we're going to do something like that, is there a possibility that staff can work out the nuances of that with them so they don't have to come back?
I would say yes, but Dr. Kraus?
I'm not against it. I'd like to know what ultimately is the agreement that's worked out, though.
Okay.
So I guess just so we're all on the same page, will you restate your motion, Dr. Kraus?
Yes. I guess my motion is that I deny their use of a physician-based pickup station. And that's it, really.
Would Dr. Kraus have to add, or not, but would he have to add, and if they choose to enter into something with a pharmacy, the staff could work through it, or?
And I'd like to use deny to allow physician or prescriber / clinic-based pickup station. That way it kind of covers the gamut there. If we say physician, it'll
Yeah,
kind
I
of.
think that's better wording. I know my wording's not great.
And then, I mean, and to answer Dr. Mack's question, I don't know that necessarily anything has to be there. I mean, if they want to get with some pharmacies and see what their options are and see if they can get people to do this, then we can put together an MOU. And if nothing else, just maybe call a quick Zoom and say, here, I mean, this is what they got. I mean, here's an MOU that both sides have agreed to, and can we move forward?
Okay.
Sounds good.
I'll second Dr. Kraus's.
Okay. I have a motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The
Nay.
motion.
I have a quick question for AssistRx before they jump off, if I could, please.
Go ahead.
In the states where you guys are currently utilizing pickup stations, are you collecting any data around compliance or any type of patient impact that it has?
So this will really be a new program for us, but definitely we will monitor that and ensure that, looking for trends or a large amount going to a particular, address or particular HCP office, because we do know our client has concerns over fraud that has happened in other states. And that's the whole point of them hiring us to dispense their free goods program, was to help prevent that.
In addition to, all of these patients have to indicate that the physician is acting as the patient agent, and they have to agree to that. Both the physician and the patient have to agree to that relationship.
I'm more concerned about compliance is the big challenge here.
Yeah.
So I'm more concerned around, is what you're doing making a difference from a compliance standpoint? It wasn't really.
I think that's a good question. I did have the opportunity last week to speak to a physician she's a nurse practitioner in another state who is concerned about future patients. And she described, her clinic. They were in a very poor area. And she said, to quote her, she said, it scares us to let them go. She said, if we don't put their medication in their hand, make sure that we talk to them and have them come back. She said, if we let them out on their own with like a copay card, or she called it a loyalty card kind of thing, she said, we just lose them. But she said, by us being able to hand it to them and talk to them, and we have a relationship, then they're more compliant. So in her words, she was saying this allows them the basically control to make sure these patients are staying on drug and coming back to the clinic.
Yeah, that's what this program should be about entirely.
Right.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Transient populations and improving compliance and making a difference in clinical outcomes.
Right. Definitely.
Mr. Boson, I'll get you a letter that just says what they said today, which was to deny to allow physicians / clinic-based pickup stations. But if you want to get with me after you talk to your clients, and if we can figure out, if you can figure out a way to utilize some pharmacies or maybe come up with some other options, be glad to work on it with you. So if you want to just talk to them or get with Ms. Snow and y'all can talk it over and all, let me know. kind of what the next step is y'all want to pursue.
I appreciate that, Madam Chair, Mr. Daniel. I appreciate that. We look forward to the follow-up conversation and helping us work through this issue. I believe we can work through it and find a solution that works for everyone.
Okay, great.
Thank y'all for being here today. And like I said, if you got any questions, y'all got my email number. Just let me know.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Dr. Newsom, we've got Walmart scheduled. They've got a central food request, which they've been here before on. They've got some additions. Also, look back up at 1 o'clock, Eddie O'Bannon. This is just an update. He was here, I believe, at the last board meeting. He had some issues. He's a pharmacist in Mississippi, owned a pharmacy in Hot Springs at the time, but he has some DWI issues. The board recommended he go get an evaluation at one of the treatment centers. He has done that. They are recommending treatment. He is scheduled to go to that treatment. I believe it's either the 19th or the 22nd. He's had a couple of medical issues. They've had to push that date back, but he is scheduled. I've talked to him, or I talked to his office manager, and I've talked to, I believe it was Cornerstone, Ms. Hicks, this week, and they do have him scheduled, so he will be in that treatment. Just wanted to give an update due to, like I said, he's had some medical problems, so we kind of released him from having to show up here today, but just wanted to give that update that he is going and is following the recommendation of the board. So does anybody need a break before we move on?
You do?
Everybody, you want to take a few, I see a couple of head nods. We'll take a quick 5 minutes, 5 or 10 minutes, and then Shelley, we'll get to you.
Thank you. Hi, Shelley.
Dr. Newsom, before we start back and get back on the Walmart, we actually received one more consent agreement today. So I was gonna see if we could bring that up, just get a quick vote on it to accept it when everybody gets back. I believe we have everybody back. We received, the board made a motion earlier to accept the consent agreements since the last board meeting. We actually received one back today. Just wanted to get a quick motion on it. It is a Coastal Care Pharmacy, permit number OS 02849. This is a non-disciplinary consent agreement for change of ownership. Just ask the board to accept this consent agreement.
Make a motion.
Motion to accept.
I'll second Dr. Mitchell.
I did not unmute myself. We have a motion on the floor. If there's not any further questions, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? The motion passes.
Thank you. We have, if you look under a Walmart, a central fill request, we have there, like I said, they were back. I don't know, it's been what, Shelley, a couple of years ago, year and a half ago, maybe. And
October
they were there,
of
and
19.
They were going to go back and do some more work on what they wanted and kind of on that pharmacy itself. So they are back. I have in your file under Walmart Central Field their original presentation and also a copy of their policies and procedures. Then I have the new presentation, which Shelley provided. And Shelley, I'll if you just kind of want to introduce everybody you've got, and then we'll just kind of go from there.
Sure, that sounds great. Hi, everyone. I'm Shelley Testison, and then I brought with me Phil Reynolds, who's our Senior Director over what we consider our non-store pharmacies, which includes a central fill. And then I have Donna Itumizian. She is the pick of the Rogers Central Fill Pharmacy. And then also we have Shalane Hofste with us today. She is our quality person that's over our Central Fill Pharmacy. And so we have a couple of questions for you today, but first I'll turn it over to Phil to walk through the presentation and describe a little more about our request for pharmacist verification.
And Phil, if you'll give just a little bit of background, kind of what the changes have been and kind of where we've come from last time, just to kind of refresh the board members.
Yeah, so from, I guess, last time we were here in October of 19, we presented on the central fill that we plan to build in Rogers. Since then, and who knew when we left it in October that we would encounter the challenges of COVID. But even with those challenges, we were able to actually construct that central fill in Rogers. We got it licensed. We opened on August 19th of 20. And since then, we have filled over 450,000 prescriptions through that central fill for 91 Walmart stores in the Arkansas, Missouri, Kansas area. So what we're here today for is a proposed change, and thank you very much for allowing us to come and speak with you today on this proposal. And what we are proposing is a change to our pharmacist verification process that we do in our central fill. And there's a slide deck. Do y'all have that? I don't know if it was going to go on the screen or we?
Luke, can I share the screen and I can share the slide deck if that would help, or what do you prefer?
Jennifer, are you on here where you can make Shelley a co-host so she can share that? If she's not listening, I'll call her real quick.
I just want to, if y'all have it in front of you, I just want to make sure everybody had it. But what we desire is to.
I can put it on the screen if need be. Just give me a second to get it pulled up.
Yeah. But I can go ahead and speak to it. what we desire is to utilize an alternate pharmacist verification process for prescriptions filled through the automation in this system. And we use this automation to ensure that all prescriptions are processed accurately. This process is based on pharmacist verification of the inventory replenishment. We call that our offline replenishment for all prescriptions filled by the fully automated processes. These are prescriptions that when they're filled, no human or manual intervention occurs after the medication is loaded into the system. So basically, to summarize this, we have an incredibly high confidence in our automation that when the automation goes into effect and work, we know that the right medication is going to get into the right bottle. So what we are asking for is to allow the system so where our pharmacist who verifies that the automation is filled correctly becomes the pharmacist of record as the PVing pharmacist. And then of the actual filled bottles, a sample of those will go to a pharmacist for a manual PV, but the rest of them will be able to go through the system, get capped, get bagged, and go straight to packing to be shipped to stores. As I say, we've been open since August of last year. We've filled over 450,000 prescriptions in our central fill. So we have a very high confidence level in how our automation is performing. This process we're talking about is also currently utilized by a variety of automated pharmacies throughout the country. And this process is prevalent in the industry and is already an acceptable form of verification in many states through existing regulation interpretation or waiver process by the applicable board of pharmacy. And you see the list of states there that have this going on. So before I go into the actual process change or that we're asking for, if I could just take a couple of slides and just remind you of what we presented and what is going on in our pharmacy today. So as you see on the screen, the automation itself, when a bottle is produced with a label, that bottle gets married to the puck. That puck is an RFID chipped puck, so it can be followed throughout the process. And there's a little 2D barcode, which you can see on that label there, which allows them to follow the bottle through the process. So when that bottle is, we call it married, is married to that puck, at multiple times through the process, we're able to verify that the right bottle is sitting in the right puck. So we know that the right medication is going to go in that bottle. The minute it leaves our labeler, the minute it gets put together, the system says, I think I put Mary Jones's prescription in puck 43. When it leaves the bottle labeler, it gets scanned for the first time, both the RFID on the puck and the reading the barcode on the label to ensure, yes, that's what I thought just happened, and it did happen. I can confirm that. As the puck travels down the conveyor, it can go to one or two versions of our automation. The first is what you see here, and this is our S4 flex bed. This is our high volume counting. When a puck, if the puck is going to be filled at one of the drugs in this automation, as it diverts to go down the runway to this automation, a scan of the label and the puck happens again. So as it goes down, it says, okay, I'm expecting Mary Jones's prescription in puck 43 to come into the flex bed to be filled. And there is the scan. I've got Mary Jones's puck and bottle coming into the flex bed. As it goes into the flex bed, underneath, you can see there are channels. Each one of those channels is a filling channel for a single drug. So what will happen when the puck gets to that channel for the right drug? So let's say they're going to be metformin. When that puck is going to divert down that channel, the RFID chip in the puck is read again for another check to ensure the puck that is coming down this channel is supposed to come down to get metformin. At that point, that bottle gets into position. The automation, the dispenser counts the medication. It counts the medication twice to ensure we have an accurate count, and then puts it in the bottle. After the bottle is filled, it then it's allowed to release from that channel, and it flows to the conveyor out the door. At no time does it ever pass under the dispensing tube of any other medication, so that eliminates the chance of having any cross-contamination. So we go to the next slide. If It didn't go to it's not in one of our high volume counters. We then have a piece of automation we call our LVD, or our low volume dispenser. This, again, this is one of the automated dispensers that if the puck wasn't filled in the first automation, it'll comes to this automation. As it turns down the runway to come down, a scan of the bottle and of the puck happened at the very beginning to verify, okay, here comes Mrs. Jones' prescription in puck 43 to be filled for one of the drugs in our LVD. When the puck gets into position to be filled in the LVD, a read of the puck again happens, saying I was expecting number 43 to be here, puck 43 is here. At that point, our robotic arm picks up the bottle out of the puck, takes it to the dispensing tube of the drug that's to be dispensed into the bottle. At that time, the medication then is counted into the bottle, and it's counted twice. So we get a double count into the bottle to ensure we have the right quantity. At that point, then the robotic arm is going to take the bottle back to put it back in the puck. But before the robotic arm will seat that bottle in the puck, the system will do another scan of the RFID to say, okay, I picked up Mrs. Jones' prescription out of puck 43, went and filled it. Before I put it back in a puck, I'm going to ensure I'm putting that bottle back in puck number 43. At that point, it seats the puck, the bottle back in the puck, and then the puck goes on to go through where we take the photographs of it. So we have a picture of the tablets in the bottle, and then goes to a pharmacist PV. So that's the multiple checks that we have just to ensure that we've got the right medication in the right bottle that the automation does. So if we can go to the next slide, and I guess actually it'd be 2 slides.
Just one quick question.
Yes.
That high volume bed.
Yes.
Each of the dispensing tubes, they contain different medications, or are all the tubes in that bed, are they all the same medication?
Different medications.
Okay, thank you.
You bet. So what we're doing, as I said, we're proposing a change to where we want to be able to say that a pharmacist has verified that the dispensers have been filled correctly. And I'll take you through that process. And because of that, and because of all the automated checks we have in our system and the high confidence we have in our system, we want that front side filling of the dispenser to be the pharmacist verification, and that pharmacist that did that filling will be the pharmacist of record. And to have where we do just a spot check of what comes out of the automation to ensure that everything is still functioning like we say it is, but the majority of the work will be able to go out as already pharmacist verified, get capped, and go to shipping. So thinking about all the measures that we have in place to ensure this is safe, the first thing we have is, and I've talked about it, I mentioned it many times during that conversation, we have that continuous tracking of labeled and barcoded bottles, as well as that RFID carrier for it. We call it the puck. Our software securely tracks NDC numbers, lot numbers, expiration dates, using a state-of-the-art process, which I will take you through in just a second. The pharmacist will be verifying the filling of a 5,300 cc, we call it a hopper, and I'll show you a picture of a hopper in just a minute. And that pharmacist, during that offline filling, will verify the NDCs are correct, lot number and expiration date is recorded for our data records. The online replenishment of the pill counters or of the dispensers, and we call this the swap, which I will talk about when we do the swap, contains a 4-point validation process, which I will take you through. The replenishment, whether it be an LVD, that the low volume dispenser, or in our S4 FlexBed, the replenishment process is absolutely the same for both of them. So we're able to have a single SOP that all of our technicians follow and understand, and it doesn't change from one piece of automation to another. It's absolutely the same steps all the way through. Our automation ensures that each pill dispensed is counted twice. Our imaging technology, where we take a picture of the pills in a bottle, we actually do have 2 cameras, and we get 2 pictures so that we know we have a good picture for us to reference back to. With this process, we would have a random sampling of filled bottles, which would automatically divert to a PVing pharmacist for an additional check, just to ensure the system is functioning exactly as we say it is, but then we have documentation that it is. For the bottles that are filled and are going to go straight to the capping process, they just go straight to capping after they've been imaged. So there's no interruption in their process. So there's no intervention. And as I said, there's no human intervention during any of this process once the robot is filled. Next slide. This is a picture of one of our hoppers that holds our inventory till it's ready to be dispensed by the dispenser. We just wanted y'all to see that as a reference. So this is our offline hopper replenishment area in the Central Fill Pharmacy. This is a dedicated area. It has dedicated personnel who work it. Of course, they're technicians. The replenishment activity is away from the production line, so they're able to focus on exactly what they are to be doing, and they're not interrupted by all of the other things that go on in running the building. We have a scanning verification of the hopper, which you saw a picture of, and a locking dock. So when you put the hopper in, it scans, it knows it's the hopper it's supposed to be filling. And then once it's in, it engages, it literally hydraulics lift it up and lock it into place. And that hopper stays there until it goes through a complete replenishment process. We have product barcode scanning. We have recording of the lot number and expiration date for tracking. And we have a pharmacist do a visual verification, and then a secure barcoded locking of the hopper, so that we know that what that pharmacist checked has not been tampered with before it gets put onto one of the dispensers for dispensing. Next slide, please. So this is the steps that will happen when someone is refilling a hopper. And this process I'm going to take you through, it's a two-stage process. One is the refilling of the hopper, and that's the first stage. The second stage is what we call the swap, where an empty hopper comes off of the dispensers and a full hopper goes on. This is that first stage, and this is the actual replenishment of the hopper itself. So in the replenishment station, the technician comes and securely logs onto the station, and it's at this point that credentialing happens. And if they're not a technician, they cannot log on to this station. The technician then takes and loads a clean hopper into the receptor where it goes. The station scans and verifies the hopper, so it knows this is the hopper I'm supposed to fill, at which point hydraulics literally lift the hopper up and lock it into place under the funnel. The technician then scans one of the manufacturer packs that's going to be entered into that's going to be used to fill the hopper. And the technician it scans it, says, yes, you've got the right drug. The technician then enters the lot number and expiration date for that NDC that's being processed. After that, the technician then scans every bottle one by one. They scan the bottle. That the system says, beep, you've got the right bottle. They open the bottle, they pour it into the funnel. They then take the next bottle, they scan it, and pour into the funnel. If at any time they scanned a bottle that was not the right product, the system would lock up and require a pharmacist to come over, see what was the problem, and make the correction, and so they could move forward. The technician will continue to do this process with the bottle scanning until they have poured into the funnel the amount of medication that's going to be used to refill that hopper. At this point, the pharmacist will come into the replenishment process. And so we'll go to the next slide. So the pharmacist comes in, the pharmacist verifies the NDC, the manufacturer's pack, the lot numbers, the expiration date. They can see it on the screen, see that the information was put in there correctly, see that the scans are all good. And at that point, they checked all this in the system. Then they will inspect the content of the funnel and ensure that the content of the funnel is what's supposed to be in there. At that point, once they've seen that everything was inputted into the system as far as lot number, expiration date and such, and that the funnel has the correct amount, the correct medication that's supposed to be in there, the pharmacist scans a barcode on their name badge, which verifies that replenishment has been done. The pharmacist then takes a barcoded zip tie, if you will, security tie, that they will insert into let me back up. The pharmacist then pulls out a sliding door, and the tablets will fall from the funnel into the hopper. At that point, then the pharmacist will take this barcoded security tab and will use it to seal the hopper closed with this barcoded security tag. The pharmacist will then scan that barcoded security tag so that it's registered with that hopper, with that pharmacist replenishment. And then the pharmacist will scan their badge to confirm and finalize the filling of the hopper. Now the hopper is filled, the system will release the hopper, and the hopper will be taken to a staging area until it is needed to replenish one of the dispensers. Then we come to what we call the hopper swap.
Can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
At that offline hopper pharmacist verification step, there's a single pharmacist is approving that hopper being filled.
Yes, that specific one, yes.
Yeah, and so each one was, what was it, about 5 liters, I think?
5 liters, yes, sir.
So that could literally represent at least hundreds of prescriptions.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay.
So now the hopper swap, and this the system tells our technicians when it's time to swap out one of the hoppers out, an empty hopper for a full hopper. They get a notification on a handheld that tells them which robot needs to be replenished. They go to that robot, and the first thing the tech does is the tech scans the barcode of the dispenser. And basically what the system has said is, okay, I told you where to go. With that first successful scan, it says, okay, you're at the right dispenser, the one I expected you to refill. The tech then scans the barcode on the empty hopper, the hopper that's going to be removed. And again, the system at that point is saying, okay, you already told me you came to the right dispenser. Now you have scanned the hopper that I was expecting you to scan as the empty one. So you've scanned it. So it's the second check that they're at the right process. If we'll go to the next slide. The tech then scans the hopper that's going to be put on the dispenser. So at this point, we've scanned the dispenser, the empty hopper, now the hopper that's going to be installed on that dispenser. The tech then scans their badge, which then says, okay, you've completed the process, and the handheld will show you can remove the hopper and replace it with a new hopper. At that point, the dispenser actually unlocks, and they can pull the empty hopper off of it. They take the replenished hopper and they put the hopper on. So if we'll go to the next slide. It's at that point that they then scan the barcode on the hopper, on the zip tie, the security tie that the pharmacist applied to close that hopper and seal it so that nothing could be done. It's at that point that they scan it. When they scan that barcode, and the system says you scan the right hopper, you scan the right dispenser, you scan the empty hopper, you scan the full hopper, you scanned your badge so I know who's the tech of record. You've now took the old hopper off, you put the new one on, and you've now scanned that security tie, and you have the right one. It then will actually unlock the hopper so that the hopper can be emptied into the dispenser. The technician will then remove that security tie that has kept that dispenser from being opened, and can actually open that dispenser and empty it into the dispenser. At that point, they have finished the swap process. That hopper will sit with that dispenser until it's time to swap it out again. Sonita's pharmacy management system is the backbone to the security, the quality, the process control for this bypass procedure that we're proposing. The software tracks and records every replenishment hopper docked and filled at the offline replenishment station. The software tracks and records every external hopper verified by a pharmacist. The software tracks and records every online replenishment process on the script count and the LVD pharmacy dispensers. That's that SWAT that we just talked about. The software tracks and records every bottle labeled and married to a puck. The software tracks and records every dispensing, recording the pill count twice. The software tracks and records every image captured through the dispensed imaging system. The software tracks and records every bottle capping through the process. Next slide. So as we said, and what we explained, this system has a lot of high-tech checks and balances and automation to be able to ensure that it is a safe and a very documented and data producing system. We have RFID tracking. We have 2D barcode tracking. We have pharmacist oversight of the replenishment to ensure that the dispensers are filled correctly. We have product image taken to refer back to, and we'll do an audit process where a certain percentage of the work will actually go to a pharmacist for verification, just to have that second set of verification to say, yes, we're checking the system every single day and ensuring that it is running the way it's supposed to. Next slide.
You just mentioned product imaging. Where is the product imaging check?
After the bottles are filled, they will go through a system of 2 cameras, which will take a digital photo of the actual tablets in the bottle, and it saves the best of the 2. The system actually can tell which is the best of the 2 pictures, and it saves them.
Where does that happen again?
Right after the filled bottles leave the automation.
So after it either leaves the high volume or low volume
dispensers. Yes, sir.
Then a camera is taken there. So that's the second visual image. The first, which is not really a visual image, but it would be the checking of NDC and whatnot. That would be when the hopper is filled, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
So in conclusion, and our request, we embrace this automated central fill technology and with a focus on improved patient care. Our automated central fill technology processes, accuracy, audit trails, quality assurance, and quality control measures meet or exceed established standards. The established pharmacy verification process is widely accepted and utilized throughout the United States. The technology and processes ensure that all prescriptions will be accurately filled and dispensed. And finally, our request is that the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy approve this high quality central fill replenishment process and PV process that we're proposing.
If I could ask one follow-up question to that. When the image is taken after it goes through the high or low volume dispensing?
Yes, sir.
Is that then like a tablet recognition software that simply confirms the actual product is there, or is there a pharmacist involved in it?
In our current situation today, each one of those pictures comes up on a PV screen because every one of the bottles gets PV'd by a pharmacist after the fill. So they have a picture of the standard picture of the tablet. They have a picture of the tablet in the bottle for verification, that when they're doing a PV of every bottle that comes through, they have that as their reference. With this process, it would be taken as with the bypass PV for the bottles that weren't part of the sampling that went to a pharmacist, it then would become part of the record that we could refer back to if there was any type of question that we needed to refer back to.
So that's bottle for bottle, that's not by batch?
The pictures?
Yeah,
yes, it's bottle by bottle. Yes, sir, it's every bottle.
So the big request here is to skip the final verification by a human being.
Yes, sir. To have that verification that the dispensers are being replenished correctly, that a pharmacist has verified that, then that pharmacist becomes the PVing pharmacist of record, unless it's one of the samples that we send to a PV pharmacist throughout the day as our audit throughout the day to ensure that as our record of showing that the system is still working the way exactly as we have described it here.
Okay, so I guess my question is, if it's important enough to perform an audit to be sure this is working, why isn't it that important to check every prescription?
We do that as a way of giving you, the state board, all our associates, again, another check of confidence that it's working. Some states require it. We're doing this in one of our central fills in Florida, and the state has asked us to do that. And so that's what this is part of, is just having a way to say we were looking at it as it went throughout the day.
So Phil, this is Debbie. How long are y'all going to keep all of this data?
The data we're going to keep for 10 years. The actual photographs we keep for 120 days.
And
you said you're filling how many? I'm sorry, go ahead, Dr. Mack.
I'm sorry. I think the Texas rule does state you can do it on the front or the end, but a pharmacist has to do it one or the other. Is that correct?
Correct.
I think other states say it like that too.
Yes, that's correct.
How many prescriptions are you filling a day here?
Right now we're filling about 7,000. The system's built to do about 16,000 a day.
And that's 24 hours. How often? I mean, y'all run 24 hours a day?
No, we will run it between, when we get to doing 16,000, we're looking at about a 16 to a 20 hour day. Say we can fill somewhere between 16 to 20,000, and you're looking at a 16 to 20 hour day.
It's about 1,000 an hour.
About 1,000 an hour. That's what the system's rated for. Yes, sir. And that 1,000 includes what's filled in automation, what's filled by hand, and those will still go through a PV process. And then unit of use is the same way and go through a PV process.
So you're just asking for the automation to skip?
That's correct. Just the automation. Yes, sir.
Because the pharmacist already looked at it, right?
That's
right.
right.
You're not really skipping the pharmacist step.
Right. We moved it to the front side. Yes, ma'am.
Correct. It would be the pharmacist verifies everything as it's loaded into the machinery, and it would be removing the second check.
So it's basically taking away when a pharmacist currently in a store or wherever fills a prescription, the tech processes it, the pharmacist looks at that, the tech fills it, the pharmacist looks at it again. So you're saying there'd be no actual final verification of the end result of the product, correct?
Other than the samples the sampling that we would send, but yes, ma'am, that pharmacist verification actually is happening on the front side, where we're through the replenishment process, because we know the automation is there. We've eliminated the chance of a puck traveling under any other dispensing tube. So we've eliminated that possibility of a cross contamination. And as I say, the automation does its job. It does what it's told to do. And so we know if it's filled correctly, then it's going to be, if it's replenished correctly, it's going to fill correctly.
So from the time, so when that pharmacist puts that, I don't know, almost looks like a gun lock, that twist,
yeah,
with that tie on it. When he puts that tie on it, it's not looked at again by a pharmacist unless it just happens to be one of the random samples.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
So what makes, and maybe this got talked about, maybe I just missed it. I mean, what happens if one of the pucks in that rotation, I mean, accidentally the thing gets hung up and it stops under the wrong basket?
Well, it doesn't go under the wrong basket. It will never travel under a basket other than the one it's to be filled on.
So it's just going straight there. It won't, there's no chance whatsoever of it being misfilled?
No, sir. No, sir. That's where the RFID tracking is. And so that's why there's that double scan. If it's going into the high volume, the S4, before it kicks down the lane, let's say it's the metformin lane, it's going to scan that RFID on that puck again to say, is this, I'm about to push this down the metformin lane. It's supposed to be puck 43. Is this puck 43? If, let's just say, for whatever reason, it can't read the RFID, Or if it's not Puck 43, there's a roundabout it goes out of the machine and will go to a pharmacist's exception. So it has to have that good scan before it will kick it down the lane. Same thing with the LVD. When it comes in, when the puck gets into position for the robotic arm to pick the bottle up out of it, it's going to read that puck. If it's expecting Puck 43 and it's not Puck 43, it will then eject it out. The robotic arm won't pick the bottle up. It will reject it out and send it to a pharmacist's exception.
And what did you say about Texas and Florida? You said they're both allowing this at their facilities?
Yes, and so in both our facilities, one in Texas and one in Florida, they do allow it.
Y'all have them other places in other states right now?
No, sir, not right now. We look to.
I was just curious if there were any other states that are not allowing it. But right now, the only two you've got them in are allowing it.
Yes, sir. Yeah, and those two buildings, you know, they're bigger than this one in Rogers. We fill is about 40,000 prescriptions a day in those two facilities.
But you did say about 10 or 12, I don't know how many states that would allow it if you were there. Just
That's correct.
Some other mail order and what might be in those states.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, Dr. Kraus?
Yes, ma'am. I have a few questions. One is in this, I mean, how does the pharmacist fulfill his duties and responsibilities for each prescription or for each patient receiving a prescription? And the other is, you know, with the pharmacist checking it at the beginning, like it is, and being, you know, in a corporate situation, that's his role or her role. If something does leave out that is a mistake, who's at fault? I mean, is the pharmacist at fault, or is it Walmart corporate that's at fault? Machines are great, and yes, a lot of them they make fewer mistakes than humans, but that doesn't mean they don't break down. And so I'm just wondering, you know, we're set up basically to examine pharmacists' roles and what they do and making sure they're doing it right. And I'm trying to figure out what's the pharmacist's role here. Are they basically an equipment technician, or are they checking prescriptions for people?
We're checking prescriptions for people. We do have, if you want to call it, someone who is actually an equipment technician that provides maintenance for all of our machinery. And Phil can elaborate a little bit about that. But the pharmacists are doing pharmacist functions. So in checking on the front side, we're verifying that those pills versus a stock image of the pill is the correct pill that needs to be in that hopper, as well as the random sampling size, if you approve that. But currently, every single prescription, as Phil said, is imaged, and you see a live image of the pill versus a stock image of the pill, in addition to a description on the screen of what the pill should look like.
So if we had to ask for, like if I asked for an audit trail of one of those prescriptions, who's going to come back as a verifying pharmacist? The person who put the bin in and checked it?
Yes.
In the proposed system, yes, sir.
I'm sorry, Dr. Richmond, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
That's okay. I guess I just need to make sure I'm clear that I understand. So a pharmacist checks it when you fill the hopper and they put the tag on it.
Yes, sir.
And then when it gets downstream, whether it's to a low volume or high volume bed, it gets dispensed. And then at that point, you're telling me that 100% of the bottles get imaged.
Yes, sir.
And the image is reviewed by who or what?
Now, in the proposed system, the image that would be reviewed by a pharmacist would be of the sample, the audits that we send to the pharmacist, you know, what the number we decide. The remainder will be saved as part of the data for us to refer to.
Okay, so just to be clear, a sample gets actually viewed by person, not
That's correct. Not
so
everyone.
Every bottle gets imaged, but only a sample actually gets viewed.
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Then it would seem to me that the weakest link in the step would be when the pharmacist fills the hopper, because if you're filling a 5-liter hopper with enough drugs that could potentially fill several hundred prescriptions, so that would be the weakest link. So could you not at least build in a double check at that point, have 2 pharmacists verify the hopper?
I mean, could we? Yes. I guess again, there's other roles that they're playing in the building. You know, they're PVing both for the countable side, and they're also PVing on the unit of use side of the system. We already have scans of every bottle that's been dumped in there. The pharmacist has the opportunity to look at what's in the stainless steel funnel, we call it, before it ever goes into the hopper. So they have an opportunity to view it.
Okay, so currently as it is, and of course I recognize that in your process, you're getting the process right one time. So therefore, as long as the process is right, then it should be right all the way through the system. And that drug or that hopper of drug gets handled once. Whereas at the store level, if a prescription is being filled individually, then the prescription gets looked at multiple times. The technician looks at it before they fill it. The pharmacist looks at it whenever they do the final screen. So it's getting multiple views on 100% of the prescriptions. But the downside compared to your side is that now all these prescriptions are being handled one at a time, whereas in your process, the drug is being handled one time. So I see potential pitfalls in both. But what I'm not very comfortable with giving up is that a pharmacist is only going to see the drug for certain one time, but for a random sample.
What you're saying is correct. We do have a scan by a technician who scanned every single bottle that went into that funnel. So we have that scan, and we have that scanner's record. If they scan one wrong, that's not the right bottle, the system locks up, and that it takes a pharmacist to come and unlock that system and see why did we have a bottle there that wasn't expected to be there. And then we do have a pharmacist who checks it, and that is part of that pharmacist's responsibility. We take all of those steps very seriously. It's conversations we have with our entire team of how important SOPs are in our process. I have a very, very detailed camera system within the building, so that if there's ever any type of question on what happened, I can literally pull video to see and ensure that we're following SOPs. I have ways of verifying it. But I mean, what you say is absolutely correct. What I can say is, as I say, I have 2 other buildings where we have a similar type process where we're checking on the front side. Been doing it for 4 or 5 years now, and that hasn't been an issue for us.
And Phil, if I could add more,
Please.
Dr. Richmond, I think this may help too. So this building is only the filling portion of the prescription. So the prescription has already gone through the pharmacy, where the pharmacist has looked at the prescription image, has sent it on to be filled. And so this is doing the filling of the actual bottles, and then it travels back to the pharmacy for the ultimate dispensing at this point. But the pharmacist, that there's actually, I would say, 2 checks, whereas at a pharmacy, the pharmacist views the prescriptions in the bottle after the tech has filled it. Whereas here at the central fill, we view whenever all of the drugs enter the hopper. And then right now, currently, it's again at the pharmacist verification station at the end, which would be the sampling in this new proposed process.
Now, how do you handle Coumadin versus Prilosec?
We don't carry Coumadin.
Yeah, see, there's some
We don't
medications
carry controlled substances.
yeah, there's certain ones we won't run. We're doing mostly your maintenance medications, blood pressure, cholesterol, those high volumes. We have a limited formulary. Donna's is less than 1,000 NDCs that we carry in her building.
So
And
Eliquis?
sorry, say.
Yes, sir, we do carry Eliquis, and we use it as a unit of use. So We do have a very few in hand fill for the few prescriptions that a doctor may write for, a sample of a 14-day trial, coupon, et cetera. But the bulk of those are in unit of use, so they're just labeled and they're sealed, and they're not in automation. No, sir, they're not in automation.
So are there other high alert drugs that you process?
Not right off the top of my head from what I can think of as what you might consider to be one of those types of medications, no.
Okay.
Madam President.
Yes.
I'm still wondering, and maybe y'all can help me with this, but if a prescription goes out of the pharmacy verification end at the end, and it's not a prescription that was randomly checked to audit the process, because really auditing the process is not the same as auditing the prescription, and it goes out incorrectly, whose fault is it? Who do we as a board go, gosh, this caused harm? Do we fault the machine? Do we fault the pharmacist that put it in a hopper at the beginning of the process? Where does this go from there?
Well, we would charge everybody and let you decide who is at fault. And in reality, it's, if you can nail it down to a specific person that made a mistake in the process, then you could find fault in the process itself. You could find fault in the individual themselves, or you could find fault in the corporation, or all three. But that's why when we have hearings, we charge all the above, and then it's up to you to determine who do you think is responsible at what level and what to do with it.
I just want to make sure we've got enough steps in place that we don't have to blame anybody.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. And that's why I say this isn't what we're introducing isn't something that's new to the industry. As I said earlier, it's being done in multiple areas. We have buildings where we've done it for multiple years. In all of my buildings, I have, as I said, I have a very detailed camera system. So if I ever need to see where might there been a problem, I can see more than anyone can ever see in a store. We also, and I mean, there are times that things have been suspected, and we go through a process to see did something happen at our building, and we go through a very detailed process where we get down to literally, reviewing SOPs and such to ensure it's everything we did correctly. Shalane Hofste, who's on here, she's been kind of quiet. She's my quality person. Y'all have to excuse her. She's like watching the clock. She's ready to have a baby any moment now. We're holding our breath. Was she still going to be on here? She is my quality person, but she doesn't report to me. She reports to a quality group in the home office. She has a team of people who report to her, who are constantly reviewing our process and processes to ensure that SOPs are being followed and that we have a quality service. Honest to goodness, I'm willing to put up my system against any that the quality that's come out of them is as high as it can possibly get.
So you've got quality assurance data you can share?
Shalane, that's you.
Hey, Dr. Richmond. So we are a participating provider in a federally registered patient safety organization. So the actual data that we have would be patient safety work product, which we could permissibly disclose to the board potentially, but we couldn't do it in a public meeting because it would not be permitted to be disclosed, further beyond that. So unfortunately, really cannot provide you with, specific data for it, but I can definitely tell you, I've been in this role for 3 years as the quality assurance manager over the facilities in Texas and Florida. And, my only function is patient safety and quality improvement. I feel very confident in this process. I certainly would not be here today supporting this if I had any reason to believe that this would add any additional risk to the system or to a patient. Unfortunately, I know that doesn't completely answer your question, but I do feel very, very confident in our quality process that we have in place.
So that is the most unique way I have ever heard someone describe information gathered for an error reporting organization as part of a patient safety organization plan. What I have read, and I'm not an attorney, is that federally, the documents that are part of that are not discoverable and are protected from discovery, but you could take data as far as like combined data for it for statistical information and share it. It doesn't mean it's illegal for you to share it. It means it has legal protection where I can't make you give it to me as a board. But so if Dr. Richmond wants it, you could provide him data about it, but we can't get the specific reports unless I have completely been ill-advised by every attorney that's ever talked to me about it.
I did consult some outside counsel on this actually, in preparation for this meeting, because I actually really did want to share data with the board. What they said is basically this information would be patient safety work product. We would be permitted to disclose to the board. However, we would have to have assurances that it would not be further disclosed beyond that. And so the fact that this is a public meeting is kind of where we ran into a challenge with that further disclosure.
But it's not illegal to disclose it. It's protected from me being able to legally make you disclose it. So what it sounds to me like is your external attorneys don't want us to give it to anybody, which means you can't give it to us because we have no choice but for it to be public, because that's the way the Freedom of Information Act works in Arkansas.
Yeah.
I had a question about the hoppers.
Yes, sir.
So you scan the hopper and then you scan the barcode on the bottle. Is that correct? To make sure that they match?
Are we talking about during the filling of the hopper process?
Yes.
Yeah, so the hopper is scanned when it is inserted into the replenishment station. There's a barcode on the hopper. When it is put into position, the barcode is scanned and the system says, yes, that's the empty hopper I was expecting. At that point, it will lock into place. Then what happens is each bottle is scanned as it's poured into that stainless steel funnel. So there's a scan of the bottle, then the bottle is opened and is poured into that funnel. At the end of that process, after everything's been verified and scanned, they then are able to open a door and those tablets fall into that hopper. Does that answer the question you're looking for?
What links the NDC on the bottle to the correct spot or hopper in the filling system?
It's a barcode on that hopper.
Right.
So
where does that linkage take place? Is that something done?
So Phil, I think this is the system knows which drug is supposed to go in that hopper.
Yes.
So it's been assigned at some point in time.
Yes.
And it knows that it should expect that NDC, which is where the scanning makes sure that everything matches up.
Yeah, it tells the technician what's the next one to do.
Okay. And who does that linkage of the NDC or the barcode on the drug and the hopper or the spot that the hopper's going in? Where do you build that out? How does that?
In the software system.
Okay. Who checks that?
The pharmacists. When we were building the system, putting the system together for startup.
Do you ever have to change your hopper locations and put a new drug, drug X where drug Y was there before?
There is a process for doing a change, and that's all handled in the software. There's a cleaning process that the hoppers go through. There's a cleaning process the dispensers go through, and that's all software driven.
And there's a pharmacist involved in that process?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You bet. Thank
You
you.
would consider the random
I have a
checks,
couple of questions.
the visual imaging, that would be part of your quality assurance process, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you said you keep those images for 120 days.
Yes, sir.
I don't think that meets Arkansas law because I think the documentation for quality assurance data is required to be kept a minimum of 2 years.
Staff would agree.
With that?
Staff would agree.
I think if you look at regulation 12, Subsection C, under 12-00-0001, subsection C, general requirements, and then go down to section C regarding quality assurance. Bullet number 4 says plan for maintenance of all related documentation for a minimum of 2 years. So 120 days wouldn't meet that requirement.
You're keeping everything else 10 years, so.
That's correct.
In this case, Dr. Richmond may be saying you should increase how long you keep the pictures.
But it's part of the quality control process, quality assurance process, so. Am I interpreting that right, Dr. Kirtley?
Okay, Dr. Mitchell.
So, yes, thank you. I had a couple of questions. The first is, I understand there's a method where if there's any sort of question, it goes down like a reject chute, basically, where it has to be manually verified. Is that correct?
Ma'am. Yes, ma'am. There's an exception station.
Can you tell me, okay, the exception station, thank you. Can you tell me, like, at what percent the prescriptions that you're filling go to the exception station?
That is not a number that I have handy, but I mean, I can get that number, yes.
Because that to me would speak to, like, what's the current theoretical accuracy, which I think is an important number for us to know. My second question is, and this may be more for Luke, but I'm under the understanding that Arkansas pharmacy law actually requires a final verification by a pharmacist. So if we were to approve this, we would be approving something that violates our own, like our own laws and regs. Yes, no, can we even do that?
I mean, it depends on what you consider the final verification.
Yeah.
I mean,
it requires.
I mean, you could say that. I mean, looking at it from their standpoint, I mean, you could say that is the final verification.
Yeah.
Because the pharmacist checked it, yeah.
It requires any duties that are done by support staff, like technicians, interns, to be checked. So
but nobody's touching it again. So
Yeah.
that is the final check. I mean, you could say that is the final check because, yeah,
But
I mean, I get
you
what you're saying.
got a
It's just,
bulk drug not in a bottle without a label on it, and we're calling that a final check.
well, I mean, we're not saying we are. I'm saying it depends on how you look at it. I mean, and how you, but yes, I mean, you could legally say probably that that's the final check because that is the last time, or nobody touches it again after that. So, I mean, it's all in interpretation. I mean, two sides of any law, I mean, are going to interpret it differently and interpret it differently. I mean, that's just how that's just how it is. But yeah, I mean, you could legally say that. So no, if
Okay.
the board says this is okay, I don't think it will be in violation of Arkansas law.
Then my final question is sort of why are they asking for this change? If you've filled 500,000 prescriptions, it's clearly working. What is the impetus for this request?
So this building, as I say, we only service 91 pharmacies out of this building. Our other buildings, we service, like I said, 400 and 450 out of those other two. As we continue down the future and we look at ways of how do we improve adherence with our patients, whether it be using a tool like messaging, how do we do things with MedSync? What are those things? This will be our lab, if you will. This and the stores in that are linked to it as, okay, if we make some change in our messaging system where we're messaging patients differently, do we see a corresponding improvement in what it does for the patients through this process? Do we see? So we want to create a lab that resembles what we plan to have throughout the United States as we roll more of these.
Okay, how many of these you have in other states? Do you already have this somewhere?
Currently, I have two. I have one in Spring, Texas, and one in Orlando, Florida.
And how are they doing?
The Spring, Texas one's been open for 11 years. I'm sorry. We opened it in 2010. The Orlando's in 2012. They're great buildings. They both do in excess of 10 million prescriptions a year. We have 2 more that we plan to open. We're looking for a site right now in either Indiana or Maryland, and it's a race to whichever one we can find the site in. We will open a central fill there, and then the next one would be at the opposite state, so Maryland or Indiana.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Mack?
So Phil, you said this, but can you repeat? So when the pharmacist checks it on the front side, they get the correct pills in the machine.
Yes.
And it's locked down. Is there virtually no way or literally no way that anybody can intercept that before it leaves the building? And by that, I mean, is there any place in there when it's unlocked where a person could get to it, or is it locked all the way down, or how does that work?
Are we talking about the hopper itself or the actual dispenser once the hopper has been installed on it?
Once it's put it in the puck and it's
once it's put it in a puck, I mean, could someone intercept it? Sure. I mean, it's running along a conveyor. Somebody could grab it with their hand, but there's multiple scans that occur all the way through packing to ensure that the right bottle's in the right puck. And then once they're divorced, that bottle is still tracked with that barcode on the bottle, and they're able to all the way through to when it's bagged, it's scanned before it goes into the bag for the patient.
But it's locked down various places plus
Yes.
various rescans plus
Yes. All the way through.
I think the most troubling thing for probably most of the board members is we know there's data, we know we can't see it. And the feeling is generally, it's kind of like when you ask your federal law enforcement authorities if they have knowledge of something and they can either confirm or deny it.
Yeah.
That's a dispositive statement.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the worry is, well, it ain't perfect or they'd tell us.
Yeah.
So it's a little worrisome to wonder, well, if they can't tell us because they don't want the rest of the world to know in a public forum, that tells me there's some problem that's being hidden from me, or at least that's the paranoia side of it. I think that's why you keep getting a lot of these questions from the board members over and over.
Divorce might be a good word there.
The what?
Divorce might be a good word there.
Divorce. What I will tell you.
Yeah, I think that's my concern,
Shalane.
right? Is I'm not comfortable approving it with no data. Like, you obviously have exceptions. I would like to know what percentage of the overall prescriptions filled result in an exception. And then of those exceptions, how many or what percentage are related to the correct drug, the correct strength, the correct quantity. Like, without that data, I don't feel good about giving this a green light.
And
I'm one vote, but that's me.
And you could ask them to come back with that data for future consideration.
Madam
Could
President.
you give the opposite of that data, Phil, of not necessarily errors, because that goes under the PSO, but can you give this is how many we filled that were accurate, the more positive side of it versus the negative that there could have been an error?
It'll tell you both numbers, but like every time we've done anything like our Check Tech pilot programs or anything else, we've always had a data-driven quality process. And even to the point where in those, they actually introduced errors to recheck the ability to catch them so that they ensured that their fail-safes were working. Because, you know, while I don't realistically expect everything to be 100.0000% accurate, there's a difference in 99 and 99.9 and 99.999 to see. And throwing in error to make sure it would catch it is one of the things that gave the board a lot of confidence in previous projects that we did.
Mm-hmm.
And also, how long did you say this has been up and running?
Since August.
Okay. And might be good to have information. Have you ever discovered errors when you do that sample audit? I mean, if that information's available, I mean, like I said, I mean, maybe there's none. I mean, maybe there's just a handful, maybe there's, but it would be interesting to see if that sample audit pulled out any errors from, I mean, that time.
So information I can share with you guys as far as the question on what's been routed to exceptions. We have not had a single incident of an incorrect or mixed product, routed to the exception station. The things that have been caught have been the quantity discrepancies. So basically, as Phil explained, that each dispenser is doing a double count of the medication. So if one count says there's 91 tablets and then the second count says there's 89 tablets, that is routed to a pharmacist to clarify that quantity. I do believe that number is much less than 1%, but we would have to really get the data to give you a very exact number on that one. That is a number that we could share. That's something that's not patient safety work product. So we could definitely provide that exact number to you guys. But that's, what's been caught and routed to exceptions.
About quantities, although quantities, I could envision a scenario where a quantity makes a difference, but that's not really what I'm concerned about. I'm concerned about drug mix-up.
Okay, Dr. Kraus has been waiting for a while to speak. Go ahead.
I was just going to say that I still feel like I would want a prescription, and maybe I'm crazy or old-fashioned, but I would like a prescription that was checked by a pharmacist before it was dispensed, and not just, when he took the potassium off the shelf, look in there and make sure there's potassium in that bottle and then pass it off to something else to be dispensed. I don't think that our role here necessarily is to perfect their product as much as to make sure that the pharmacist can fulfill his duties upon the dispensing of a prescription. And I don't see where making sure that the right pills went into a hopper before the process is, in my book, a final verification of the accuracy and correctness of that prescription. And so therein lies my difficulty. Thank you.
In my opinion is, what if the wrong thing gets put in the hopper? A human being is putting something into a container. That can happen. And if that happens, you've got a bottle of 5,000 pills? That's going to be a great big error.
Yeah, we do have multiple
Well, and
validations. Sorry, go ahead, Shelley.
Oh, well, I was going to say, I would add that one of the reasons I'm anxious about it is that within the last couple of weeks, we've had 2 major ISMP alerts come out for commercially approved, FDA approved drugs made in big pharma that it was the wrong medicine in the bottle. So in that case, it would still scan, right? The bottle would still scan, but if there's not a human looking at it, I don't know that your system would catch that.
There's also
right,
a
like we're
visual
talking.
image.
But
I'm sorry.
Right, but those aren't checked 100%.
So 100% of the
they're-
contents that are going into the hopper are still checked by the pharmacist, because they're checking not only that each bottle was scanned correctly, they're actually checking the physical contents that are in the funnel and that they release into that clear hopper. So they do see 100% of the contents that are being introduced into the hopper. They're just doing it basically on the front side versus in individual prescription bottles after.
Right, but if you put 1,500 count bottle in a hopper or in that aluminum chute, there's no way the verifying pharmacist is putting their eyes on every single one of those. Right, they can only see what's on top based on the picture that I saw.
Yeah, they can see what's on top. They can use a gloved hand to also kind of spread the contents out in the funnel to look at them. And then the hopper is also completely clear, so they are able to, when they remove that from the locked system, they are able to shake that around and look at the contents of the hopper itself.
But saying they can do something and they're able to do something is different than saying they're doing it.
Well, that's true, but as professionals, they have a responsibility, and that's part of their responsibility as pharmacists is to do that. Now, I mean, again, we have a single process for doing all of it so that everyone can see that people are doing what they're supposed to do because everybody understands it because it's the same process over and over. Can somebody skip a step? Could somebody skip a step? Absolutely, they could. They can do that in a retail setting every single day. We think we have a system, and we've proven in 2 additional facilities that the systems work and work very well, and that our pharmacists are very professional and they understand the magnitude of their responsibility and take it very seriously. And so, I mean, can, things happen in a real world? Absolutely, things can happen. But whether that real world is in a central fill facility or, a store anywhere across the nation, those things can happen. We don't have a perfect system when people are involved, right? We ask people to be professionals. They're credentialed professionals by the respective state board of pharmacy in whatever state they're in, and we expect and we inspect that they are conducting their jobs like they're professionals.
How do y'all handle an NDC change? Because with the drug shortages that we are having across the nation, that's something that happens, that's gonna happen every day for y'all.
It does. And if there's an NDC change where it's one of the drugs that we have in our automation, the hoppers all get cleaned, the dispenser gets cleaned, and then that NDC gets added to the formulary. There's a whole set of SOPs that take Donna and the team through that process of how that happens. We don't combine them. We don't combine them.
Okay, Dr. Kraus, thank you.
I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion that we deny this request without by Walmart for dispensing without the pharmacist finally verifying each prescription.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor. Do I get a second?
Do we want to give them a chance to show us some data and maybe look at this at a later date, or do we just want to do a flat out denial today?
I was wondering the same thing.
Right now, the motion is just a flat out denial. If he wants to amend his motion, that's fine. Or if he doesn't get a second, then the motion will be dead. But right now, it's just a flat out denial.
Have they told us they won't give us that information?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Which information are we talking about? I mean, I think Ms. Mitchell asked for some, and I think Shalane gave her a little bit of insight and said we could get more data around what goes to the exception station.
Yeah, that's what I've got written down is what percentage of prescriptions are sent to the exception station and why? Are they sent because of, a strength, quantity, wrong drug, and what other reasons were they sent to the exception station? Is what I've got down that Dr. Mitchell said. Is that information, would that information be available?
Yes, it is available. And I think Shalane made one point. We have not had one that was sent to exception for the wrong drug. Could be a quantity, could be a missed scan. If throughout the process, if a scan is missed, so if an RFID reader is expected to pick up an RFID read on a puck and it registers that something went by and it didn't pick up a read, that will go to an exception station because it'll say, why didn't it get this scan? And it goes to exception and they're able to test it and send it back through to get those scans. But yeah, and I think Shalane talked about the quantity checks. The system counts twice, and if it counts 90 and 91, it's going to go to exception station. If it counts 89, 90, it's going to go to exception station on a count. But as far as having a wrong drug, that hasn't happened. That's what I'm saying. We are very confident in our automation.
Something else I'd like to hear is we talked about the high alert drug list, but we only talked about a couple of examples. I mean, are there anti-epileptics? Like carbamazepine, Are there drugs like anti-metabolites like methotrexate? Are there anti-diabetic drugs like glyburide? I mean, these are drugs that are high alert drugs that in the store are going to get a double check. It requires the pharmacist to check it and then another pharmacist to double check it. In your system, one pharmacist is seeing it. And so I'm not clear as to whether or not, irrespective of the fact that you have a limited formulary, that are there high alert drugs on that formulary that are not being handled as unit of use like Eliquis?
Yes, there are.
And Dr. Richmond had some questions earlier, and that was the data we were told would not be available.
Which, what high alert drugs is that?
No, the questions he was asking earlier, I would have to rewind the video to see exactly what it was he was asking. But he also went into like high alert drugs.
I mean, we can provide our formulary if you'd like to see what we have in the automation.
Okay, we still have a motion on the floor. And I didn't get a second. We were in discussion though.
I think Rodney seconded.
Okay, we got a second? Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays?
Nay. Luke, I'm not gonna vote on this one if.
They're gonna say, can we do a hand count? I only heard like two yays. So can we do a hand count, please? I heard Dr. Mitchell on a nay vote, but I only heard maybe two yays.
Right.
So can I show a hand count on yes for the motion? Raise your hand. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 with Dr. Mack not voting, okay? And on a no against the motion, I've got Carol and Dr. Mitchell. Okay, so I got a 4-2, Dr. Mack not voting, and Dr. Newsom as the president not voting. Okay, motion carries.
It does.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And
go ahead, Shelley.
Yes, and before we leave, we had one more, hopefully quick discussion with you that had to do with we have a position at our Central Fill facilities, our maintenance and technical support person. So you've heard about the sophisticated machinery and the pucks travel down the chutes and things of that sort. And we've talked about the maintenance that goes along with the systems and the machinery, and then also with the computer systems. So we have a position for an actual individual that performs some of these functions. And the question we have is, does this person need to be registered as a technician, or is this okay for an unlicensed individual to perform some of these duties? And so the function is not a technician function whatsoever. It would be working on the machinery. If there was, say, something got stuck, or there's one of those missed scans or something to that effect, this person would be the individual that would go in and look at these functions. But there is a possibility that they may need to pick up the puck that does have the drugs in it, or they may have, if there is machine that there was something stuck, like there is a possibility that they may have to physically touch something. And so we wanted to get your thoughts and opinions on if these individuals needed to be licensed, even though they are not performing any sort of technician duties.
So would you want an unlicensed person messing with the drugs in this complex system that you have?
I'm sorry.
Do you want a non-licensed person handling anything to do with the drugs? I think you know the answer.
But the question comes up is in they are not handling anything that or performing anything, counting anything of that sort. It is strictly working on machinery or working in the programming.
Do they have access to the drugs?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's how I think you know the answer.
I'm
What
sorry.
you're
So
saying
how's
is-
that different from a clerk who can like put up the order, like an unlicensed clerk? I'm just curious.
Well, those drugs are already, they're in containers. These are gonna be drugs that are not in containers. They're in those hoppers.
Okay.
So what you're saying, this would be akin to a clerk, somebody from optical shop or a clerk out running the register to come back in a Walmart store to the bank of robotics that's behind the counter that's counting, that if something gets stuck, that they can come back and manipulate and handle pucks or whatever that have drug in them. I mean, that would be akin to that same process.
Yeah, but if you were a clerk, if you're putting stock up, all those are sealed bottles. We're talking about drugs that are out of the bottle.
Lenore, I think you and I are agreeing on the same concern. What I'm saying is by allowing an unlicensed, meaning not a pharmacist or not a technician person to come in who is in the central fill, be able to handle pucks that have drugs in them, would be akin to having unlicensed personnel be also involved in the robotics behind the counter at a store. And we wouldn't accept that.
Right, that's true. So we're talking about the same thing, but we're coming at it with different angles.
Yeah, we just have different examples is all.
They didn't
It's
want
like a maintenance man coming in to work on the robotics at the store level and allowing them to in some way handle the drug bottles or pucks or whatever you want to call it.
Doesn't that happen?
I hope not.
Shouldn't.
Would you not have to have I guess, a licensed technician that would be doing that kind of troubleshooting? It's a different kind of license.
So on a lot of this, we would generally say, if you have a person that has to fix a mechanical issue with something and does not have access to the drugs or isn't going to touch them, they would not necessarily need to have a technician permit. This gets interesting especially because, Dr. Newsom's point is a great one. Our board doesn't say that you necessarily have to be a technician if you're putting drugs up, but if you're taking drugs off the shelf to use them to fill prescriptions or at any point when those are like open bottles, we generally say you have to have a technician permit. So it's one is like looking at the elevator repair guy, and the other one is actually looking at having also contact more than the mechanics, the medications of it.
Well, and my question too, is it repair or is it maintenance? And is maintenance occurring when the machine is down after hours? How is maintenance carried out?
Yeah, they'd have to have a pharmacist there on site either way.
That's right.
Correct. So I'm hearing that we want this individual licensed as a technician, and and I would also assume that this person does count in the pharmacist to technician ratio, or are there any if their primary job function is not?
We only count the ratio when you are performing the technician duties.
Okay.
So if they are, and we give examples, and this isn't to demean anyone, but if you are filling up the empty bottle hopper in a pharmacy, not a tech duty, doesn't count in the ratio. If you're dropping scripts to scan, that counts in the tech ratio. If you're pulling drugs to fill, that counts in the tech ratio. So if it is a purely mechanical duty that doesn't require a technician permit specifically, then that's not performing a tech duty.
Okay.
And I assume that's what prompted the request was the issue with the ratio. So if that's not going to be an issue, I don't know why it wouldn't. Doesn't seem like it would be an issue to have these people licensed if they're not going to count into
Sure, absolutely. That is definitely where we wanted to make sure we had good clarification.
And I tell you, for a lot of folks, they want those people to have a registration with us because it's a different level of criminal background check than they can get otherwise.
And Shelley, I'll put all this in writing so you'll have something that'll just say in case there's any issue with it later.
Thank you, Luke. I appreciate it. Thank you all for your time. We really do.
Yes, thank y'all.
Thank you.
We do appreciate the time.
We have one more thing scheduled today, which is Tawana Pewitt. Is Pewitt? I'm not sure if I'm saying that right. P-E-W-I-T-T. She is here. We also have Dr. Ferguson. Are you here?
Yes, I am, and Todd Locke is here as well.
Okay, I do have them. This is, I'm sorry.
Can we take 5?
Sure.
All right, thank you.
We'll start back in 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Thank you all for being patient. Okay, is everyone ready to get started back?
Okay, we have Tawana Pewitt, and we have Dr. Kim Ferguson and Dr. Todd Locke from St. Vincent's. Most of y'all know, or probably know them. Todd is the Director of Pharmacy Services there. Dr. Ferguson, what is your title at St. Vincent's?
The market director for pharmacy services. So I'm
Market Director for Pharmacy Services. Yeah. So what this was, this on January 27th of this year, and if you look under to the board members in the share folder, there's just a PDF that says Tawana Pewitt. This is the email Dr. McCready received from Dr. Locke on January the 27th, or actually January the 26th. Dr. Locke they had received some information. I don't know if it came straight to him, but they had received some information that Tawana Pewitt, who is licensed as a pharmacy technician, had admitted to somebody that she'd smoked some marijuana. They called her in. Dr. Locke spoke to her. They actually called her in and asked her to take a drug test and asked her if she had smoked marijuana. She stated to them that yes, she had smoked marijuana. They called their HR department at St. Vincent's, and the HR department said there was no point in testing her since she had admitted to it, so they didn't test her any further. I have actually talked to Ms. Pewitt, and I've talked to Dr. Locke, which in the last few days now, and I'll let Ms. Pewitt get into this in a little more detail. But now she's saying that all of this was just a joke, and that she was joking around when she told numerous people at her work that she'd smoked marijuana, and including her supervisors. So, and I will turn it over to back over to Dr. Newsom if you want to let Ms. Pewitt tell you.
Okay. Why would you say something like that, Ms. Pewitt?
Good afternoon. So can you all hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So usually it's the four of us work at night. It's 2 pharmacists, 2 techs. I'm being the IV tech. So everyone knows that I keep up the night by being, joking. And what I had said that night was to that pharmacist, I said, woo, look at the work. It just keep coming. And I said, after that, I said, good thing I smoked one today. And I said, ha, ha, ha. And I went on into the IV room. Not one time did she stop me or call me out. So I honestly believe that she knew that I wasn't intoxicated as well, because why would she continue to let me work 6 hours putting patients at risk?
So is that pharmacist here today?
No, she's not.
Huh? Oh. The pharmacist.
We do have Dr. Locke, who actually interviewed Ms. Pewitt and got her to, he wrote all of this down. She told him, this was the next day, she told him that she had smoked. I mean, he's the pharmacy director there. He wrote down on CHI's observation checklist the reason for suspension, and then she signed the form. So there's a little more to it than her just saying she was joking around. So Dr. Locke, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Will you just briefly walk through the conversation that you had with Ms. Pewitt and how you came about this information?
I received a phone call at 4 a.m. that morning from our pharmacist, or overnight pharmacist. Had mentioned she had a situation that Tawana had mentioned to her that she had smoked some marijuana and she didn't really know how to handle it. At that point in time, I said, just stay there. I'll get ready and come on into work. On the way in, I got a hold of our house supervisor, which we will do if we have somebody that we suspect needs to be screened. Reached out to them. They met me. We pulled all the paperwork, brought Tawana in. This was about 5:15, 5:30. Went through, asked her about it. Did she do that? She said, yes, she did. We signed off the checklist. She signed it. We reached out, the house supervisor reached out to our HR person, and they said since she admitted it, there was no reason to screen. At that point in time, we asked her, said we need to have your badge and your key, your fob to get in and out of the pharmacy. And basically you'll be on leave until we get further information.
So during that conversation, I mean, told you, she told, so you were probably what, the second or third person that she had told that she'd smoked marijuana?
At least the second that I'm aware of.
And
aside from the night pharmacist she was working with.
I mean, she knew that you were the director of pharmacy at St. Vincent's. I mean,
yes.
Okay.
And she signed that form after you wrote down all of this information. She actually, both of you signed the reasonable suspicion observation checklist.
We did on page 9.
And have you spoke with her recently? When did she, I guess she make contact with you? When did you find out that she was saying that this was a joke?
She had sent me a text. It's been a week or so ago about it. And I said, just thanks for sharing that. And we'll keep you posted. I didn't mention really anything more aside from that. We reached out to our HR department at that point in time again about should we try and screen. They basically said, nope, she's self-admitted.
So HR wouldn't agree to screen her, period.
Either time.
I reached out to HR and asked them if they would send her for a drug test because that would pretty much be a yes or no for us straight up. And
I'm sorry, we can
said,
barely hear you, Dr. Burris.
I'm sorry. I reached out to HR and asked them if they would send her for a drug test. And they said no, because in their mind, from CHI's perspective, by self-admitting, she admitted to being positive. So again, from their perspective, there was no need to drug test.
Okay. And Dr. Locke, you said it was probably last week, January 29th was on a Friday. Do you believe that she reached out to you after that date?
It was on 1/28.
1/28.
Go back to my phone. Sorry.
Okay.
Because I'm just curious if she reached out to him. I mean, it's possible she reached out to him after she got the letter from us, because we sent her a letter on December 27th that via standard mail and via certified mail, telling her that she was to report to the meeting on February the 9th.
Okay.
And I mean, like I said, this just sounds, I don't know anybody in their right mind that's going to go tell their pharmacy director jokingly that they use marijuana and then sign the form admitting to it that he filled out. I mean, I'm sorry, but I just have a huge issue believing believing her story.
And that's what happens when you're not in your right mind and under the influence.
I mean, she does have a pharmacy technician license. Like I said, I mean, this just happened so recently, and she was dismissed from her employment. So, I mean, we set her immediately. So right now her pharmacy technician license is active. So the board needs to, whatever decision it wants to make today, if it's, I mean, whatever you're going to do, if it's to the point where you want to suspend suspend her license, that's the most you can do today without having a full revocation hearing. But if there's other avenues or venues that you want to go through, then, I mean, those are options too.
Luke, can we mention something if we may?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Luana's been a text with us for about a year. Her performance has been exceptional, nothing but positive reports from the pharmacist she works with. Her accuracy has been outstanding. Compliments, a long list of those. She has gone through some loss of her father this past fall. I can certainly relate to that. I've lost both my parents this past fall, and Kim lost her dad right at almost a year ago. So I understand, struggles, etc. But I just do want to mention, as for her performance when she's here, it is exceptional.
Okay, so what can we do to help her get rehabbed?
I would like to ask her if she wants to continue with the story or if she wants to be honest.
Hello, are you all there?
Yes.
Yes.
I was honest, and as I said, everyone pretty much knew I was joking. That whole night, my performance was the same. I take
Okay.
pride in my work. I have been a tech for 10 years, part of that in Tennessee, and here, 9 years of that certified. There is no way. I told Todd when he hired me, I said, Todd, I want to make a career here. And it's just not a job to me, it's a career. I was not intoxicated. I am willing to take a drug test now. I also told Todd in the text I was still willing to take a drug test. Yes, it was something that I should not have said, and it's not a joking matter, but I was not intoxicated. Even after my father passed, I came back to work and I still, as Todd said, exceptional. My work, no mistakes. There's no way I would put someone's life in harm. 90% of my job is working with needles, opening ampules. Like, I really take pride in my job. And I'm at the age of 35. I'm really not looking for another job. This is my career. This is where I planned on retiring. So if you all would please take into consideration to let me keep my license.
But why did you sign off
Why
on
did
that?
you say it? Yeah.
I actually thought because Todd asked me, did I say it? And I said, yeah, I said it. I said, maybe we can squash it here. But when Todd called me back and he said I had to report this to the state board, and I was like, okay, I better come on and be clean. There is no way I'm gonna throw away my career over a joke. It's time to come clean and let them know.
But you
And
didn't tell
I
him
was-
that day.
No, I did not tell him that day.
Well, the
I don't
pharmacist,
understand, why is it a joke?
that's
Why
funny.
would you say that's a joke? It just doesn't make any sense.
And the reason that I said that is like, oh, look at the workload. Like I'm saying, it's like, oh, girl, glad I smoked one today. But I honestly don't believe that the pharmacist would have put her life at risk and let me continue to compound the whole night if she truly believed I was intoxicated.
Well,
But
did
then you went on and told
cigarette
Dr.
or
Locke
marijuana?
the same thing.
I did. You're correct. I did. And like I said, I thought it was going to be it. It was going to be squashed right there in the office. I had no idea it was going to go to the State Board of Pharmacy. But like I said, there is no way I'm throwing away a 10-year career just like that.
And I'm
I
sorry,
have
but
a
this is not
question.
believable. Board members, it's just not believable to me.
Dr. McCarty?
I want to reiterate, I think everybody read the letter, but in the letter it says that Taylor, which was the pharmacist, told Todd that Tawana mentioned to her she had smoked some marijuana in between getting off Monday morning of her shift and coming back Tuesday evening to help her relax and go to sleep. The pharmacist would not have made up the words relax to help me relax and go to sleep if all she said was, oh, I smoked one last night. Those two statements don't go together.
I mean, if we
Donna?
go, oh, go ahead, Ms. Rader, I'm sorry.
Juana, have you smoked marijuana before?
Ma'am, I have never smoked marijuana in my life. I would go take a drug test for you all right now. I wish they had took one that day. And honestly, I sat there with the house supervisor. I sat there with Mr. Locke to take the test. At any point, if I was truly intoxicated, I could have went home because Taylor told me that she had called Todd. I could have went home then. I could have got up and walked out of Mr. Locke's office. And when I was with the house supervisor, I could have went away and went home if I was truly intoxicated.
Did
But
you
instead,
volunteer
I mean,
to take a test?
you knew how serious it was when they called Dr. Locke, correct?
Well, Todd and I have a pretty good relationship because Todd always calls me if he needs me to fill in or something, and I'm there.
So you didn't think it was serious when they called the director of pharmacy for the hospital to come in at 5 a.m. You did not think that was serious. You still thought it was a joke.
I still have seen Todd there at 5 something in the morning.
Oh, we do have a test that she can take that will possibly prove yes or no. Let her
Well,
do a test.
I mean, she could have smoked in and take a test now, and I mean, it'd be negative. I don't know that testing her 2 weeks later proves anything, but that's just my personal, I mean, she could easily be negative now and having smoked in.
If they take tests from other parts of the body?
It's even with hair tests, if it was like a single use or, 1 or 2 times ever, I don't think you're going to find enough in hair.
Okay.
For that to work. And then if you try to go, people talk about things like fingernails, but those aren't.
That's not gonna be in 2 weeks, huh?
I mean, if she used more than a few times, and yeah, a hair test might be beneficial, but a urine test, if she hasn't used since, which, I can't imagine that she would with everything that's going on, a urine test is going to be useless.
Okay.
I have a question about the form that was signed. Does the form admit to marijuana use, or does it admit that she made a comment about marijuana use?
And that may be a question for Dr. Locke. Do you know what, when you filled out that form with her, did she make a statement? Did you write it down, or what was the process there?
I had asked her, and she said she admitted to the night shift pharmacist that she had used the marijuana after a shift to sleep before coming back to work on the next shift within the 10 to 12 hour window.
Okay. And you wrote that down and then she signed it?
Yes.
Thank you.
I have a question. Oh, sorry, Dr. Cross, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, Amy. I'm sorry. I
was just going to ask Kim and Todd if she continues to be able to function that capacity, will you have her back? Will CHI allow her to continue to work in that capacity, and would you hire her again for your staff?
I'm probably the better one to speak on that. Tawana has a good attitude. She's always been willing to help out wherever. Again, her performance on the job has been exceptional. Countless comments from staff pharmacists who check her IV compounding that say she does a great job. And I can't argue that. Was it a poor choice? Maybe so. But and we have to, in our role, we have to take whatever's said in that situation, and you can't take that for granted, because if somebody is doing something, then you put your patients at risk. Would I hire her back? Yeah, I probably would. I really would.
Would the CHI policies allow for that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Would, Amy. In speaking with HR, they asked for us to basically offer her our employee assistance program, which was to get counseling for grief counseling for the loss of her father, and to deal with some of the other issues that have gone on in recent months with her. So that was their suggestion. And then obviously, I will also add that I don't think Tawana knew that it was the requirement of Todd or myself to report any such instance to the board. So on her behalf, yes, it was a comment that she shouldn't have made if it were not true. Definitely not something you joke about in pharmacy. And I think that that's a lesson that she has definitely learned over the past few weeks. But in speaking on her defense, I don't think she knew that the issue was required to be brought before the board.
So, Dr. Krause?
Yeah. Are we in discussion, or is a motion in order here?
No motion yet. We're just discussing this. So are you working now in another capacity?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
So
no, ma'am.
Have you been dismissed?
I wasn't. They just took my badge and my file, and we were waiting on this meeting.
She's on what we call administrative leave.
Okay, great. So what is her route back? You just mentioned that there's a program that she can follow?
Yes, ma'am, to meet with a counselor. And then, you know, whatever the board decides, you know, if it's to do random drug tests every so often or whatever the motion that the board makes.
Okay, does your program do this?
No, HR would not be a part of that. This is strictly because from their perspective, she admitted that she was positive at work. Because she's self-reported, they would seek assistance, counseling, possibly FMLA if they felt like that she needed an extended period of time to recoup or seek help.
Okay, because you go through some strange stuff when you go through grief.
Yes, ma'am.
And at least, you know, your place has something in place to help that. So what do we do as a board? What am I hearing from my board members? Because Ms. Ford, you were kind of talking about that. So you want to talk a little bit more?
I mean, I feel like with the sounds like the structure that CHI has in place, some mandatory EAP, some very close oversight and guidance. It seems like there's not any prior history or any, I agree with others that I don't know that the full truth is being said, but I would still, because she's got two very strong advocates, very respected pharmacists that I value their opinions, and that speaks that in my opinion that speaks very highly of her if they're saying that they would hire her back on. But I do think that there should be some sort of parameters around that.
Okay, anybody else?
Well, it seems to be the question. The concerns are unprofessional conduct. Was there actual use of drug? And if there wasn't, then a concern of is she really telling the truth or not? So those would seem to be the issues of professional conduct that are concerned. If we're looking at it from an outcome perspective, then her employers are saying that she does a fantastic job. And that pigtails off of Ms. Ford's summary just a second ago before me. So those seem to be the things. I guess my question would be for the pharmacist. You said that you would hire her back, but I would ask, is that in reality you would hire her back? If we said, okay, she can keep her license, are you going to hire her back immediately?
Or can they?
Or is that hypothetical?
She still has her job.
Yeah, we'd hire her back.
She still has her job.
Okay, so she's not terminated.
No, she is on administrative leave.
Okay, so if she got her license back today, she could literally go back to work tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, Dr. Mack.
So two questions. One, if I think the hospital failed here, because whether somebody said they were smoking or not smoking, they should have drug tested her. So I think that's failure number one that's putting us in a bad position. The second thing is, John and Lenora from past experience, but Brenda, if she had drug tested and was positive, how would we handle that? The very first offense and good recommendations from the pharmacist. How are they immediately? What do we do if
on marijuana? If we'd have had a positive marijuana screen, we would have immediately asked her to either sign a preliminary consent order, not to practice or be present in a pharmacy, and basically, you know, at that point she could accept or deny that request. If she denied it, then we would have an emergency suspension hearing to take her out of practice immediately until we could have a full hearing before the board.
So I don't see how we
can based on that preliminary consent, she probably would have been told to reach out to the support group.
Yes, she would.
I mean, if this was a pharmacist, they would have been called day of and told to reach out to the support group. And that's what we've done. And we've had technicians in there. Granted, I know sometimes it can be pricey and technicians don't make near the money a pharmacist does. But when it comes to something like this, the board's usually been always, especially on a positive test, has been always something similar.
Yeah, we don't play around with
That's what I was
marijuana
saying.
drugs.
Just because the hospital failed, I don't know that we can do nothing.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have proof. They didn't run the test. And if we would have had the test, there wouldn't have been a benefit of a doubt.
Well, I mean, her admission is a proof. I mean, just because she's going back now and saying, no, I was joking. I mean, I don't know anybody that jokes with their boss of a hospital about smoking marijuana, but maybe that's just me. But I mean, and admission is proof.
Dr. Newsom, it's
Yes.
sort of like if you get pulled over by a police officer and you refuse to blow because you may blow above the limit, you're automatically considered over the limit. Is that right, Luke?
Well,
You go to court, you have a problem?
By driving a vehicle, you say that you will consent to blood alcohol, and if you don't, you can be charged with refusal. So it's just, it is what it, I mean, it's a crime to refuse a BAC test. But I mean, really the refusal was on, the hospital. I know Dr. Locke talked to him, and several times, but yeah, if they'd have done a simple drug test, this would be a whole different conversation. Either she was positive or not. And if she's not, we probably would,
Well, and if I had told a joke about smoking one and they accused me of it, I'd have said, give me a drug test.
Right.
Yeah.
Or I would have recalled it that very minute instead of days later.
Right.
Dr. Krause?
Yeah, I mean, I love y'all, but I mean, we got no evidence that this girl smoked any weed. We've got her bosses saying she does good work and we'd hire her back and they'd hire her back. We can kick this can all the different directions on what if that we want to, but we got nothing.
Except an admission.
Minutes.
Except for her admission.
We got a guy that admitted he saw God and he told him to drive on the wrong side of the road.
Well, we didn't give him back his license.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not real sure doing a good job relates to whether you,
Break the law or not.
yeah. I think that's admirable that they're coming and speaking for her. I really do. But I'm not sure that just because she did a good job that you can just say, well, okay.
So Luke, could you tell me what she did that constitutes unprofessional conduct?
She admitted to using a controlled substance.
That's illegal.
To who?
Do what?
To her employer.
She admitted to Dr. Locke and other staff members there that she used marijuana.
And Locke signs her paycheck.
She signed a
he's the
document.
pharmacy director. If it got to the point, if I was joking around with a friend and then I had to go in pretty much to the principal's office, and if I'm joking, it's going to stop a whole lot faster than several days later. I'm sure as hell not putting my name on something that says that I was using an illegal substance.
Nope.
I don't care what kind of joke it is. You're not going to sign a paper in the boss's office that says you used a controlled substance if you're joking. I'm sorry, and maybe I'm looking at it different. Maybe, I look at the admission as proof and maybe you don't. And that's, that's fine. But it got way to the point of not being a joke when pretty much she was in the head honcho's office and signed a paper to him. Joking around with friends is one thing, but going in there and signing your name that you're using a controlled substance is another. To me, that's apples and oranges.
I agree.
Okay, so she said she did this. Is there any way of possible rehab so we can get her back into practice if we go the route of not letting them practice?
Yeah, that's up to y'all.
Okay.
You could, have her agree to do a random drug test whenever. You could ask her to get an eval. You could, plan for her to reappear before the board. That's completely up to the board.
Could she go straight to the support group? Could that be one of the options?
They're going to want an eval for her to know what to do.
Yeah, I mean, I can think of one or two situations where somebody's going to support group with not an eval, and it was somebody that, I mean, there was a technician a while back that had some very extensive rehabilitation, was working at a halfway house, was doing counseling. I mean, like I said, I can think of one or two exceptions where somebody didn't get an eval first, and it was people that had put a lot of time into their recovery. Well, first off, they admitted they had a problem, and two, they put a lot of time into their recovery. I mean, I don't know that, that something's going to help somebody if they don't even admit to what they were doing. But that being said, that's my opinion, and not my decision to make. But yeah, I can't imagine the board, the support group not wanting some type of evaluation.
But I'm not sure how we help someone if nobody really, maybe somebody here does believe it, but it doesn't sound like anybody's believing what we're being told.
Yeah, my thing is, I'm thinking it's psychological. I think it may have happened after, over grief, not thinking, your guard is down. So, and where'd you get this stuff from?
What stuff?
This marijuana. Where'd you get it? If you had
Ma'am,
it?
I have never smoked marijuana. That's what I'm saying. It's a joke. My father was a preacher. We never had drugs in our home.
We're not going to get anything else out of her. I would just ask the board to make a decision one way or the other.
Okay, I'm going to ask for a motion.
I am comfortable letting her have her permit back because I think the risk is on her employer, and they've clearly stated they're willing to take that risk if she is in fact a risk, and I'm not convinced that she is. The other thing that I find really interesting about this is that if she didn't understand how serious it was, she does now. And I'm not sure I believe her story about it was a joke because it just doesn't make sense. Like, she appears to me to be very bright. She's clearly good at her job, and it's difficult to be as good at being an IV tech as she appears to be without being bright. So I don't know why she would have not said this is a joke the first time her boss asked her, did you smoke marijuana? I also want to make sure she understands that whether she felt like she was impaired at work or not, the use of an illicit substance while also holding a pharmacy technician license is a violation of Arkansas pharmacy law. But that being said, I'm comfortable giving her a permit back because I don't think we'll ever see her back here again. I think this is a very, very tough lesson for her.
And as far as giving it back, she still has it. So it would just be,
okay.
I guess, a no action. But the thing about, her employer is, with her permit, she can go work anywhere, and they're not going to be aware of this. But, that being said, it would just be a motion for no action because she has her permit still. We just said it so quickly that we didn't ask her to surrender it since we said it literally within a week.
Okay. So I would make a motion that we take no action.
A second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Lenora.
Yes.
Aye.
Can I make a
Beg pardon? Hang on, I've got some discussion.
Yes, I really would like, I don't want to revoke her license, but I think that due to the fact that she signed it, which was, saying it was not a smart thing to do, but then signing the forms admitting it concerns me a lot. So I don't know that we can, or maybe we can stipulate that she, have random drug testing for the next, year or two.
Okay. And while we're in discussion, I was going to also suggest that she go through the counseling that is available to her from her employer. And I don't know, could y'all include drug screening in this counseling?
I honestly am not sure. I can check with HR. The counseling is offered to her free of charge though. So it's through a private counselor, but it is offered to her free of charge.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if y'all don't have anything in place like that. But you have to talk, you all will have to talk to HR about it because I don't know anything about.
We have a company that we do our drug test through. The limitations there is it's during Monday through Friday during typical working hours. So if employees are outside of that window, they have to go through the emergency room for a for-cause drug test.
Okay.
So it would depend on how it would depend on how random you wanted it to be, I guess.
That's the same thing our support group people have to do.
Okay.
If it's after hours, there's a couple of emergency rooms that they can go to.
Okay, so Ms. Carroll, do you want to amend it? Becca, do you want to amend the motion to include going to the program that they have available to employees with drug screening?
Is that something, I'm not opposed to that at all, but before I amend my motion, is that something that staff has the ability to like monitor or verify?
We could get a progress report that says she's doing what, but I mean, I personally don't know anything about that program. I don't know if John or Brenda do. I mean, I've never even heard of it, so I don't know what it entails or how intensive it is,
most large employers have like an employee assistance program like that. They're fairly not uniform, but fairly targeted towards, whether it be counseling or drug screening or something like that. So, I mean, if the board wanted her to do that, you could literally say, and we want to update on that by the June board meeting, showing that she did it, or else she needs to reappear.
Okay.
That sounds good. I so move, or I so amend my motion to include the requirement to participate in that program and give us an update at the June board meeting.
Okay, Mrs. Spore.
Still second.
So is that really called no action?
Well, I've just got no disciplinary action on license, must work through or must attend the wellness program through St. Vincent's, I guess. What is it called?
It'd be like
employee assistance program.
Employee assistance program. So no action on her license at this time, must attend the employee assistance program through CHI.
Aren't employee assistance programs confidential to the employer?
Yes, they are, but I think the board could require a report from the counselor.
Yeah.
Typically,
or she could give her permission for.
Yeah, I would think she would have to give her permission.
Well, and typically EAP programs will provide a certification that the person is participating and following all instructions that is given to them within the program. It doesn't release the specifics around conversations, particularly if they're in a counseling type setting, but it will say, yes, they've attended all the sessions. Yes, they're progressing well. We support this person continuing on in their role, those types of parameters.
Okay, and what I've got is no action on her license, must attend the employee assistance program and return to the June board meeting and provide a progress report.
Does that include drug testing?
Yeah, drug testing.
Well, if they do that,
it generally would on an EAP program, but if she's, participating in that may be about the best you can get.
Okay.
I mean, we could require it, right?
We could ask her to agree that if we call her for one, she would do it if EAP is not doing it.
Yes, let's add that.
And random drug testing through the board. Okay, we can set that up through the support group. We've had people that are not in the support group that we've tested before.
Yeah, or we could do it direct, either way.
Okay. All righty, I have a motion on the floor. Any other discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Restate the motion. Restate the motion for me, please.
I've got, this was Dr. Mitchell on the motion, no action on her license at this time. She must attend the employee assistance program at CHI. And return to the June board meeting and provide a progress report at that time. She also is subject to random drug testing as the board determines.
Okay. Do we need to put a length of time on that? Because I don't know what the CHI's plan is. Okay,
I would just, through that assistance program, she just goes through it until they tell her. that
Okay.
that she doesn't need to. She just need to follow their recommendations, whatever those recommendations are.
Okay, Debbie, was that a question?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Luke, do you need a hand count?
I got enough
You got enough?
verbally, yes.
Okay. Any nays? Anyone not voting? Okay, the motion passes.
Mrs. Hewitt, I will put this in a letter to you, and if you will have to agree to these actions, if you don't, then the matter will be set for a full board hearing. But I'll get you a letter in the mail and you'll sign it and return it to the board stating that you will attend the employee assistance program. You will provide a progress report to the board at the June board meeting. You understand everything that's going on today?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I'll get the letter to you in the mail.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, don't get in more trouble, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Trust me, I won't.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
So that's all we have on our agenda today. We'll get to discussion over the next couple of days as we have more time on the agenda. I know I've got a couple of you guys that have other places to get to. Anything else you have, Luke?
I just shared with you the stuff for tomorrow. So we have 6 technicians set for hearings in the morning. And like I said, depending on how many shows up, how fast we can get through them, but we got 6 scheduled. And then we've also got that from Red River, that pharmacist on her exam. She's going to be here at 9.
Yep.
And then we've got stuff scheduled after that. So like I said, I didn't have nothing tomorrow afternoon. So it'll just depend on who shows up, how fast we get through those hearings. But then we've got stuff set Thursday and morning and afternoon. But I just sent y'all the link to the share file. So just let me know if you have problems with it.
So we'll
Okay, now, straight up 5 o'clock. Y'all ready to go?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you all. A lot of hard work today, but I appreciate all of y'all.
Yep.
Good night.
Have a good night.